The story begins as we learn that the gods came down to the world in search of excitement, so they decided to live among humans, and they sealed their powers to have normal lives. The only thing they can give humans is their blessing, which grants them the power to fight monsters, and the people who receive it become their familia. In the present, we see a boy named Bel, who's the only member of the Hestia familia, and he runs away from a monster, but he reaches a dead end. He thinks it's all over for him, but a girl named Eyes suddenly comes to his rescue, cutting the beast in half. After that, Bel walks through the town covered in blood, and he attracts everyone's attention because he looks like someone who took on more than he could handle. He meets with a guild officer named Ina, who scolds him for going to the 5th floor, and she thinks he's lucky to be alive, because a lot of level 1 adventurers wouldn't have survived a minotaur attack. He asks her about Eyes, and Ina sees that he's blushing, so she realizes that he's in love. She mentions how Eyes is part of the Loki familia, and she's also one of the strongest swordsmen in the country, but Bel wants to know if she has someone special. So Ina notes that she hasn't heard anything about it, but it will still be difficult for him to get Eyes to like him. But she tells him to cheer up and trade the gems he earned for money. He prepares to leave, but she mentions how girls like boys who can protect them, so Eyes might like him back if he works hard to get stronger. Bel thinks about how his grandfather told him he needs to pick up women in a dungeon, because if he can save them, she'll be grateful to him and they'll get to know each other. He realizes that his grandfather's advice is true, but it's the opposite for him, since he's the one who was saved. Bel returns to his house, where Hestia hugs him, and she's worried when he tells her about the monster that attacked him, but he promises that he won't leave her alone. She shows him potatoes that she got from working at the food stand, but she mentions how she still hasn't had any luck finding people who want to join her familia, thinking it's because she isn't a popular goddess. She wishes she could at least use her divine powers, but there's a rule that she can't use them in the lower world, and she apologizes for making him form a contract with her since she's a useless goddess. But he tells her their familia is just getting started, and he notes that once they survive the hard part, things will become easier for them. She mentions that it's time to upgrade his status, so she starts to cast a spell on his back, as she notes that his idea of picking up girls in the dungeon won't work. She knows he likes Eyes, but she thinks a strong girl like her must already have a man in her life, so she tells him to forget about her. She mentions that he might have already met the girl he's supposed to be with, so he should pay attention to what's in front of him, and he checks his stats, but he's disappointed that his magic power is still 0. He sees something written in the skill section, but Hestia tells him it's nothing, explaining that there are marks there because her hand slipped. But she knows that he actually unlocked a skill, which will make him level up quicker, as long as he has strong feelings about it. She's happy that he finally unlocked a skill, but she's also annoyed that it was someone else who changed him, because she always had her eyes on him. The next day, Bel wakes up and sees Hestia sleeping on top of him, but he's embarrassed seeing her chest, so he decides to head out. While walking through the town, he senses someone watching him, but he's interrupted by a girl named Seer, who gives him a magic stone that he dropped. She hears his stomach growling, so she gives him her breakfast, but he refuses to take it. She assures him it's fine, because she'll have a lot to eat when the restaurant opens, but she makes him promise to eat there once he gets back. Bel goes to the dungeon, where he eliminates a group of monsters, but as he's collecting the stones they dropped, he wonders how much it will take for him to catch up to Eyes. Another group of monsters appears, and he thinks about running away, but he remembers Eyes and decides to fight them. As he returns home, he's shocked to see how much stronger he's become, and he asks Hestia why he's growing so much, but she ignores him and leaves. She thinks about how even though Bel has her by his side, he got stronger after he met Eyes, which means he really likes her. Meanwhile, Bel goes to the restaurant where Seer works, and the chef named Mia gives him food, but he's worried that it might cost a lot, since he's saving for his familia. Seer mentions how she likes meeting new people, so it's the perfect place for her to work, because all kinds of people come there. Eyes arrives with her familia members, which shocks Bel, and he's stunned by how beautiful she looks. Seer tells him they're regular customers, and she thinks it's because their god likes the place, so he realizes that he can see Eyes if he comes there. One of the Loki familia members named Beta asks Eyes to tell everyone how she defeated a minotaur on the 5th floor, where she saved a kid who ran away after getting covered in blood. Eyes thinks they can't blame him for acting like that, and another familia member named Riveria tells Beta to be ashamed, because it's their fault for letting the minotaur escape from the 17th floor. He thinks he can't be blamed for telling the truth, and he mentions how even Eyes won't allow such a coward to stand by her, but Belle can't bear to hear anymore, so he runs away. Eyes sees him and tries to catch up to him, but she realizes that he's already gone, wondering if he was the boy she saved. Belle goes to the dungeon, where a frog monster eats him up, but he destroys it from the inside. He thinks about how he wishes for things to happen without doing anything, but he knows that he needs to work hard to stand by Eyes' side, so he decides to fight any monster that stands in his way. As he returns home, Hestia is shocked to see how injured he is, but he just tells her he wants to get stronger, and she's glad that he's putting in the work. Hestia uses her spell to check Belle's stats again, and she can't believe how strong he has become, realizing it's because of his unique skill, which even she hasn't heard of. She can't tell him about it because the other gods might be listening, but she knows that he's been working hard to get stronger, so she decides to tell him about his stats. He can't believe how much he has improved, and she thinks he has talent, so he'll continue to get stronger. She mentions that she respects his resolve, so she decides to lend her powers to him, but she makes him promise to stop being reckless. So he assures her that he won't leave her, which makes her relieved, and she notes that she'll be gone for a few days. He goes back to the restaurant, where he apologizes for running away, and pays the money he owes them. Mia tells him if he didn't come back, she was planning on going after him, but Seer's glad that he returned, and she knows that he's going to the dungeon, so she made lunch for him. He refuses to accept it, but she forces him to take it, and Mia tells him to thank her, because she was the one who persuaded everyone there to forgive him. Mia mentions that there's no use for an adventurer to pretend to be something he isn't, and she advises him to put all his energy into surviving. She notes that it doesn't matter if he feels pathetic, or if people laugh at him, because what's important is that he comes back alive. Meanwhile, Hestia is at a party for the gods, where she tries to steal food, but another goddess named Freya interrupts her. Loki joins them as well, and Hestia asks her if Eyes is seeing someone, but she notes that Eyes is her favorite, so she'll destroy anyone who comes after her. Freya mentions how it's been a while since she saw Loki in a dress, and she notes that she heard Hestia was coming, so she decided to go there just to laugh at her, because Hestia can't even afford a dress. But she tells Loki that everyone will laugh at her flat chest, which makes her angry, so she pinches Hestia's cheeks. A god named Hephaestus interrupts Hestia, who's happy to see her, but she tells Hestia she won't lend her money again, reminding her how she used to freeload off of her familia, and when they kicked her out, she came crying back since she was broke. But Hestia explains that things have changed, because she now has her own familia. Freya decides to leave, because she has done what she came to do, and she mentions that she had fun at the party. After she leaves, Hestia bows before Hephaestus and asks her to make a weapon for Belle, but she refuses her request and tells her to save up the required money. But Hestia continues to follow her after they leave the party and keeps begging her to grant her request. Meanwhile, Belle is looking at a dagger, but he's interrupted by a god named Mayak, and Belle asks him why he didn't go to the banquet of the gods. So he explains that he was invited, but he's been busy preparing goods since his familia is so small. He gives Belle 2 vials, and he refuses to accept them, but Mayak forces him to take them, because it's his way of asking Belle to keep helping his familia. We return to Hestia, as Hephaestus asks her why she's so desperate for her help, so she explains that she wants to support Belle, who needs to walk a dangerous path to reach his goal. She notes that he's always there for her, but she feels bad since she can't help him, because she can't even do things a normal god should be able to do. Hephaestus decides to help her, but she tells Hestia she'll still need to pay the fees even if it takes her centuries, asking her what kind of weapon Belle uses. So she realizes that Hephaestus plans to make the weapon herself, which excites Hestia, because she's known as the divine smith in heaven. Hephaestus reminds her that she can't use her divine powers, because they aren't in heaven, but Hestia isn't worried about it. Hephaestus opens a secret door, and as she prepares to make the weapon, she tells Hestia to help her. In the city, a waiter from the restaurant named Anya suddenly gives a wallet to Belle and tells him to give it to Seer, so he becomes confused. Another waiter named Ryu tells her she needs to give a better explanation to Belle, so she explains that she's asking him to give the wallet to Seer because she forgot it while going to Monsterphilia. He has no idea what Monsterphilia is, so they explain that it's a huge event hosted by the Ganesha Familia, where they take over the Colosseum for the day and tame monsters brought in from the dungeon. Meanwhile, Hephaestus finishes making the weapon, which makes Hestia happy, but Hephaestus tells her she shouldn't forget to pay for it. we see Freya telling Loki that she's after the child of another familia, but she suddenly leaves without giving Loki details, which makes her wonder if something's wrong. Bel starts looking for Seer, but he runs into Hestia, who invites him to go on a date with her. He tells her how he was asked to look for a person, but she notes that they can look for them while they're on a date, and they buy crepes from a shop. She offers to feed him with her hands, but he refuses to take her food, and tells her to eat his crepe instead, so she takes a bite. He notices cream on her mouth, and he tries to clean it up, but his whole body turns red. In the Colosseum, Freya frees a monster, which goes outside and starts attacking Hestia. They both try to run away, but it catches up to them, and it's about to grab her, but Bel attacks it even though he's scared. He tries to stab it with his knife, but it breaks into pieces, and the monster sends him flying into a wall. It prepares to finish him off, but he suddenly throws a bomb, which blinds the monster with a flash of light, and he runs away with Hestia. But he knows that he can't protect her, so he pushes her past a door and closes it, telling her to get away while he holds it off. Bel thinks about the day when he learned that his grandfather had been killed by a monster, and they couldn't even find his body because it had fallen into a deep valley. He decided to follow in his grandfather's footsteps by becoming an adventurer, but he was rejected by everyone since he looked weak. But he refused to give up, and eventually ran into Hestia, who invited him into her familia. In the present, the god Ganesha learns that 9 monsters have escaped, so he orders his men to ask for help from other families, because they can't stop the monsters on their own. They think that asking for help from others will humiliate them in front of everyone, but he notes that they should worry about the people's safety before anything else. Meanwhile, Bel continues to struggle against the monster, and Hestia remembers how Hephaestus told her about the writing she carved on the weapon. She explains that the weapon will come alive the moment Bel grabs it, and it will continue growing with him, so Hestia realizes that she needs to give it to him. The monster is about to finish Bel off, which makes him remember the time Ais saved him from the Minotaur. But he knows that she isn't coming to his rescue, and he's glad because he doesn't want her to see him in such a condition. Near the Colosseum, a girl explains the situation to Ina, who doesn't think they'll find any adventurers there. But she sees Ais, who decides to help them, and she immediately defeats one of the monsters. Ina mentions that they've also asked other adventurers for help, but a few monsters are still at large, so Ais goes to look for them. Meanwhile, the monster is about to end Bel's life, but it gets distracted as Hestia arrives, and it tries to attack her, so Bel dives to save her, but he doesn't understand why she came back, so she explains that she'll never leave him behind, reminding him of his promise that he won't leave her. He explains that with the way things are going, both of them will end up dead, but she tells him he shouldn't give up so easily. The monster continues coming after them, so Bel picks her up and runs away, and she knows they're in trouble, but she's still happy that he's carrying her. They find a hiding spot, but Bel knows that the monster will eventually find them, and Hestia mentions that she has a plan, telling him she'll upgrade his status so that he can defeat it. He thinks it's impossible, because he won't be able to defeat it even if he gets stronger, but she mentions that she believes in him, and she gives him his new knife. In the city, Ais defeats all the monsters, but she learns that there's still one left, and even the Ganesha Familia's strike forces couldn't find it. Hestia starts to upgrade Bel's status, and she's surprised by how much stronger he's become, but the monster finds them, so she quickly finishes her spell. She sees that Bel is afraid, so she calms him down, and he rushes towards the monster, which tries to smash him to the ground, but he dodges the attack. It attacks him with its chain, but he blocks it with his knife, breaking the chain into pieces, and Hestia explains how the weapon will get stronger as he grows, so he needs to believe in himself. He jumps in the air and attacks the monster from above, which breaks its armor, but it still keeps attacking him. So he rushes forward and stabs its chest, killing it in an instant, and its body turns to dust. Everyone starts to applaud him, while Ais watches him with the crowd, and she decides to leave since the monster has been defeated. Hestia suddenly falls unconscious, so he takes her to the restaurant, where he thanks Seer for letting Hestia rest there. Seer realizes that he got involved because she forgot her wallet, so she apologizes for getting him into trouble, but he assures her that it wasn't her fault. She notes that she has fallen in love with him after seeing him fight, which makes him blush, but he thinks she's just making fun of him. Hestia wakes up, and Bel tells her how the other monsters have also been defeated thanks to Ais, but he asks her where she got the knife. So she reveals that Hephaestus made it for her, and he's surprised hearing this, because he knows that her weapons are expensive. Hestia knows that he's been looking at the weapons shop, but he can't afford the items since they're expensive. So she made arrangements with Hephaestus because she wants to help him get stronger, which makes him cry. In the dungeon, we see a child collecting gems, but a man yells at her for being slow, telling her she's useless as a supporter, but he thinks he can still use her as a decoy if he gets surrounded by monsters. We return to Belle, as he tells Ina to grant him access to the 7th floor, which shocks her, because he almost died on the 5th floor, but he assures her that he's gotten stronger. He reveals that several of his status levels have gone up to E, but she doesn't believe him, so he shows his back to her, and she realizes that he's telling the truth. She knows that she can't refuse him entry to the 7th floor, because his status scores have improved, but she notes that there's still a problem, and tells him to meet her the next day. But when he sees her, he's surprised by how different she looks, and she wonders if he's excited to go shopping with her. She asks him if he has anything to say about her outfit, which makes him blush, and he notes that she looks younger than usual. After that, Ina takes him to the Hephaestus Familia's shop called Babel, which shocks him because he doesn't have the money to shop there, but she forces him to come with her. As they enter the shop, Belle is amazed by the items, and Ina mentions that they're heading to the upper floors, but they can still look around before going there. Belle runs into Hestia, and they're both shocked to see each other, but she's annoyed that he's with Ina. She wonders if Ina is trying to seduce him using her position in the guild, but she assures her that she has no such intentions. Ina takes Belle to the upper floor, where the items aren't that expensive, because they were made by newer blacksmiths, who just want to have their products evaluated by their customers. He looks around and finds an armor he likes, and he knows that it will cost him all of his money, but he still decides to buy it. Ina tells him she's found an item for him, but he tells her he already made up his mind on what to buy, and reveals that he's going to the dungeon tomorrow. She wishes for him to form a party, and tells him he should at least hire a supporter, because it will make things more efficient. After that, Ina gives him a present, which he refuses to accept, but she notes that he should take it for his own sake, because there's no telling what might happen to an adventurer. She doesn't wish for him to die in the dungeon, telling him she wants to help him after seeing how hard he works, which makes both of their faces turn red. Belle makes his way home, but he sees that a man named Gid is about to attack a girl, so he protects her with his knife. Gid asks him if he's with her, but he reveals that he doesn't know her, so Gid becomes angry, but Rita suddenly arrives, and tells him he shouldn't use his sword in the city. So he decides to retreat, and Belle tries to check on the girl, but he realizes that she's already gone. The next day, Belle puts on his armor, and as he's walking through the town, he meets a girl named Lily, who asks him if he's looking for a supporter. He thinks she's the girl that he saved, but he realizes that she isn't, because her ears look different. He mentions that he was thinking about getting a supporter, and she asks him to choose her, because she's so poor that she doesn't have enough money to get by. She adds that he needs to take responsibility for touching her ears, so he becomes embarrassed, and he decides to hire her for the day. They go to the dungeon, and she watches him as he defeats the monsters, telling him his skills are impressive. She thinks it's all thanks to his knife, and he notes that he relies on it too much, telling her his goddess gave it to him. He asks her about the god she serves, so she reveals that she's part of the Soma Familia, and she helps him collect the magic stones dropped by the monsters. After that, he goes to Ina and tells her about Lily, but Ina mentions that the members of the Soma Familia seem desperate, so she isn't sure if Lily is the right match for him. She asks him what he thinks about Lily, so he mentions that she's great, since he got a lot of magic stones thanks to her. He prepares to leave, but Ina suddenly notices that he isn't carrying his knife, and he wonders if he dropped it somewhere. We see Lily trying to sell the knife, but the shopkeeper tells her it isn't worth much, because it can't even cut anything. She leaves the shop, but she runs into Cyr and Ryu, who notice that she's carrying Belle's knife. She tells them they're mistaken, but Ryu knocks the knife out of her hands, which makes her run away, but she bumps into Belle. Ryu and Cyr catch up to her, so Belle asks them if they've seen his knife, and he gets emotional when he sees that Ryu has it. He wonders where she found it, but she doesn't tell him that she got it from Lily, and after they leave, he tells Lily that he was also looking for her, asking her if she wants to accompany him to the dungeon. They head to the dungeon, but Lily notices that he doesn't have his knife with him, so he mentions that he's carrying it close to his arm, to make sure he doesn't drop it again. He asks her if she doesn't want any money for the contract, so she mentions that he can just give her a portion of the loot, telling him it's simpler since he's alone. After that, They trade in the stones for the day, and they're shocked by how much money that they made. Lily asks for her share, and she's shocked when he gives her half of it, wondering why he isn't trying to take all of it for himself. So he explains that she deserves to get half of it, because he couldn't have made so much money without her, telling her he wants to keep working with her. Meanwhile, we see Freya watching over Belle, and she decides to interfere with his life once again, because she wants to see the power hidden within him. At night, Hestia meets up with Mayak, and she starts to cry, telling him Belle is cheating on her, because she saw him with Lily. She gets drunk and starts getting out of control, but Mayak notes that Belle doesn't belong to anyone, and she mentions that she already knows that, but she doesn't want him to leave her. The next day, Belle realizes that Hestia is acting strange, so he asks her if something's wrong, but she mentions that everything's fine. He asks her when she's free from work, because he wants to take her out for a nice dinner, so that he can show his gratitude for everything she's done for him. She thinks he's inviting her on a date, so she agrees to go with him, but she decides to visit the divine bathhouse first. A god named Demeter joins her, and she wonders why Hestia is there, since she never visits the bathhouse, so she reveals that she's going on a date. Demeter can't believe she finally found a man, because she was hopeless in heaven, and Demeter tells everyone about it. She meets up with Belle, but before they can leave, a group of goddesses surround them, and they start to check Belle out, because they're curious who she's going on a date with. Demeter apologizes to Hestia, who's annoyed seeing how close Demeter is with Belle, so she grabs him and runs away. They spend the whole day hiding from the goddesses, but they end up on a spot with a beautiful view of the city, and Belle wishes to come back there with her, which makes her happy. At the guild, a girl tells Ina how the Soma Familia adventurers are arguing with the money exchange, which makes her wonder why they're all so desperate. We see a group of men taking away all the money Lily made, and they beat her up, telling her they're the only reason why someone as useless as her is part of the Soma Familia. The next day, Belle and Lily go to the dungeon, where he gets knocked to the ground, and an ant monster is about to attack him, but Lily shoots a fireball at it. He manages to defeat all the monsters, and he thanks her for saving him, telling her he would have been in serious trouble without her. After that, she asks him for a day of leave, because her familia is having a meeting, and she needs to be there no matter what. She knows that it's against her contract, so she's prepared to accept any penalty, but he notes that she doesn't need to worry about it, and he tells her to ask him whenever she needs time off. The next day, Belle goes to the restaurant to return Sear's lunchbox, and he wonders what she does in her free time, so she reveals that she reads books. He notes that the books Hestia has are too difficult for him to understand, but he sees a simple book in the restaurant, and Sear lends it to him. He goes home and starts reading the book, as he thinks about how in his mind, magic is just a tool to become stronger. It's like a flame, which doesn't suit someone like him, but he still wants it so that he can catch up to Eyes, and he also wishes that it could make him a hero. He falls asleep while reading, so Hestia wakes him up, and as she checks his status, she's shocked to see that he has finally developed a magic called Firebolt. Belle can't believe he'll finally be able to use magic, and Hestia mentions how he needs to chant a spell to use it, which is usually written next to the magic status. But there's nothing written there, which means he doesn't need to chant, and she tells him to try it on a monster in the dungeon. But after she falls asleep, he sneaks out of their house, because he can't wait to use magic. He goes to the dungeon, where he uses his firebolt to defeat a monster, and he's so happy that he keeps spamming it until he gets tired. He realizes that he's come far into the dungeon, and he's about to go back, but he suddenly falls unconscious. Eyes and Reveria arrive, and Reveria notes that Belle used too much magic, while Eyes mentions that he's the boy who was attacked by the Minotaur that escaped from them, so she wants to make it up to him. She puts his head on her lap, and as he wakes up, he's reminded of his mother. But after he realizes what's happening, he quickly runs away, which makes her wonder why he always does that. Belle returns to his house, and he can't believe that he ran away from Eyes again, but Hestia thinks he just had a bad dream because of the book he read. She tries to read it, but she's shocked to see that it's a grimoire, which allows its user to use magic according to their latent ability. She wonders where he got it from, so he explains that he just borrowed it from the restaurant, telling her someone forgot it there. But she reveals that it loses its power once it's read, so he thinks he's in trouble, and he's about to go back to the restaurant to find the person it belongs to, so that he can pay them back. But Hestia tells him it costs more than a top-grade item from the Hephaestus Familia shop, and Belle can't believe it. So she mentions that he should just tell everyone he didn't read it, and she promises to take care of the rest, but he stops her because he can't allow himself to do such a thing. Belle returns the book to Mia, and he tells her the truth, but she tells him he doesn't need to worry about it, because it's the owner's fault for leaving it behind. Meanwhile, Ina runs into Reveria and Loki, so she asks Loki about the Soma Familia, and she reveals that the Familia members worship wine instead of Soma. In the city, Belle is waiting for Lily, but he sees her being harassed, so he tries to help her. But Gid interrupts him, and he offers to work together with Belle to trap her, because he thinks Belle is also after the money she's saved up. But Belle pushes him away and refuses his offer, and Lily asks him what he was talking about with Ged, but he assures her that it was nothing. He wonders if she has a problem, because someone was harassing her, but she tells him it's nothing. We learn that her parents died in the dungeon trying to make money, so she had to do everything she could to survive, and she worked with adventurers from her familia. But anytime she asked them for something, they beat her up and treated her like trash, so she tried running away to start a new life. But they always found her and destroyed anything close to her, which made her hate adventurers. Meanwhile, Loki tells Ina that the wine she bought isn't the one that the Soma Familia members worship, and notes that they have a perfect product, but they refuse to sell it to anyone. She mentions that all the members of that familia are only there for the wine, and they get addicted once they drink it, which is why they're always desperate for money. After Loki leaves to upgrade Isa's status, Ina mentions that she's a weird god, but Reveria notes that she's way sharper than she looks, which is why they trust her. We see Belle telling Hestia that several bad adventurers are after Lily, so he wants to let her stay with them for a while, but Hestia doesn't think it's a good idea. She thinks Lily isn't trustworthy because of everything he said about her, and she tells him to think about the situation that happened with his knife. The next day, Lily proposes that they go to the 10th floor, but Belle doesn't think it's a good idea since he barely survived the 7th floor. She notes that she's been to the 11th floor, and she tells him he's strong enough to deal with the monsters, so he decides to go there. On their way, Lily gives a new weapon to Belle, because his knife doesn't have the range to fight huge monsters. Ina prepares to start her inspection of Babel, but she runs into Eyes, and she thanks her for saving Belle. Eyes wonders if he's afraid of her, but Ina assures her that he's grateful that she saved him, which makes her happy. They overhear a group of adventurers mentioning how Lily is about to set up a white-haired kid, and Ina thinks they're talking about Belle, so she asks Eyes for a favor. After that, Ina talks to Hestia, and she tells her about Lily, explaining that she's a dangerous person. We return to the dungeon, as Belle and Lily reach the 10th floor, where an orc appears in front of them, so he prepares to take it on. The orc picks up a tree and rushes towards Belle, but as they start fighting, Lily suddenly disappears. He slashes the orc's stomach and cuts off its leg, which makes it fall to the ground, and he stabs it to finish it off. He sees another orc coming towards him, so he uses his firebolt to defeat it, but as he looks around, he realizes that Lily is nowhere to be found, so he wonders if she was taken by a monster. He sees that there's bait around him to lure the monsters, and a group of orcs attacks him, so he tries to use his magic, but one of them sends him flying. He keeps looking for Lily, but he's shocked as she uses her arrow to steal his knife, and leaves him to be destroyed by the monsters. She uses her spell to remove her beast ears, and tells herself she's doing everything for her freedom, because she needs money to leave her familia. She tries to get out of the dungeon, but Gid suddenly trips her, and beats her to a pulp. He mentions how there are only a few ways out of the dungeon, so he and his companions were waiting on every path for her to show up. He tears off her clothes, and he's surprised to see that she has a magic weapon, but another adventurer named Kanu suddenly interrupts them. Gid recognizes him as one of his companions, but he attacks Gid with a killer ant, and tells him to leave all of her stuff there. Two other adventurers arrive, and Kanu tells Gid that a dying killer ant sends a signal to call for help, so he needs to escape if he wants to survive. He decides to run away, but he gets killed by ants, and Kanu tells Lily he'll protect her if she gives him everything she has. So she gives him a key to a safe where she has saved everything that she owns, but after getting what he needs, he throws her to the ants, telling her they no longer need her. The ants surround her, and she thinks she deserves to die because she betrayed Belle, who was always nice to her. She starts to cry, as she thinks about how pathetic she is, and she accepts her fate, but Belle suddenly comes to her rescue, and he starts burning the ants with his firebolts. We see Ina telling Hestia that she should convince Belle to fire Lily, but Hestia mentions that it won't work because he'll never abandon Lily. Belle defeats all the monsters, and he asks Lily if she's hurt, but she doesn't understand how he escaped from the orcs, so he reveals that another adventurer defeated all of them. Lily calls him stupid, because even though she betrayed him, he still went through so much trouble just to save her. She reveals that she even lied to him about the money she got after exchanging the magic stones, and when he told her to buy items, she also lied about their price. But he explains that no matter what she does, he'll always save her because she's a woman, and she's annoyed hearing this, but he notes that she's special, and tells her to talk to him whenever she's in trouble, because he'll always come to her rescue, which makes her cry as she apologizes for betraying him. After that, Belle meets with Ina, and apologizes for losing her protector, but she's just glad that he's fine. As Belle and Lily are walking in the city, he touches her ears, which makes her blush, and he's surprised that she can use transformation magic. She explains that she uses it so that her familia members won't recognize her, and she wonders if he's okay with this situation since she betrayed him, but he tells her not to worry about it. He takes her to meet Hestia, and after he leaves, Hestia notes that she doesn't like her since she lied to Belle. She tells Lily to swear she'll never make the same mistakes again, and Lily promises that she won't betray Belle, because he's the one who saved her. Hestia knows that Lily is feeling guilty, because Belle doesn't blame her for anything, and she notes that she'll judge her on his behalf. Lily is worried about what Hestia will do, but she just tells her to look over Belle, and make sure he doesn't get scammed again. After Belle comes back, Hestia quickly grabs his arm, just to show Lily how close she is with him, but Lily refuses to back down, and she grabs him as well. He's embarrassed by what's happening, so he runs out of the house and goes to the guild, where he's shocked to see Ina sitting with Eyes. He tries to get away, but he runs into a man and falls to the ground, which allows Eyes to catch up to him, and Ina tells him that Eyes just wants to talk to him. After that, Eyes gives him the protector he lost while fighting the orcs, which makes him realize she was the adventurer who saved him. She notes that she wanted to apologize, since the Minotaur attacked him after it escaped from her, but he explains that he should be the one saying sorry, because he always runs away when he sees her. She's amazed by how quickly he's gotten to the 10th floor, but he thinks he still has a long way to go, because he still doesn't know how to fight, so she offers to teach him. The next day, Belle and Eyes meet up for his training, and she wonders if he knows martial arts. She realizes that he uses a knife to fight, so she tries to use it herself, but she has no idea how to wield it, and she accidentally kicks Belle in the face. She tells him they should just fight, and as he takes out his knife, she mentions that he needs to be sensitive to different things during battles. She knows he's a coward, and she thinks it helps him protect himself, but she can tell that he's afraid of something. He tries to attack her, but she blows him back, telling him to never lose focus, and as she hits him again, she mentions how he needs to make sure he doesn't have any blind spots. He rushes towards her, but she hits him with a flurry of attacks, which makes him fall to his knees. But he tells her he wants to continue fighting, and as he charges in again, he finally manages to dodge an attack, but she still hits him in the head. In the dungeon, we see a man named Otto defeating monsters, and as he comes across a Minotaur, he breaks its weapon with his bare hands, but he gives it a new sword. The Minotaur picks it up, and keeps trying to hit him, but he blocks all of its attacks. It uses its horns to push him back against a wall, but he breaks its horn, and returns the sword to the Minotaur. It continues to attack him, and as his sword finally breaks, he realizes that he was able to make it stronger. The next day, Belle and Lily go to the 10th floor, and she notices he's always tired even before they enter the dungeon. They come across a group of monsters, and they surround Belle, but Lily fights with a crossbow, while he uses the chance to attack them. He remembers how Eyes taught him to watch his blind spots, and he manages to defeat the monsters, but a group of orcs suddenly appears before him. He knows it might be difficult for him to beat them, so Lily wonders if he'll run away, but he decides to fight, because he won't be able to catch up to Eyes if he's always scared. After that, Belle goes to train with Eyes again, but he's no match for her as she keeps knocking him out. She wonders how he got stronger so fast, so he notes that there's someone he wants to catch up to, and he also needs to reach a place no matter what. She understands his feelings because she has the same goal, and she tells him it's time to practice napping because an adventurer needs to know how to fall asleep anywhere. They both lie on the ground, and he's shocked by how quickly she falls asleep. He hears his grandfather's voice telling him to kiss Eyes, but Hestia's voice mentions that she didn't raise him to become such a person, so he starts to feel conflicted. He resists the urge to kiss Eyes, and after she wakes up, she takes Belle to get food, but he's shocked because they end up going to the shop where Hestia is working. She's angry since she always sees him with different girls, but he tells her how Eyes has been training him. He asks for Hestia's permission to continue working with her, explaining that she'll leave for the Loki Familia's expedition after 2 days, and Hestia agrees to his request, but she tells Eyes not to get any ideas. In the dungeon, Kanu comes across the Minotaur Aa was fighting, and he uses his magic weapon on it, but it has no effect, and the Minotaur finishes him off. Belle sees a poster about how Eyes defeated a floor boss on the 37th floor, and he's shocked as he realizes that she did it all by herself, because it usually takes a party of skilled adventurers to defeat the boss. He goes to train with her, and even though he can't even land a single hit, he continues because he wants to get closer to her level. The next day, as Belle is walking through the city, Sears suddenly grabs his arm and makes him wash dishes. Ryu decides to help him, and he asks her what she did to increase her level when she was an adventurer, so she tells him he needs to defeat a powerful opponent if he wants to get stronger. She notes that he needs skill and strategy to pull it off, but even that doesn't guarantee victory, so he needs to join a party, because they can compensate for each other's weaknesses. After that, Belle goes to train with Eyes, and he finally manages to keep up with her, but she still pushes him back. She mentions how it's their final day of training, and he thanks her for helping him, but she also thanks him since she had fun. Belle thinks he may never catch up to her since she's so strong, but he'll continue to work hard so that he can reach her level. Belle returns to his house, where he tells Hestia how his training has ended, and she notices something in his status, but he leaves without even looking at it. Meanwhile, the Loki Familia captain named Finn talks to everyone about their expedition into the dungeon. He mentions that they'll split into 2 groups to make sure they don't overcrowd the upper floors, and he notes that their goal is to get to the 59th floor, which has never been reached before. We see Belle and Lily inside the dungeon, and he can sense that someone is watching them, but even though she can't tell if it's true, she still thinks something is off about the floor. They realize that it's too peaceful, and Belle notes that this situation is similar to the day he was attacked by the Minotaur. As they move forward, the Minotaur that fought Ada suddenly appears, and Lily mentions that they need to escape. But Belle is too shocked to move, so she pushes him out of the way as it attacks them, and she ends up getting hurt. Meanwhile, we see 2 adventurers telling the Loki Familia how a Minotaur is present on the 9th floor, which makes them wonder if it's one of the few that escaped from the 17th floor. But Reveria doesn't think it's true, because it's been a month and there have been no sightings. Finn wonders if everyone is alright, and one of the adventurers mentions that the Minotaur is attacking a white-haired boy, which makes Eyes realize it's Belle, so she quickly runs to find him. Belle continues fighting the Minotaur, but he knows that he's no match for it, and Lily wakes up, so Belle tells her to run away. She doesn't want to leave him alone, but he makes her get to safety, and after she gets away, he thinks about escaping as well. But he knows that if he lets the Minotaur pass through, it will kill Lily, so he decides to hold it back and buy time for her to get out of the dungeon. The Minotaur slams the sword to the ground, which makes him jump up in the air, but it suddenly stabs him with its horn. It's about to finish him off, but Ice comes to his rescue, and he can't believe that she's about to save him again. He gets up because he knows that if he backs down from the fight, he'll never be able to grow, so he grabs Ice's arm and pushes her back. He approaches the Minotaur, while the other Loki Familia members also arrive, and Beta realizes that Belle is the same boy that Ice saved. He starts making fun of him, but another adventurer named Tiana tells him to stop, and she asks Ice if she's okay just watching the fight, because Belle won't survive. Beta mentions that they should leave him alone, since he's trying to be a man, and Lily begs Beta to save Belle, but she ends up falling unconscious. Beta decides to rescue him, but he's shocked to see that Belle is holding his own against the Minotaur, because he was completely helpless 1 month ago. He blocks all of its attacks, and Beta is amazed by how strong his knife is, but the others note that it's also because of how skilled he is. He hits the Minotaur with his firebolt, which surprises everyone, because he didn't chant a spell, but it isn't strong enough to defeat the Minotaur. As they continue to clash, Belle's sword finally breaks, but he stabs the Minotaur's arm, causing it to drop its weapon. He grabs it and slashes the Minotaur's chest, and as they rush towards each other, everyone thinks he'll die because he's too reckless, but Ice believes in him. He blocks the Minotaur's horn with the sword, and he stabs it with his knife, as he casts his firebolt to burn it from inside. Everyone can't believe he was able to defeat it, but he passes out while he's standing, and Beta tells Reveria to read his status. So she checks out his back, and she reveals that all of his abilities are rank S, which shocks everyone. At night, Hestia kisses Bel's head while he's sleeping, and congratulates him on his achievement, but she mentions that it's only the beginning of his story. After a while, Bel heads to the guild, where Ina wonders if something good happened to him, because he seems to be happy, so he reveals that he's reached level 2. He returns to his house, where Hestia upgrades his rank, but he doesn't feel like anything has changed. She reveals that he has a new skill called Argonaut, which makes him happy, but she teases him because the skill only appears when a person wants to be a hero. After that, Hestia prepares to go to the meeting of gods, and she reveals that it's where they will choose a title for the adventurers who have leveled up, so Bel will get a title as well. At the meeting, a god named Takazuki tells Hestia that all the gods are talking about Bel, because he was able to level up in only a month, saying even Eyes took a year to reach level 2. She mentions how a member of Takazuki's familia has also leveled up, and he notes that it's why he'll take the meeting seriously. At the house, Bel wonders what kind of title he'll get, and Hestia comes rushing in, revealing that he was given the name Little Rookie. He goes to the restaurant, where he tells Lily about his title, and he's bummed out because it sounds lame, but Cyr mentions that she likes it. Ryu congratulates him on his achievement, and they join him to celebrate, revealing that Mia has given them permission to drink at the party. Bel notes that they're planning on going to the middle floors of the dungeon, but Ryu advises him not to go deeper than the 13th floor, because the monsters on the upper floors are dangerous. She tells him he'll need a party to go further, and an adventurer overhears them, so he invites Bel to join their party. But he mentions that he wants the elven girls in return, and Ryu warns him to stay away, but he tries to touch her, so she breaks his arm. He prepares to hit her, but Mia smashes a table and tells him to stop causing trouble, so he decides to leave. The next day, Bel goes to look for a new armor at Babel, and he asks the receptionist if they've stopped selling armor made by a blacksmith named Welf Croso, but he turns out to be standing beside Bel. Welf can't believe the little rookie everyone's talking about is looking to buy his armor, and Bel also feels lucky to meet him in person. Welf speaks loudly so that every other blacksmith can hear how Bel is his regular customer, and he offers to make a direct contract with him, which means Welf will only make items for him. But in return, he wants to join Bel's party, and he accepts Welf's proposal, so they head to the dungeon together. But Lily doesn't trust him, wondering why he isn't working with his familia, and she's annoyed that Bel didn't consult with her before allowing Welf to join them. She's shocked to learn his familia's name, because the Crozos were famous for powerful magical items, but they suddenly lost all of their abilities. Welf notes that it isn't the time to talk about it, because they're being attacked by monsters, and he tells them to leave the orcs to him. Bel starts to fight the other monsters, as he realizes that his speed has improved, and he easily defeats his opponents. He sees a monster preparing to attack his companions, so he tells them to dodge, and he burns it with his firebolt. Welf is amazed by how strong Bel is, and he realizes that his magic has also improved, so he thinks he's getting closer to Isa's level. Meanwhile, we see Beta and his teammates fighting a group of monsters, which makes the other members wonder why they're that fired up. So Reveria notes that Bel got under their skin, and Eyes joins the fight as well, as Reveria realizes that she's also fired up. Welf mentions how being in a party feels better, because it allows them to move freely, and they also have more room to breathe while fighting monsters. They notice that more parties are arriving, so they plan to leave once Lily gathers all the gems, but a baby dragon suddenly appears. It's about to attack Lily, so Bel tries to hit it with a firebolt, but something else comes out of his hands and kills the dragon in one hit. Bel tells Hestia about what happened, and she notes that it was his Argonaut skill, telling him that it allows him to overcome any obstacle. He wonders if she knows about the Croso family, and she reveals that she doesn't know much about them, but she's heard about Welf. She reveals that he's capable of making magic items, but his family thinks he's wasting his talent because he refuses to make them. The next day, Bel tells Welf they won't be going to the dungeon because Lily is taking a day off, so he takes Bel to his workshop to make new equipment for him. He wonders if Belle has a special request, but he mentions that he's okay with the light armor, so Welf tells him to be greedier. He looks around and picks up a sword, as he notes that it looks good, but Welf tells him nobody would buy it, and he knows that Belle is expecting it to be a magic item. He notes that Hestia was asking people about him, so he knows that she already told Belle about him, and he was worried that Belle would change his attitude because of it. He apologizes for testing him, and he sees that Belle is carrying a minotaur horn, so he decides to make a weapon out of it. He reveals that he used to have a lot of customers, but he got sick of them because they all told him to make magic items, and he knows that they want him to create a tool that will make them famous. But he thinks that's not what a weapon should be, because it's supposed to be a part of its wielder, and it will never betray them no matter how bad the situation gets. But a magic item will shatter and leave its user behind, so he believes that neither a wielder nor a blacksmith can have pride in it, which is why he's stopped making magic items. Welf makes a weapon out of the horn, and he knows Belle can't trust him completely since they only met a few days ago, but Welf asks him to treat him like a companion. The next day, Belle and the others go to the dungeon, and before they head into the 13th floor, Lily reminds them that the monsters there can attack from afar, so they always need to be on guard. She notes that they'll use a standard formation, where she'll be at the back while Welf is in front, but she tells them to remember that a supporter doesn't have the power to cover the back alone. Belle starts to laugh, so she wonders if he's even taking it seriously, but he's just excited because they're going on an adventure. Outside the dungeon, Hestia sees Takazuki seeing off his familia members, and he notices that she's worried about Belle, so he tells her she needs to believe in him, because worrying won't do anything. On the 13th floor, a hellhound bites Belle's arm, and Welf cuts it in half, but he sees another one preparing to breathe fire, so Lily shoots it with her arrow, and creates an opening for him to finish it off. She thinks they should go somewhere open, but before they can leave, a group of monsters suddenly appears in front of them. Meanwhile, we see a girl named Asphi, who tells the god Hermes that Belle doesn't seem to be liked by other adventurers. There are rumors that he only defeated the Minotaur because he got lucky, and he even lied about how quickly he leveled up, but it only makes Hermes more interested in him. He wonders if it's making her jealous, so she explains that she just wants to avoid trouble, but he pats her head, telling her that all the members are grateful to her, and he depends on her as well. Inside the dungeon, we see that the group sent by Takazuki is in trouble, as one of their members has gotten seriously injured, so he's being carried by a man named Oka. Another member named Makoto eliminates the rabbits that are following them, but they see a pack of hellhounds approaching. They eventually run into Belle and the others, who are surrounded by monsters, but Oka decides to run past them, because he's more worried about the lives of his teammates. Belle sees them running away, and Lily mentions that they need to escape as well, because the monsters that were following Oka and the others will attack them. They try to get to safety, but Belle decides to fight the monsters to buy time, and he hits them with his firebolt, but a few of them jump over him and attack Lily. Belle and Welf defeat them before they can hurt her, but Welf's arm is injured, and they realize that monsters are blocking their path. So Belle remembers how Rhea told him that every little thing that happens in the dungeon eventually adds up, and the dungeon will show its true colors when they're on their last legs. The roof above them suddenly collapses, as monsters come flying in from above, and the falling debris injures both Welf and Lily, while a hellhound breathes fire at them. Meanwhile, Hestia goes to the guild, and tells Ina that Belle and his party haven't returned, so she wants to start a quest to find them, but Takazuki suddenly arrives with Makoto and Oka. In the dungeon, Belle and the others somehow survive after they fall down a couple of floors. They try to get out, but end up running into a dead end, so Lily proposes that they go to the 18th floor, which confuses them because they just got destroyed by the monsters on the 13th floor. But she reveals that the 18th floor is a safe zone, which means there are no monsters there. Welf is worried about the boss that appears on the 17th floor, but Lily thinks it must have been defeated by the Loki Familia's expedition team, so they might be able to cross before the boss respawns. They ask Belle to decide, and they assure him that they won't blame him if anything goes wrong, so he decides to follow Lily's plan. Meanwhile, Takazuki tells Hestia about what happened to Belle's party, and she notes that if Belle doesn't come back, she'll blame it on his familia members. But she mentions that she'll never hate them, so she tells them to help her find him, and they promise to do their part. Hephaestus mentions how all the high-level members of her familia are on the expedition, while Takazuki notes that he can send only 3 members, because the others will just slow everyone down. Hermes offers to help Hestia, and Hephaestus reminds him how he barely talked to her ever since they came down from heaven, but she notes that she needs all the help she can get, so she accepts his request. Asphi pulls him to the side, and she knows that he plans to go into the dungeon with her, so she reminds him that gods aren't allowed to enter the dungeon, but he notes that everything will be fine if no one finds out. Hestia overhears him and decides to go with him, because she can't wait for someone else to rescue Belle, and Takazuki once again apologizes to her, since he knows that his familia got Belle into trouble. But she tells him to forget about it, and she notes that Belle is still alive, because the blessing she gave him hasn't disappeared. Hephaestus asks Hestia to give Wealth something on her behalf, while Hermes wonders if Asphi can protect him and Hestia, but she can't guarantee their safety, so he decides to take Ryu as well. In the dungeon, Lily is carrying a scent bag to make sure monsters stay away from them, but Wealth complains about the smell, and she's annoyed since she's the one closest to it. A hellhound appears, and it breathes fire at them, but Wealth uses his spell to return the flames to the hellhound's body, causing it to explode. After a while, the scent bag runs out, and a group of minotaurs appears, so Belle rushes towards one of them, and cuts it up with his knife. He picks up the axe that the Minotaur was carrying, and activates the Argonaut skill as he attacks, destroying all the Minotaurs in an instant. Wealth is amazed by how strong Belle is, but they realize that he's exhausted, so Lily asks him if he's okay. Meanwhile, Hestia prepares to lead the search party into the dungeon, and before they enter, Ryu appears wearing her complete battle gear, as Hermes notes that she has decided to join them. The search party moves forward, and as Ryu and Asphi defeat the monsters in their path, everyone's surprised by how skilled they are. Oka notes that Asphi is considered the greatest item creator of their time, and she's said to be omnipotent, while Ryu seems to be on her level as well. They come across a cave-in, where Hestia finds Belle's knife, but his party is nowhere to be seen. Asphi mentions that since they lost their equipment and suffered injuries, they won't be wandering around the dungeon, and she thinks they must have gone to the safe zone on the 18th floor. Oka thinks they would be crazy to do that, but Hestia and Ryu agree with Asphi, so they decide to go to the 18th floor. Hestia asks Hermes why he's helping them, so he reveals that someone told him to check on Belle's progress, and he also wants to see if Belle is capable of taking them into a new era. Meanwhile, Wealth and Lily's bodies finally give up, since they've been fighting monsters for such a long time, so Belle carries them to a hole and jumps down. They reach the 17th floor, and Belle remembers that Lily told them to get through there as quickly as possible, before the floor boss respawns. Belle tries to get to a passage while carrying them, but the boss respawns and starts attacking them. He tells himself to keep running no matter what, and the boss tries to grab him, but he manages to get through the passage before he gets hit. They all fall to the next floor, where Belle sees someone standing in front of him, so he asks them to save his friends. Belle wakes up in a room, and he's shocked to see Eyes sitting in front of him, wondering what she's doing there. So she notes that her group is returning from their expedition, and they decided to rest in the safe zone. He asks her about Lily and Wealth, but he accidentally falls into her, which makes him embarrassed. He sees Lily and Wealth resting beside him, and Eyes assures him that they'll be fine, because Reveria healed them. She takes him to meet Finn, who welcomes him as their guest. He reveals that a few of their companions were poisoned by a monster, so their fastest members have gone to the surface to get an antidote, and they won't be leaving until they cure their friends. Belle runs into Tiana and her sister Tiani, and she keeps calling him Argonaut because seeing him fight the Minotaur reminded her of an old fairy tale. Tiana praises his skills, but his face turns red when they get close to him, and they think he looks cute when he's blushing. After that, as he's walking through a forest with Eyes, he wonders where the light is coming from, since they're in a dungeon, and he sees that the sky is filled with crystals. At night, Wealth and Lily wake up, and they apologize for slowing Belle down, but he notes that he couldn't have reached the 18th floor without them. Eyes invites them to dinner, where Finn tells everyone to treat them with respect, because they're brave adventurers who risk their lives for each other. As they eat dinner, Eyes gives a fruit from the 18th floor to Belle, but he finds it too sweet. Lily tells him to give it to her if he doesn't like it, but Wealth eats it instead, which makes her angry. Tiana and Tiani surround Belle and ask him how they can make their abilities reach S rank, but he suddenly gets up because he hears Hestia's voice. She arrives at the 18th floor, where she immediately hugs Belle and starts to cry after seeing that he's okay, so he apologizes for making her worried. But Lily pulls her off of him, and she's surprised to see that Eyes is with them as well. Hermes introduces himself to Bel and tells him to thank Oka and the others because they wouldn't have found him without their help, but Lily and Welf are still angry at them. Makoto apologizes for their previous actions, but Lily notes that no matter what she does, it will be difficult to forgive them. Oka tells them to blame him for what happened, since he was the one who gave the order, but he still thinks it was the right decision. Bel agrees with him, because if Lily and Welf's lives were on the line, he would have done the same thing. Hermes notes that they should discuss what to do next, and Asfi mentions that they'll wait for the Loki Familia to defeat the 17th floor's boss. But they won't make their move for 2 days, so everyone has time to rest, and as they prepare to go to sleep, Hestia gives Welf the item that Hephaestus told her to deliver to him. While everyone's sleeping, Bel walks around the dungeon, and he's amazed by how beautiful the sky looks. Eyes joins him, telling him she was worried about him, which makes him turn red, and she notes that he's always nervous. She offers to take him to the town, but Hestia suddenly arrives, and she's angry that he's making plans without her. She tells Eyes she'll never allow her to go on a date with him, but Eyes has no idea what she's talking about, and he notes that there's a misunderstanding. The next day, Hestia is tired as they're walking towards the town, and she's also annoyed that everyone else is coming with them, because she thought she was going on a date with Bel. He carries her since she's exhausted, and they come across a field of crystals, which amazes them with how beautiful it is. They reach the town, and as they look around, they're shocked to see how expensive everything is. Bel runs into an adventurer named Moldo, who invited him to join their party at the restaurant, and he plans to make Bel pay for how he treated him before, but they get scared and leave after seeing Eyes. Hestia buys a perfume, and Lily tells her she doesn't know how to spend money, but she mentions how Lily also bought a backpack, so she notes that they needed to get back to the surface. Hestia notes that she also needs the perfume, because Bel doesn't like sweaty girls, and Tiana invites her to the bathhouse, so the other girls decide to join them as well. Meanwhile, Beta returns to the dungeon with the antidote, but he's shocked to see Bel. Hermes tells Bel he needs to talk to him, but he takes him to peek at the girls taking a bath, which makes him embarrassed. He thinks it's wrong to peek at them, but Hermes notes that peeking is part of a man's romance, which makes Bel remember his grandfather. He still thinks they shouldn't look at them, but he accidentally falls into the water, and the girls see him, so he becomes embarrassed and runs away, but he ends up getting lost. He hears something nearby, and as he goes towards the noise, he sees Ryu bathing on her own. She notices him, so she throws a rock at him, which scares him and he immediately apologizes to her. After that, she takes him to put flowers on the grave of her familia, and she reveals that their enemy had set up a trap for them, which wiped everyone out, but she was the only one who survived. She was filled with rage, so she did everything in her power to eliminate the enemy familia, but she was blacklisted from the guild because of her actions. After she got her revenge, she was about to pass away in a dark alley, but Seer found her, and Mia let her in, even though she knew everything about her. She thinks she's a shameless and violent elf, who will break Bel's trust, but he tells her she shouldn't insult herself, so she mentions that he's worthy of her respect, because he's a kind person. At night, we see that Moldo is still angry at Bel, and he plans to get revenge on him, wondering how he can get him alone. The next day, Beta is angry at Bel, because he saw Eyes naked, so Tiana and Tiani hold him back. Eyes mentions that she's about to leave with the first party, so Bel tells her to take care, which makes Hestia annoyed at him. After that, Bel goes to find Hestia, but he sees a note from Moldo, which mentions that his group kidnapped her. He follows the instructions on the note, and goes to the place written in it, where he finds Moldo. He takes Bel to an open area, and assures him that Hestia is safe, telling him he wants to have a fair fight, so Bel shouldn't worry about his friends interfering. He notes that the winner gets to tell the loser what to do, and he plans on taking Bel's equipment after he's defeated, but Bel tells him to let Hestia go if he wins. As the fight begins, Moldo breaks a crystal with his sword, which makes him turn invisible, and he starts to beat Bel up. We see Hermes and Asfi watching the fight, and we learn that Hermes is behind everything, because he needs Bel to see the ugly side of humanity. Asfi wonders what he'll do if Bel loses all hope, but Hermes thinks that if it happens, it means Bel wasn't the right person for the job. Welf suddenly arrives with the others, and they start to clash with Moldo's party, while the two members guarding Hestia hear the commotion, so they decide to leave her and join the battle. Hestia is annoyed because they just left her there, but Lily suddenly arrives and sets her free, revealing that she used her sense of smell to find her. Meanwhile, Wolf and the others overpower their opponents, but they still can't get close to Bell because there are too many of them. One of them hits Wolf, which makes him drop the item Hephaestus gave him, and a man prepares to attack him, but Ryu suddenly comes to his rescue. We see that Bell is still getting beaten by Moldo, but he blocks one of the attacks, which makes Moldo wonder if it was just luck. He tries to attack again, but Bell senses his presence and starts to dodge him as he analyzes his surroundings to find Moldo. Bell breaks his sword and kicks him in the head, which makes him turn visible, but he still pushes Bell back with his broken sword. Hestia suddenly arrives, and she releases her divine power, which scares Moldo and his companions, so they run away. She hugs Bell and starts to cry, because he got beaten up trying to save her, but he apologizes for failing to protect her. Lily thinks the fight is over, but the ground suddenly starts shaking, and a floor boss falls from the sky. The boss lets out a scream, which makes the other monsters go on a rampage, and they start to attack Moldo's party. Bell and the others rush to save them, and Rhea notes that he has failed as a leader, but he made the right choice. Moldo is surrounded by monsters, and he's about to get killed, but Bell comes to his rescue and cuts down the monsters. Lily drags him to safety, telling him he'll just get in Bell's way, and she notes that he should be thankful to Bell for saving him. Asfi tells a man named Voles to get everyone in town ready to fight, and they think they should just run away, but she explains that the exit has been blocked, so they can't leave without defeating the boss. Meanwhile, Ryu attacks the boss's leg, which makes it fall to its knees, while Oka and Makoto try to cut it down, but their attacks have no effect, and it stands up again. It starts to gather energy in its mouth, and Welf uses his spell to make it self-destruct, but the boss still prepares to attack, so Ryu kicks its face, causing it to miss. Asfi tells her that the mages are working on their incantation, and she needs to distract the boss until they're done, but Ryu leaves the task to Asfi. All the adventurers attack the boss, and even though it hits Voles with its energy blast, he's still okay thanks to the mages. Bell uses his knife to injure the boss, and the mages finally launch their combined attack, which covers the boss in flames, damaging its whole body. Its mouth breaks off as it falls to its knees, but everyone's shocked when it regenerates, and it smashes the ground to blow them away. Ryu and Asfi ask Bell to take care of the surrounding monsters, while they hold back the boss, so that the mages will have enough time to fire another shot. They rush towards the boss, and Ryu slashes its body, but she realizes that her attack can't reach its magic stone. The boss keeps firing shots from its mouth, so Oka tells his comrade Chigusa to give him a shield. She knows what he's up to, and notes that he'll die if he follows through with his plan, but he refuses to be someone who can't risk his life for others. Bell uses his firebolt to destroy half of the monster's face, but it still fires a shot from its mouth, which sends him flying. It's about to finish him off, but Oka suddenly comes to his rescue, as he tries to block the attack with his shield, but he gets blown away. He and Bell are seriously injured, but Hestia tells Ryu to face the monster, and buy as much time as possible, because she's sure that Bell will wake up and defeat it. Bell hears Hestia calling his name, and she tells him to get up, but his body refuses to listen to him. Hermes tells him a hero is someone who risks his life for others, which makes Bell remember how his grandfather told him that he'll become the coolest hero if he stays true to his wishes. Bell wakes up and takes a sword, and as he prepares to attack the boss, a bell goes off around the dungeon as his body begins to light up. Ryu continues to attack the boss, and Asfi is shocked to see her saying an incantation during such a high-speed fight. Asfi flies using her boots, and she burns the boss's eyes, while Ryu finishes her incantation and hits it with a flurry of attacks, but it still isn't enough to defeat the boss. It grabs onto her, but she's saved by Makoto, who uses her gravity barrier to try and bury it into the ground, but it manages to break free. Welf arrives, and he hits the boss with one of his magic swords, which causes a massive explosion, but the boss is still standing. Bell activates his Argonaut skill, and he rushes towards the boss, as Hestia notes that when he's faced with an opponent he can't defeat, he can resist it with his hero's strike. He swings his sword with all his might, and it covers the whole dungeon with a flash of light, as the boss's body is cut in half. Its magic stone is exposed, but everyone realizes it's about to regenerate, so Bell rushes towards it, and he stabs the stone with his knife, causing it to explode. Everyone celebrates their victory, while Hermes is glad to see that Bell was up to the task, and we learn that he's actually the grandson of Zeus, as well as the last hero of their familia. Hermes notes that things are about to change, and he's excited to see it with his own eyes, because history is about to be made, and he knows that people will talk about it for generations to come. We see Belle and the others being attacked by wolves, and he uses his knives to take them out, but one of them breathes fire, so Welf blocks the flames and cuts it down. Lily warns Makoto that she's about to get hit, but she easily takes out the wolves, and they're glad that she's with them, since they struggled in the middle floors when she wasn't in their party. She apologizes for putting them in a terrible position when they first met, so they tell her it's all in the past, but she notes that she can't forget about it. After that, they go to a bar, where Belle congratulates Welf for reaching level 2, and Lily mentions that the price of the items he creates will increase as well. So he notes that he can't make things that will embarrass his goddess, and Lily thinks he'll leave their party, since the only reason he was with them was to level up and get the forge skill. But he assures them that he isn't going anywhere, and she asks Belle if he's about to level up as well, so he tells her he still has a long way to go. A boy from another party suddenly starts insulting all of them, and Belle tries to ignore him, but he becomes furious when the boy calls Hestia useless. He mentions that Belle is angry since he's telling the truth, and Belle is about to attack him, but Welf hits the boy with his mug. They start fighting the other party, but one of them named Cleo, who belongs to the Apollo Familia, beats up both of them. He mentions that he's disappointed in Belle, and plans to make him pay for hurting his comrades, but as he starts to choke him, Beta tells Cleo to stop since he's ruining his night. So he lets Belle go and retreats with his comrades, while Beta warns Belle not to get cocky. After they return home, Hestia is glad that Belle got into a fight, but Lily notes that he isn't acting like his usual self, thinking it's because Hestia's bad behavior is rubbing off on him. He mentions that he couldn't control himself when they started insulting her, but she tells him to just laugh it off next time, since she doesn't like it when he gets hurt. The next day, Belle tells Ina about the fight, so she tells him to be careful, since a fight between two familias can turn the town into a war zone. As he prepares to leave, two girls from the Apollo Familia named Cassandra and Daphne give him an invitation to a banquet Apollo is holding. Belle delivers the invitation to Hestia, who mentions that she needs to attend the banquet, since she has a history with Apollo, but she plans to make Mayek and Takazuki come with her. They arrive at the banquet, where Hestia is surprised to see Takazuki with Hermes, but Takazuki mentions that he isn't happy to be with Hermes. He tells Takazuki not to act that way, since they work together to save Belle, and he starts showing off how good Asfi looks. She becomes embarrassed and tells him to stop, but he continues teasing her, so she sends him flying into a wall. Apollo comes out and tells everyone to enjoy the night, and Hermes sees Belle staring at him, so he wonders if Belle wants to talk to him. But he just thinks that he and Hestia should introduce themselves, and Hermes mentions that he has known Apollo for a long time. He notes that Apollo is an interesting person, who's always involved in a love affair, but he's extremely spiteful. Freya arrives and catches everyone's attention, but Hestia tries to stop Belle from looking at her, since she thinks it will make him fall under her spell. Freya comes to greet them and starts getting closer to Belle, but Hestia stops her and tells him that Freya is dangerous since she goes after every man she sees. Loki and Ais also arrive, but Hestia and Loki immediately start arguing with each other, and Loki notices Belle. She thinks there's nothing special about him, and notes that he's nothing compared to Ais, but Hestia disagrees and starts arguing with her again. After that, Belle heads to the balcony, where he thinks about how he's still uncomfortable in places like this, but he's surprised to see Cleo meeting with someone. Hermes joins him, and asks him why he became an adventurer, so he notes that his grandfather told him it would help him find a cute girl and everything he needs. Hermes asks him if he plans to dance tonight, but he reveals that he's never tried it, so Hermes tells him to follow his grandfather's words and get to know the girls there. Hermes asks Ais to dance with him, but before she can answer, he mentions that he needs to go somewhere else, but he can't leave her hanging. So he tells Belle to take his place, which shocks him, and Mayek notices that Belle has no clue how to ask Ais for a dance, so he shows him how to do it. Belle copies Mayek and asks Ais to dance with him, so she gladly accepts his offer, but they both have no idea how to dance. Takazuki and Makoto give him tips, and they start dancing properly, but Hestia and Loki start losing their minds, since their favorites are dancing with each other. But Asfi stops them from ruining the moment, and we learn that Hermes ordered her to do it. Ais mentions that it's the first time she's dancing, which surprises Belle, and she thanks him since she's having fun. Apollo suddenly approaches Belle, so Hestia steps in front of him, and Apollo tells her that their children got into a fight. She apologizes for what happened, but he demands compensation since his children got hurt, so she tells him that Belle also got injured. Apollo shows her one of his children, whose body is covered in bandages, and she asks Belle if he really beat him up that badly, so he assures her that he didn't do it. She thinks it's all a setup, so she tells Belle they should leave, but Apollo challenges her to a war game, telling her he'll take Belle from her if he wins. Apollo just can't let Hestia have a cute boy like Belle all to herself, so she calls him a pervert, but he reminds her that they used to be in love. She tells him to stop lying, because she rejected him and never looked back, and she refuses to accept his challenge, but he tells her to really think about it since she'll end up regretting it. The next day, Belle and Hestia leave the house, but they're suddenly attacked by a group of people who try to blow them up. Belle protects Hestia, and they're able to survive the explosion, but she tells him that the men belong to Apollo's familia. He can't believe that even though they didn't accept the war game, Apollo's familia still decided to attack them in the middle of the town, and two of them rush towards him. So he defeats them with his knife, and he uses the smoke as a cover to carry Hestia and run away. The men keep following them, so Hestia tells him to go to the guild, since they'll be safe there. They reach a dead end, so he tells her to hold onto him tightly, and as he jumps on top of a building, they end up running into Daphne and Cassandra. Daphne tells him there's no point in running, because once Apollo sets his eye on a child, he never lets them go, no matter how much they try to get away from him. She reveals that it's the same thing that happened to her and Cassandra, and she advises him to give up, since she doesn't want to hurt someone who's about to join their familia. He refuses to surrender, so she throws a knife at him, while her companions rush toward him, but he uses his firebolt to blow them away. Cassandra notes that they should leave him alone, since she had a prophetic dream, and she thinks something bad will happen if they keep following him, but Daphne tells her to stop being silly. Meanwhile, Wolf and Lily think something's wrong, since Belle is late for their meeting, and they hear people mentioning that the Apollo familia has attacked him. Ice receives the same report, but before she can do anything, Finn warns her against helping the Hestia familia. Belle and Hestia continue running away, and she apologizes for slowing him down, but he tells her it isn't her fault. He stops and defeats the men who are catching up to them, but he notices Cleo standing in front of him, and he immediately attacks Belle, who manages to block his attack, but he gets pushed back. Cleo is surprised that he made it that far, and Belle struggles to defend himself as Cleo continues to attack him. At the guild, Ina tells the guild master to stop the Apollo familia, since fighting isn't allowed in the town. But he notes that he can't do anything, because Apollo's familia will just pay the fines they'll get for their actions. Meanwhile, Cleo notes that he hates Belle, but he'll allow him to join their familia, since it's what Apollo wishes for. Belle rushes towards him, but he easily dodges his attack and slashes his chest, and Cleo kicks him while he's down. He doesn't understand what Apollo sees in Belle, and he decides to cut off Belle's arm, since it can be healed before he's given to Apollo. But a girl named Naza starts shooting arrows at him, allowing Belle and Hestia to get away. As they try to get to safety, they run into even more of Apollo's children, and one of them knocks Belle down with his lightning, but Makoto arrives with her party and starts fighting them. Welf and the others arrive as well, and Mayak uses a potion to heal Belle's injuries, but as he tries to help Makoto and the others, they tell him to get to safety and leave everything to them. He tries to get to the guild, but he runs into more enemies, so Lily and Welf decide to take care of them, telling Belle and Hestia to make sure they reach the guild. After they leave, Lily asks Welf if he'll be okay without Belle, but he assures her that there's nothing to worry about. Two of the enemies try to go after Belle, so Lily takes them out with her arrows, but she's shocked as a man named Xanis appears in front of her. Welf asks her why she isn't providing him backup, but she tells him she's going back to the Soma Familia, which confuses him. Meanwhile, as Hestia and Belle are hiding, Cleo tells them that no matter what they do, they'll never have a moment of rest. Hestia tells Belle that they can either fight an unwinnable battle, or leave Aurelio together, telling him she won't mind running away with him. She admits that she likes him, and wants to be with him forever, but he tells her that he only respects her, which makes her annoyed. The enemies find them, so Belle picks her up and runs away, but she's angry that they interrupted her when she was about to tell him how she feels. They go to the Apollo Familia's house, where Hestia takes a glove from one of his children and throws it at his face, telling him she's accepting his challenge to a war game, which makes everyone excited. After that, Wolf catches up to them and mentions that Lily was taken by the Soma Familia. But before Belle leaves to save her, Hestia tells him that she'll buy them time before the war game, so he needs to get stronger before it begins. Belle goes to meet Eyes, but the guards don't let him enter, since they think he's there to ask her to join his familia for the war game. Tiona arrives and grabs him by the collar, telling him to get lost, but it's all an act, and she secretly gives him a location, where he meets up with Eyes and Tiona. Eyes mentions that she has heard about the war game, and her familia thinks they shouldn't help him, but she believes that it's wrong to abandon him. He notes that he wants to win the war game, so he asks her to train him, and she and Tiona both agree to help him. We see Xanis taking Lily to meet Soma, and he mentions that she's agreed to serve their familia, but she asks for Soma's permission to leave them, which annoys Xanis. He tells her that if she wants to leave, she needs to pay them 10 million valis, which shocks her since she doesn't have that kind of money, but Soma doesn't care and tells him to handle everything. After that, Xanis throws her behind bars, and calls her stupid for trying to plead her case to Soma, since he's only worried about making alcohol. He reminds her that the only reason he stopped his troops from helping the Apollo Familia is because she agreed to come with him, which makes her wonder what he needs from her. He reveals that he knows about her rare transformation magic, since Soma told him everything about her, and he tells her she'll spend the rest of her life serving him. At the restaurant, Anya notes that Hestia didn't show up to the meeting where they were supposed to set the rules for the war game, which makes her wonder if they have run away. But Seer doesn't believe Belle will back out, and everyone hopes that she's right. Meanwhile, Hestia tells the others where Lily is being held, and she thinks they should attack it at night since it won't be guarded heavily during that time. Oka notes that she should spend her time thinking about how to win the war game, because even if they rescue Lily, she won't be allowed to fight for Hestia since she's from a different familia. But Hestia explains that Belle won't be able to fight at his full strength if he's worried about Lily, and she also promised him that she'll save her, so she can't go back on her word. At the meeting of the gods, Apollo is angry that Hestia hasn't shown up, so Takazuki and Mayak mention that she isn't feeling well, since he had his children chase her all over town. Loki wonders if she's planning on running away, so Apollo notes that he'll just tell the guild that Hestia has withdrawn, but she arrives at the last moment. He reminds her that he'll take Belle if he wins, while he'll accept any condition if she's the winner, and Loki tells them to choose the rules of their battle. Hestia proposes that they choose one representative from their familia to fight each other, but Apollo rejects the idea and calls her lazy for only having one member. He tells all the gods to submit their ideas so that they can select one at random, and they choose Hermes to be the one who picks out of the lottery. He ends up selecting the siege option, which shocks Hestia since it's the worst possible outcome for her. Hermes thinks it's extremely unfair, since Hestia only has Belle, so he notes that she should be allowed to select other people to fight for her, but Apollo is against the idea. Freya asks him if he's scared, and all the other gods start pressuring him, so he allows her to select only one helper, who must be from outside Aurario, which makes everyone think he's petty. After that, Hestia tells Takazuki and Mayak that she has someone in mind, but she needs to save Lily before she does anything. Meanwhile, Xanis tells Lily that he'll use her to earn a fortune, so she calls him greedy, but he thinks there's nothing wrong with it. He loves his familia, since his god doesn't care about his evil nature, so he can do anything he wants without getting punished. A man named Chandra reports that Hestia is attacking them, and Lily notes that she won't help him if he hurts Hestia. But he threatens to make her drink Soma's wine, which will make her addicted to it, and her addiction will turn her into an obedient slave. After he leaves, Chandra throws the keys to Lily, telling her he doesn't like Xanis, so she can do whatever she likes and he'll act like he didn't see anything. She gets out of jail and sees her friends fighting, so she tells them to leave, but Hestia refuses to go without rescuing her. She tells Lily she accepted the war game against the Apollo Familia, so Belle is working hard to get stronger, but he's only training since he believes that Lily will come back. She can't believe people are depending on someone like her, so she goes to Soma's room and asks him to end the fight, but he refuses to listen to her. He pours her a cup of his wine, and tells her that if she can drink it and say the same things, he'll listen to her request, so she drinks it, but she immediately gets drunk and falls to the ground. She's about to become completely addicted to it, but she remembers Belle, which makes her cry, and she once again asks Soma to end the fight. Xanis arrives and notes that Soma doesn't need to listen to her, but he tells Xanis to be silent and orders everyone to stop fighting. Xanas can't believe what he's seeing, since Soma never does anything, but he refuses to let Lily get away. He tries to attack her, but Naza shoots an arrow at his foot, while Welf rushes forward and uses his sword to knock him out. Before they go back, Lily asks Soma to let her leave his familia, so he agrees to her request, and Hestia makes her one of her children. He wonders if she's really a child he gave his blessing to, so Hestia mentions that Lily got stronger because he threw her out, and tells him to think about why she changed. Lily thanks everyone for rescuing her, but Mayak reminds her that the war game hasn't even started yet, and she knows that the Apollo Familia is much stronger than they are. The next day, Takazuki is anxious because even though he wants to help Hestia, he can't make that decision on his own, but Makoto arrives and asks for his permission to join Hestia's Familia. Welf asks the same thing from Hephaestus, who reminds him that his goal is to make weapons more powerful than the magic swords, but he thinks he can do it anywhere as long as he's passionate about it. He reminds her that she was the one who taught him that, and she wonders why he's willing to go that far, so he mentions that it's because of his friends. We see Hermes asking Rhea to help Hestia and Belle, since she's the only one who meets the requirements Apollo set, and he assures her that he'll make sure no one finds out who she is. Meanwhile, Belle is training with Eyes, but he still can't land a hit on her, and she tells him that fighting humans is completely different from hunting monsters. She notes that monsters are always serious, but humans will see the way he's fighting and react to it. So when someone thinks they've found an opening, it becomes easy to predict their next move, and she tells Belle that it's the reason why she can counter his attacks. After Belle returns from his training, Hestia sees him off to the war game, and as he's going through the city on a carriage, Cyr runs after him and gives him a good luck charm. Meanwhile, we see Cleo in the castle that has been chosen for the game, but he finds it boring that he needs to wait for the enemy to attack them. Cassandra tells Daphne about another one of her dreams, where she saw that the castle will fall, but Daphne isn't worried about it. She mentions that they can win the game by protecting their commander Cleo for 3 days, or by defeating the enemy commander. She thinks there's no way they can lose with such rules, but Cassandra still thinks they're all doomed. The next day, all the gods meet up to watch the war game, and Loki sees that everyone in the city is excited. So Hephaestus mentions that the war games are like an industry in Aurario, but she's sure that the children who were selected to fight hate it. Apollo arrives and asks Hestia if she has said her goodbyes to Belle, because after he wins, he plans to make her leave Earth. Asphi tells Hermes that the game is about to begin, so he uses his powers to start a live broadcast, which everyone in the city watches. At the castle, the Apollo Familia members think that since they have 3 days, the enemy won't attack them immediately, but they're surprised to see Ryu rushing towards them. She hits the castle with a wind blast, and the archers try to shoot her down, but she uses a magic sword to attack with fire. Apollo thinks their strategy is decent, but notes that he has 100 soldiers, while Hestia only has 5, so he thinks she doesn't stand a chance. Ryu keeps blasting the castle walls with her flames, so a boy named Luan tells the other members that Cleo is ordering 50 of them to go out and defeat her. They're surprised because it's half of their forces, but he notes that if fewer people went out to fight her, they would easily be defeated. As they go outside, Rhea hits them with her fire slash, but her magic sword reaches its limit, and it finally turns to dust. She uses her other sword to attack them with her lightning, but it also crumbles to pieces, and she takes out her wooden sword to fight them. One of them, named Lissos, notices that she's an elf, and he's annoyed that she's using magic swords, because it's what destroyed their village. But she explains that she doesn't care about it, as long as she can use it to help her friends. He tries to attack her, but she easily defeats him, so everyone becomes afraid of her, but they still try to attack. While everyone's distracted by Ryu, Makoto quickly gets inside the castle, where the archers try to shoot her down, but she blocks all of their arrows. She keeps moving forward, and as she comes across even more enemies, she uses her gravity spell to push them to the ground, which impresses everyone watching the fight. Hermes is surprised by how fast the Apollo Familia is reacting, which means someone must be telling them everything. But he mentions that even though information is key during a battle, it can also lead to defeat if it isn't true. Apollo is surprised to see Luan opening the gate, allowing Belle and Welf to enter, and we learn that Lily disguised herself to infiltrate the castle, while the real Luan was kidnapped by Mayak. Daphne realizes that the enemy has entered the castle, so she tells everyone to prepare for battle, and Belle appears in front of them. So the mages prepare to attack him, but Welf uses his skill to destroy all of their spells, and Belle manages to get past them. Daphne tries to go after him, but Welf stops her and challenges her to fight him. Meanwhile, Cassandra begs Cleo to escape, but he pushes her away, telling everyone to defeat Belle. But he orders them to make sure they don't kill him, since he wants to be the one to finish him off. We see Belle thinking about how he only made it that far because of his friends, and it's time for him to make sure their efforts aren't in vain. He uses his firebolt to destroy the ground of Cleo's room, and it blows up everything around him. Belle charges at Cleo, who tries to counter with his sword, but Belle dodges and breaks it in half. Cleo can't believe how much faster he has become, since he was nowhere near that level the last time they met, and he tries to hit Cleo again. But Cassandra suddenly grabs him, so Cleo uses the chance to throw a ring of light at him. He manages to dodge it, but it keeps following him, so he tries to stop it by burning it with his firebolt, but it hits him and blows him up. Everyone thinks the fight is over, but Belle stands up even though he's badly injured, and Cleo is amazed that he was able to survive his attack. He takes out his knife and rushes towards Belle to finish him off, but he suddenly remembers what I's told him. He kicks the knife out of Cleo's hand, and he manages to knock him out. So everyone celebrates as Belle wins the war game. Apollo can't believe what just happened, and Hestia reminds him that he agreed to do anything she wants if she won. So she notes that she'll take all of his properties, while his familia will split up, and she also banishes him from Aurario. After that, Belle and the others return to Hestia, who shows them Apollo's mansion, telling them it's where they'll be staying. But she notes that there's still a lot of work to do, and before doing anything else, she makes an emblem for their familia. Lily goes to meet Soma and thanks him for everything he's done for her, and as she's about to leave, he tells her to take care of herself, which brings her to tears. After that, Hestia takes her to their new home, where she raises a toast for winning the war game, and she also congratulates Belle for reaching level 3. They all think he should be their commander, so Hestia tells him to give a speech, but he just tells them how happy he is that they have joined his familia. They all mention how shocked they were when they first came there, since the whole house was filled with statues of Apollo. But Hestia notes that she remodeled the whole place thanks to the god of architecture, and reveals that she added the facilities they wanted, which makes them excited. Makoto goes to enjoy the bathhouse she requested, while Welf checks out his new workshop, but Lily thinks Hestia must have spent a lot of money on the renovations. So she notes that she wanted to make Welf and Makoto feel welcomed, since they decided to join her familia on their own. Belle is surprised by how big the house is, and Hestia wonders if they should hire maids, but she sees him fantasizing about them, so she changes her mind. Belle notices Cassandra and Daphne standing outside, so he asks them what's going on, and Cassandra mentions that she's looking for her pillow. He asks her if she knows where it is, and she reveals that she doesn't remember where she placed it, but she saw in a dream that it's in the house, so he goes to look for it. He manages to find it, so she thanks him for believing her, and she whispers something to Daphne, who notes that they'll be back tomorrow. They tell him Hestia is recruiting people for her familia, which shocks him, and he asks Hestia about it. So she explains that since their reputation is at an all-time high, they need to take advantage of it and recruit people, so they can become one of the top familia. The next day, all the people who are interested in joining them arrive at the house, which excites both Hestia and Belle. Lily starts making a list of people she should be worried about, and she rejects all the good-looking girls, since she can't risk Belle falling for them. Hestia thanks everyone for showing up, and notes that she'll conduct one-on-one interviews, but Makoto arrives with a debt slip, which shows that Hestia has 200 million in debt. She can't believe Makoto found it, and she tries to explain it to everyone, but they all immediately leave. Welf takes a look at the slip, and he notices that she owes 200 million to Hephaestus for making Belle's knife, and he can't believe that it's worth that much. She mentions that she forgot about the debt, since Hephaestus was deducting it from her paycheck, and she tries to laugh it off, but everyone is still annoyed at her. Welf notes that all they can do is take on more quests, but she refuses to let them help, since she wants to repay it herself. After Belle wakes up, Welf takes him to the bathhouse, where Hestia overhears their conversation, but Makoto and Lily also arrive, so she tells them to stay quiet. Belle thanks Welf for joining Hestia's familia, and he mentions that he never thought they would end up living together, because the first time he met Makoto, she led a group of monsters to attack them. But after that, she has been helping him at every turn, and he knows that he needs to thank everyone else as well. He thinks he would never have become an adventurer without Lily, while Hestia is the one who found him, so everything happening to him is a gift from her. He knows a few people call her useless, but she's the most important person in his life, and he considers her the best goddess. He feels like even though everyone else has been helping him, he hasn't been doing anything for them, but Welf assures him it isn't true, telling him it's their job to support each other. Hestia starts to cry and tries to go over to the men's side of the bath, but Makoto and Lily stop her, since she isn't wearing any clothes. At night, Hestia mentions that she was trying to show off earlier, but she can't pay off the debt on her own, so she asks everyone to help her, and they all agree to do their part. After that, Chigusa knocks on their door, so Makoto tells her to come in, but she says something to Makoto, which leaves her shocked. Makoto tells everyone she's going to bed early, but as she tries to sneak out, Belle and the others start following her, because they think she's been acting weird. She meets up with Chigusa, and they go to the pleasure quarter. Lily doesn't understand what Makoto is doing there, since it's the last place she would want to visit, while Belle is shocked seeing everything around him. As they keep moving forward, the women there try to get Belle to spend the night with them, but Lily makes sure no one can get to him. They notice Makoto and Chigusa being surrounded by men, but as they go to save them, a woman grabs Belle and separates him from the others. Welf and Lily save Makoto and Chigusa, and he reminds Makoto that they're in the same familia, so she should tell them everything. She notes that Chigusa told her one of their childhood friends might be working there, and they wanted to see her with their own eyes before discussing it with the others. Lily thinks it isn't a good idea to stay there, so they should leave immediately, but they're shocked when they realize that Belle isn't with them. We see that he's lost, and he starts walking around, but he's surprised as he runs into Hermes, who makes him promise never to tell anyone that he saw him there. He gives Belle an aphrodisiac as a reward, which shocks him, and he tries running after Hermes to give it back, but he almost runs into a woman named Aisha. She grabs and asks him if he wants to buy her for the night, but her friends recognize him, so she holds him close to her, telling them she found him first, and she won't let anyone else have him. He tries to tell them he's just looking for his friends, but they don't believe him because of the vial that Hermes gave him, which makes them think he's there to have fun. They take him into a building, where a goddess named Ishtar asks Aisha if she has found her prey for the night. But all the girls tell Ishtar to stop looking at him, since she'll end up charming and stealing him from them. She mentions that she has a guest coming, so she doesn't have time for inexperienced little boys, and he realizes that he's in the Ishtar Familia's house. He remembers the time Ina told him that the Ishtar Familia is one of the most powerful in Arario, but she also warned him to stay away from them. Aisha tells him that all the rooms are filled at the moment, so he needs to wait for a while, and he asks the girls if it isn't a problem that he belongs to another familia. They reveal that it happens every single night, telling him that the Amazons kidnap men and have their way with them, which makes him afraid of the girls. A huge woman named Fern also recognizes Belle, and she tries to have her way with him, but the rest of the girls stop her, since she'll end up ruining him. She thinks she's prettier than all of them, and Belle tries to escape while they're arguing, but they notice him, and note that whoever catches him first will win. He tells himself to make sure he doesn't get caught, or else he'll never return to his normal self, and he goes into a random room, where a girl named Haruhime welcomes him, thinking he's a customer. She takes him to a bed, so he tries to stop her, but they both end up falling down. She realizes that it's his first time, so she tells him to relax while she takes care of everything, but as she starts taking off his clothes, she can't believe she's seeing a man's body and falls unconscious. After she wakes up, she apologizes for thinking he's a customer, and he mentions that he's trying to get away from Aisha and her friends, but she thinks he can't escape since it's his first time there. She offers to show him a shortcut at dawn, but in exchange, she tells him to talk with her until it's time for him to go. She reveals that she's from the Far East, and after her family disowned her, she was bought by the Ishtar Familia, but she always wanted to come to Arario, since she's heard stories about it. We see Hermes delivering a box to Ishtar, who tells him to make sure no one knows about it, and he asks her what she plans on doing with it, so she notes that she'll just show him something interesting. She asks him if he has any more useful information, but he has nothing to tell her, so she takes off her clothes and turns off the lights. Meanwhile, Belle and Haruhime keep talking about the hero stories, and she wishes that a hero would come and take her away, but she knows that she doesn't deserve it. He tells her a hero will never ignore her, but she notes that she's someone who has sold her body for money, and she believes that a hero won't save a filthy girl like her. She thinks she lost the right to read the beautiful stories, since she's no longer pure, and she notes that it's time for him to go, so she thanks him for spending time with her. She shows him the road that will let him get out, and he starts running away, but Aisha notices her and tells her to go back inside. As everyone returns home, Hestia can't believe Belle spent a whole night in the pleasure quarter, and she thinks he must have done something wrong since she found the potion that Hermes gave him. But since he promised Hermes he wouldn't tell anyone about him, he just assures her that he didn't do anything. She believes him since she knows that he can't lie to her, but she's still angry at him, so she tells him to help the neighbors as a punishment. As Belle starts cleaning, he notices a few kids pretending to be heroes, which makes him remember Haruhime. Lily and the others come to help him, since they feel responsible for taking him to the pleasure quarter, and Makoto apologizes since it's all her fault. Belle asks her what she was doing there, so she explains that she was trying to find her friend, and he asks her if she's referring to Haruhime. She's sad to learn that Haruhime is really working in such a place, but Lily tells Belle that he shouldn't get any ideas about saving her, since it would put a burden on Hestia. Welf tells her she doesn't need to act like a villain, which makes her embarrassed, but he and Makoto also agree with her. We see Hermes begging Mia to deliver a message to Freya, since it's a life and death situation for Belle, and he tells her that Belle has caught Ishtar's eye. Seer overhears their conversation, and asks him if he was the one who sent Belle to the pleasure quarter, so he assures her that he did no such thing. Meanwhile, Belle goes to meet Ina, who notices that something's wrong with him, so he tells her everything that happened. She's shocked to learn about it, and yells at him to never go to such a place, but he asks her about the Ishtar Familia. So she reveals that they're high-ranked in both financial status and dungeon accomplishments, since most of the Amazons that fight are at least at level 3. Their captain Fern is a level 5 rank 1 adventurer, and Ina reveals that she almost beat Eyes, which shocks him, but she notes that it was a long time ago when Fern was much stronger. He asks her if she knows Aisha and Haruhime, and she reveals that she has heard about Aisha, but she has no idea who Haruhime is. Ina tells Belle that 5 years ago, the Ishtar Familia was accused of hiding the strength of their members, so the guild looked into it, but they didn't find anything. So Ishtar made sure her accusers were penalized, which led to a lot of familias being destroyed. She also made the guild pay a fine, and after that, the guild was put in a bad position, so they no longer had control over what happened in the pleasure quarter. He realizes that the Ishtar Familia is dangerous, and she tells him to stay away from them, since they're a lot scarier than they look. After Belle leaves, he goes to a library, where he reads a book about a hero who lost his dignity because of a woman of the night. But he regained his honor by eliminating her, which makes him remember what Haruhime said to him. In the pleasure quarter, Aisha notices that something's wrong with Haruhime, but she notes that she was just having a dream that will never come true. Aisha gives her candy from the Far East, so she thanks Aisha for always being kind to her, but she tells Haruhime she doesn't need to thank her for every small thing. Makoto suddenly appears in front of her and tries to talk to her, but Haruhime acts like she doesn't know Makoto. The next day, Makoto tells Belle what happened, and he asks her what Haruhime was like when they lived in the Far East, so she mentions that Haruhime is the reason she received Takazuki's divine blessing. She notes that she used to live with Chigusa and Oka in a shrine, while Haruhime lived in a mansion since she was a noble, and the first thing she ever asked her father was to give food to the shrine. It led to their first meeting, but she always looked lonely, so Takazuki decided to help her. Makoto also wished to remove her loneliness, so they started sneaking into her mansion to break her out every night, and she was happy to see that Haruhime was finally smiling. After that, they came to Aurario to make money, so they could send it back to the shrine, but Makoto heard a rumor that Haruhime was deceived by someone and sold to a slave trader. She starts to cry, since she wants to save Haruhime, so Belle decides to help her. They see Hermes listening to their conversation, so they tell him about Haruhime, and he advises them against breaking her out, because it will lead to a war. He explains that since she's a night worker, they can just buy her, but he mentions that it might be difficult if she's a fighter, since the Ishtar Familia won't let her go so easily. But Belle notes that she's a non-combatant, so Hermes tells them they can buy her for 2 to 3 million valis. He asks them to tell them more about her, so that he can ask Ishtar about it, but he's surprised when they mention that she's a Renard. He reveals that when he ran into Belle, he was delivering an item called the Killing Stone to Ishtar, but he refuses to tell them anything else. We see Ishtar telling her Familia members to kidnap Belle, and notes that even though Freya is interested in him, she never does anything. Ishtar tells Fern not to taste him, or else he'll become useless, and notes that the girls can do whatever they like after she's finished with him. She reminds them that the full moon is coming, so they'll perform the killing stone ritual, and she notes that they'll declare war on Freya when it's over. Ishtar thinks it's easier to provoke her if they have Bel with them, but tells the girls not to capture him in public, since she doesn't want the Freya familia to find out about it. Meanwhile, Bel and the others are busy defeating monsters in the dungeon, and Lily warns them that the pantry up ahead is full of starving monsters, but Makoto doesn't care. Welf notes that even though he was harsh on Bel earlier, he'll stand by him till the end, and Lily still doesn't agree with their plan, but she isn't against making money in the dungeon. Welf asks Bel if he found out anything about the killing stone, but he notes that even Hestia didn't have any information on it, and he wonders if it has something to do with Haruhime. We see that Fern and the others are also in the dungeon, and they think it's the perfect place to kidnap Bel, because no one will see them there. Bel and the others arrive at the pantry, but they're surprised by the number of monsters, and Lily tells everyone to stay together. Aisha suddenly pulls Bel away, and she starts attacking him, so he blocks her attacks, but she still manages to knock him down. Makoto suddenly comes to his rescue, but Aisha blows her away, and he tries to attack her, but she sends him flying into a wall. He dodges her attack and tries to counter, but she grabs onto him and drags his body across the wall. As he's lying on the ground, Fern arrives and knocks him out, while Haruhime falls to her knees after seeing him. As Bel wakes up, he finds himself being held captive, and he screams as he sees Fern approaching. We see Aisha telling everyone to find out where Fern is hiding Bel, but Haruhime overhears her, so she goes to see Makoto and gives her the keys to her cell. Bel tries to break free, but Fern licks his face and tells him that no one is coming to save him. She suddenly grabs him below the belt, but she's disappointed, so she goes to bring him medicine that will make him fall for her. After she leaves, Haruhime arrives and frees him, so he cries and hugs her, because he was scared for his life. Everyone else keeps looking for Bel, while Makoto uses a spell to find him, but she realizes that he isn't in her range. Meanwhile, as Fern returns to the room, she's angry that Bel is no longer there, and she knows that Haruhime is the one who set him free. Haruhime shows Bel a secret path to escape from the building, but he's worried about Makoto, so she tells him she already helped her escape. He knows she'll be in trouble if anyone finds out she helped him, but she mentions that Fern is already aware of it, since she's the only one who knows where the room is. She tells him he shouldn't worry about it, and notes that it's the last thing she'll ever do for herself, telling him the others will forgive her. He tells her they're planning to buy her, which makes her cry, and she's glad there are people who care about her, so she has no more regrets. Meanwhile, Lily tells everyone that she saw Amazons at the spot where Bel and Makoto went missing, and Chigusa thinks they were kidnapped since the girls didn't want them to buy Haruhime. But Lily can't imagine why a big familia like Ishtar would try to protect such a minor member, and Hestia remembers Bel asking her about the killing stone, which shocks Takazuki. He notes that it's a forbidden magic item used to seal the soul of a Renard, and mentions that it allows its user to use powerful Renard magic called Jujutsu. He adds that the stone is even stronger than a magic sword, since even its single fragment has power, and he tells them that after a Renard's soul is sealed, the killing stone breaks into pieces. But he explains that it can never be restored, so the soul is also lost, and he reveals that a ritual must be performed during the full moon to use it, which means everything will go down tonight. We see Haruhime telling Bel to run away after she takes him outside, and he's worried that something might happen to her. But she explains that she can't escape, since she's wearing a choker that gives her location to Ishtar. Makoto joins them, and we learn that she found out what the killing stone is for, so she calls Haruhime an idiot, and tries to tell her not to sacrifice herself, but Aisha suddenly takes her away. Bel asks her what they're after, so she reveals that they plan on starting a war with Freya's familia, and she knows that they can win thanks to Haruhime. But Bel doesn't understand how she can help them win, so Aisha reveals that she has the power to boost their level, and she's about to be sacrificed to make everyone stronger. Bel can't believe what he's hearing, and he asks her if they don't think it's wrong to use Haruhime like a tool. But Aisha warns him that if he tries to take her away, they won't hesitate to start a war with his familia. She reveals that she hated Haruhime when she first came to the pleasure quarter, because no matter what she did to her, Haruhime would always smile like she had already given up on everything. Aisha got so annoyed that she broke a precious stone to vent her frustration, but it ended with her getting beaten up by Fern, while Ishtar took advantage of her injured body. So after that, Aisha has never been able to defy anything Ishtar tells her, and she asks Bel why he isn't trying to get Haruhime back from her. She tells him he can't save her if he keeps worrying about everything, and notes that she can't let him have Haruhime because he's a coward who can't make a decision. As the other Amazons finally arrive, Haruhime holds Aisha in place and tells him to get away. But he's too shocked by Aisha's words to do anything, so Makoto grabs him and runs away with him, while the Amazons start following them. As Bel and Makoto are hiding, he keeps thinking about Haruhime, and he's angry at himself since he has no idea what to do. Meanwhile, Hestia and the others try to reach them, but the guards don't let them in because they're closed for the day. They realize that all of the entrances have been blocked, and it seems like instead of keeping people out, they're trying to make sure no one can escape. We see Fern yelling at everyone else, since they haven't found Bel, so Aisha reminds her that it's her fault for disobeying Ishtar's order. But Fern mentions that everything would have been okay if Haruhime hadn't interfered, and a girl named Samira tells them to calm down. She notes that they can just give Bel to Ishtar after the ritual is over, because he isn't strong enough to stop them, and she thinks they should just let him run for now. Meanwhile, Bel thinks about when Haruhime told him that a hero will never save someone like her, and he's annoyed since he thinks it isn't true, but he's surprised to see that his hand is glowing. Makoto returns after checking their surroundings, and she mentions that all of their pursuers have gone back, so it's the perfect time for them to escape, but he plans to save Haruhime instead. She reminds him of what will happen if he saves her, but he thinks Hestia and the others will understand, which makes Makoto cry, and she decides to help him. The Amazons who were following Bel return to Aisha, and they mention that they couldn't find him, so they think he may have already escaped, but she's sure he'll return to save Haruhime. Makoto notes that after she makes contact with Haruhime, she'll fire a flare to signal him, and notes that she'll use the green one if she's able to get her out. But she'll use the red one if she fails, and in that scenario, one of them needs to find the killing stone and destroy it. After that, Bel rushes towards the front gate and breaks through it using his firebolt. He spams it to get rid of the Amazons, but Hestia and the others hear the commotion, so they attack the guards and break in as well. While everyone is distracted by Bel, Makoto holds a needle to one of the Amazons, and after she gets Haruhime's location, she knocks her out. Fern tells everyone that Bel has returned, so Samira needs to start the ritual, and she takes Aisha with her to fight him. Bel keeps running around their home, and he attacks everyone he sees with his firebolt, but he ends up running into Fern, who starts throwing her axes at him. He tries to hit her with his firebolt, but it has no effect on her, and she sends him flying through a door. The Amazons are about to attack him, but Ishtar tells them to stop, and orders them to go to the ritual site. Bel asks her why Haruhime needs to die, which makes her laugh, since she didn't think he would have the courage to talk about another woman in her presence. She notes that she'll use Haruhime to rank up all of her children, so that they can defeat Freya's familia, and Ishtar reveals that she hates Freya, since all the men think she's the most beautiful woman. Bel wonders why she trained Haruhime if she planned to sacrifice her from the beginning, but she doesn't think there's anything wrong with it, and tells him she doesn't have time to argue with him. One of her men named Tammuz holds Bel to the ground, and she mentions that he's at level 4, so Bel won't be able to get away from him. She takes off her clothes, which makes him embarrassed, and he tries to look away, but Tammuz forces him to look at her. He still closes his eyes and tells her to put on her clothes, which confuses her, since he should have already been charmed by her. She takes a look at his back, and she's shocked to see the skill that crystallizes emotions, which means divine charms won't work on him. He gets away from Tammuz, and she tells him to make sure Bel doesn't escape, so Tammuz runs after him. Meanwhile, as Haruhime is being taken to the ritual site, Makoto comes to her rescue, but Haruhime reminds her that if she tries to save her, it will lead to another war. She doesn't understand why Haruhime has already given up, and Makoto notes that if she just asks Bel for help, he'll never let her go. She starts to cry, and notes that she's someone who has sold her body to men she doesn't even like, so she can't forgive herself for it, and thinks she has no right to ask anyone for help. A group of Amazons arrive, and one of them hits Makoto with her blade, so she jumps off the tower to escape, and fires the red flare to let Bel know that she failed. They finally start the ritual, and as Samira is about to stab Haruhime, Makoto once again comes to her rescue. She tells Makoto to leave, but she refuses to go back without Haruhime, so Samira decides to take care of her. She rushes towards Makoto and starts beating her up, and she's surprised by how strong Samira is, since she wasn't expecting a level 3 to be so powerful. A girl reports to Fern that Belle has escaped, so she yells at him to come out, or else his friend will be killed, but Makoto tells him to stay hidden. Samira shows Makoto that the ritual has already started, which makes her remember the time Takazuki told her that ninjas don't play fair, but they're always loyal. He knows that it isn't her style, but thinks she can still become the greatest ninja if she has something to protect. She grabs onto Samira, who starts beating her up, but Makoto refuses to let go, and Samira is shocked as Makoto's body starts glowing. She discharges her magic, which blows everyone away, and as she falls down the tower, she yells at Belle to save Haruhime. He finally shows himself, so Fern orders one of the girls to eliminate Haruhime, but he manages to disarm her, and shatters the killing stone into pieces. Meanwhile, Ishtar is shocked to see that the pleasure quarter is on fire, because Freya's familia has launched an attack, and Freya tells everyone to do their jobs, while she leaves to talk with Ishtar. At the ritual site, Belle tells the Amazons to let Haruhime go, since the killing stone has been destroyed, but Fern notes that they'll just find another stone. Haruhime tells him to leave, since she doesn't want to be a burden on anyone, but he thinks the heroes they believe in would never abandon her. She starts to cry, and notes that she's a filthy person who doesn't deserve to be saved, but he tells her she has done nothing she should be embarrassed about. He explains that a person should only feel ashamed when they don't have the will to take action, and notes that she never tells him what she truly wants. But Fern hits the ground to blow him away, and tells Haruhime to boost her level. She starts using her spell, but instead of applying it to Fern, she uses it on Belle and tells him to save her, since she doesn't want to die. Fern hits her in anger, so Belle starts attacking her, but she notes that increasing his level won't help him, and they appear to be evenly matched. The other girls are distracted by what's going on in the city, so Aisha tells them to run away, since they've been attacked by Freya, and she knows that they can't win without the killing stone. We see Freya's familia members telling Ada they won't help Belle, but he doesn't care as long as they cut off Ishtar's escape route. As they keep moving forward, he sees Makoto lying on the ground, so he uses a healing potion on her. Meanwhile, Hestia and the others are surprised since they haven't run into anyone, but a girl suddenly attacks them. She knocks Welf down, but before she can finish him off, a man named Alan, who belongs to the Freya familia, stabs her with his spear and tells Welf to get lost. At the ritual site, Belle and Fern keep fighting each other, and as she blows him away, she notes that Haruhime will forever be with them, but he mentions that she isn't a tool. He grabs a sword and uses it to scratch her face, which makes her lose her mind, and she tries to crush him with her axe. He manages to dodge it, but it shatters the ground, and he rushes towards her, so she tries to block his attack, but she ends up falling down as the floor collapses. As Fern gets out of the debris, she notices that the city is on fire, and she's shocked as Ada appears in front of her. She tries to attack him, but he crushes her hand, so she begs him to spare her life. She offers her body to him, telling him she's just as beautiful as Freya, but he becomes furious at the comparison to his goddess, and he crushes her head. Meanwhile, as Makoto wakes up, she sees that she's being carried by Takazuki, and they tell her they still haven't found Belle, so she tells them to go to the Hanging Garden. At the ritual site, Aisha tells Belle that she can't just let him take Haruhime, because leaving a familia comes with a price. She notes that even if he can save her, another familia will hear about her powers, and he'll end up going through everything he's experiencing once again, but he doesn't care. As they prepare to fight, Belle waits until the level boost spell runs out to attack her, and she thinks he's stupid, but she still likes his character. We see Ishtar trying to escape, but she runs into Freya, so she tells the Amazons to attack her, but Freya instantly charms them. Ishtar is shocked seeing this, and she apologizes for kidnapping Belle, but Freya notes that she can't forgive her for her actions, since she won't let anyone have him. Hermes looks at the burning city with Asfi, and he thinks it's all his fault, since he was the one who told Ishtar about Belle, but he never thought it would lead to such a conclusion. Asfi asks him what his goal is, so he notes that he'll accomplish what even Zeus failed to do, by making Belle the last hero. Belle continues fighting Aisha, who mentions that people like him make her blood run hot, and she manages to slash his face, but he almost lands a hit on her as well. They both use their spells on their swords, and as she takes a swing, the shockwave from her attack almost blows him away. But he manages to block it, and both of their swords are broken into pieces. They charge at each other, but Bel covers his fist with his firebolt, and he manages to blow her away. Meanwhile, Ishtar keeps running away from Freya, and she runs into a dead end, but she notices Tammuz sneaking up on Freya, so she tries to distract her. She tells Freya that divine charms don't work on Bel, but it makes her want him even more, and Tammuz lunges at her, but she instantly charms him as well. Ishtar can't believe she charmed her man, and she wonders if Freya is really more beautiful than her, but she notes the difference between the two of them is elegance. Ishtar starts to lose it, and tries to attack Freya, but she slaps her and pushes her off the building. A pillar of light appears, and Hestia tells everyone that Ishtar is being summoned back to heaven, so she'll never be able to return to Earth. Bel is surprised to see the light, and he notices that Freya is watching him, but she just tells him something and leaves. As Haruhime wakes up, Bel notes that he came to save her, and breaks the choker on her neck. She calls him her hero, and Hestia arrives with the others, while Makoto mentions that she's glad Haruhime is okay. We see the god Ares, who leads an army from the kingdom of Rakia to attack Aurario, but Gareth from the Loki Familia smashes the ground, which creates a shockwave that blasts them away. Meanwhile, Aisha says goodbye to Haruhime, who thanks her for everything she's done, but she tells Haruhime to stop saying such things, because it's making her feel sad. She plans to head to Rakia's army, and Welf mentions that even though their army is huge in number, they all consist of normal soldiers, so they're no match for high-level adventurers. As Aisha is about to leave, she tells Haruhime to do whatever she wants, because she's finally free, and she warns Bel that if something happens to her, she'll make him regret it. Samira is surprised that Haruhime still believes she was a real night worker, because in reality, she passed out every time she saw a man, so nothing really happened to her. After that, Bel meets with Hermes and thanks him for the information he gave them, but he notes that Bel is the hero who saved Haruhime. He tells Bel about the 3 great quests, which involve defeating 3 ancient monsters, and he notes that it's the reason why everyone's waiting for a hero. He reveals that Zeus and Hera's Familias worked together to fight the 3 monsters, and they were able to defeat 2 of them. But they were wiped out before they could eliminate the last one, which is known as the Black Dragon. Bel is surprised because he thought the Black Dragon was just a legend, but Hermes notes that it's real, and he tells Bel that any one of the adventurers in Aurario has the chance to become a hero. On the battlefield, Ares wonders why they're losing, so his advisor Marius notes that it's because the adventurers are insanely strong, and he thinks they should just retreat. Ares trips him and notes that his father does whatever he says, so Marius mentions that it's the reason why his father is called the Moron King, since he doesn't call Ares out for his dumb ideas. Meanwhile, as Bel returns to the house, he sees Haruhime doing everyone's laundry, so he offers to help her. She tries to stop him, refuses to listen and ends up grabbing her underwear, which makes them both embarrassed. Hestia notices them, and notes that the boys and girls in her Familia aren't allowed to touch each other, so Haruhime tries to use her tail to grab his hand, but Hestia stops her from doing that as well. After that, Lily argues with Hestia about her new rule, since it will be difficult to fight in the dungeons if they can't touch each other, so Hestia tells Lily it's her job as a supporter to find a way around it. Lily tells her that if she really plans to enforce the rule, she'll also be forbidden from touching Bel, but she notes that she's a goddess, so she needs to touch him to update his status. As they continue to argue with each other, Hestia finally backs down, but notes that flirting isn't allowed. Makoto asks her if her rule applies to the gods as well, and Welf notes that he's pretty close with Hephaestus, so she tells them that love between a child and a god is always welcome. Lily thinks she's being ridiculous that only gods can date mortals, but they can't date each other, so Hestia tells her to just forget about everything. She asks Bel what he would do if a goddess confessed her love to him, and he notes that he would reject her, since he wouldn't feel worthy of her love, so Hestia becomes upset and runs off. He doesn't understand what he did wrong, and Lily mentions that if he really meant what he said, it would also apply to adventurers and supporters. She explains that if a person couldn't be with the one they love because of who they are, it would make them extremely sad, so he goes to look for Hestia. We return to the battlefield, where we see people from Aurario trying to sell their items to the injured soldiers, while Aisha is looking for a man worthy of her time. Ares realizes that they can't win a straight-on fight, so he decides to kidnap a god from Aurario and make them surrender, which shocks Marius. But before he can stop Ares, he runs off and tells Marius to follow him. Meanwhile, as Bel is looking for Hestia, he runs into Mayak and Hephaestus, and he asks them if they have seen her, but they have no idea where she is. They notice that something's wrong with him, so he asks them if gods can fall in love with humans, and Mayak notes that it's happened before. Bel doesn't understand how that works, since they're completely different from each other, but they wonder what he's afraid of. They mention that if a goddess confesses her love to him, he shouldn't run away from her, and still respect her even if he loves someone else. Hestia is still angry at Bel, thinking that he doesn't need to be so formal with her. A woman notices Hestia and asks her to gather ingredients for her, which annoys her since she's a goddess. But she still decides to help the woman, and she starts looking for the ingredients, but she runs into Ganesha, who lets her out the front gate. We see Ares and Marius trying to sneak into Aurelio, and Ares thinks their disguise is perfect, but Marius tells him to stop being loud. He notes that their disguise isn't that amazing, since they're just wearing a cloak, and Ares reveals that he plans to kidnap a god from the streets. Marius can't believe how stupid he is, but he notices Hestia walking past him, so he just grabs her and runs away. The whole town starts to panic, and Bel notices Eyes, who tells him that Hestia has been kidnapped. Loki is annoyed at Ganesha, since he was the one who let her out of the front gate, so she kicks him away. Eyes asks Finn if the pursuit team has any information, but he mentions that the enemy has split into multiple units, which are fleeing in different directions. They have no idea what to do, since they don't know much about the terrain outside Aurelio, but Eyes decides to go look for her. Bel wants to join her, and Loki is against the idea, since she thinks he'll just slow Eyes down, but he refuses to just sit back while his goddess is in trouble. Finn notes that if they just go out blindly, they won't be able to achieve anything, but Hermes suddenly appears, and he mentions that Asphi can help them locate Hestia. As they start their rescue mission, Asphi flies into the sky, and tells Eyes and Bel where to go. They catch up to Ares in no time, and he tries to attack Eyes with his sword, but she breaks it in half, and he's surprised that she was able to do that. She ends up getting surrounded, so Asphi tries to help her, but Marius grabs her leg with his chain and tells the archers to shoot her down. Hestia manages to break free while they're fighting, but she falls down a cliff, so Bel and Eyes jump after her. As Hestia wakes up, she sees Bel sitting beside her, and she asks him where they are, so he notes that they're staying at the mayor's house in a mountain village. He tells her that Eyes saved both of them from the water, and Hestia asks him about Eyes, so he mentions that she went to see whether the Recap army is still coming after them. The mayor, Karm, appears with his daughter Rena, so Hestia thanks them for their help, and she asks for his permission to stay there for a while longer, so he tells her he has no problem with it. Eyes returns and notes that even though she didn't find Asphi or the Recap army, she still thinks they should stay there for a while, and Bel agrees with her, but he blushes as he sees her dry off her hair. Meanwhile, we see that Karm is in bad health, so Rena takes care of him, and he's happy that he has a kind daughter, but he tells her to rest since she needs to take care of Hestia. The next day, Rena brings tea for Hestia and Bel, and she mentions that a festival is taking place in the town to pray for a good harvest, so Hestia tells Bel to help them. As he's about to leave, he runs into Eyes, and he tells her she looks great in her new clothes, but she asks him where he's going, so he notes that he'll help the villagers prepare for the festival. After that, a villager is surprised by how beautiful Eyes is, and he wonders if all the girls in Aurelio are like her, so Bel mentions that everyone has their own charm. As he walks around the village, he notices something strange, so a villager tells him it's a scale from the Black Dragon. She reveals that there are 10 of them, and we learn that the villagers pray to the scales, because they scare the monsters away. The villagers note that it's the only reason why they can live in peace, and they don't know what they'll do when the Black Dragon is defeated. But Bel is surprised that they think the Black Dragon is the one bringing them peace, because the legends mention that it will destroy the world. As he's about to leave, he sees Eyes standing in front of a scale, but she has an angry look on her face. As Bel returns to the house, he sees Karm standing beside Hestia while she's sleeping, and he tells Bel he wants to talk to him. So they go to another room, where Karm shows Bel an emblem, and reveals that he was once a child of a goddess, but he couldn't save her. After she died while saving him from a group of monsters, she was called back to heaven, and he thought about ending his life and following her. But he couldn't bring himself to waste the life she gave him, so he came to the village and never got married. He mentions that Rena is his adopted daughter, and Bel becomes worried when he starts coughing, but he assures Bel that he's fine, and tells him to protect Hestia, so that he won't have any regrets. As Hestia wakes up, she feels less tired than before, but she decides to stay in bed because Belle will keep taking care of her. Ais brings her dinner since Belle is talking with Carm, so Hestia thanks her for her help and asks her what she thinks of Belle. So she notes that he's like a rabbit, and Hestia is happy that she doesn't seem to like him. After that, they go to the festival, where the villagers start doing the harvest dance. They tell Hestia that if an unmarried man asks a girl for a dance, it means he likes her, and if the girl accepts his offer, they end up becoming lovers. They want Hestia to dance as well, so she tells Belle to ask her for a dance, and promises to forget about why she was angry with him if he does what he's told. So he agrees to do it, but she tells him to ask her like he did with Ais, so he invites her to dance with him, which makes her happy. As they're dancing, he thinks about how she's the most important thing in his life, but he doesn't know how much time they'll be able to spend together. Rena suddenly arrives, and she takes them back to Carm, who looks like he's about to die. As he looks at Hestia, he remembers his goddess Brigid, which surprises her, because they used to be best friends. He's worried that he won't be able to see Brigid after he goes to heaven, so Hestia assures him that she'll find him, and he starts crying since he sees Brigid in her. After Carm passes away, Belle asks Hestia if Carm will be able to find Brigid, but she thinks it will be difficult, because when souls return to heaven, they're restored to a pure white state. So they forget everything and return to the lower world, and she asks him if he doesn't think a human and a god should fall in love with each other. So he notes that humans have a limited lifespan, while gods live forever, and he doesn't want them to deal with the pain of losing someone they love. She tells him he doesn't need to think about it, because no matter how old he gets, she'll always be with him, which makes him cry. She notes that even if death tears them apart, she will still find him no matter how long it takes, so he doesn't need to be afraid of falling in love with her. The next day, they visit Carm's grave, and they decide to leave the village. But Belle wants to return when he has the chance, and Ais tells him to bring her as well, but Hestia gets jealous and tells her to stay away from him. We see a monster running away from a group of adventurers, but Belle runs into her, and he's surprised to see her crying. Another monster suddenly attacks them, but Belle protects the girl and cuts the monster down. But the adventurers arrive, and they ask him if he's seen the girl. He hides her with his cloak, so they end up ignoring him and move on. Welf and the others catch up to him, and they ask him about the girl, but he thinks they should go back to the 18th floor first. After that, Lily asks Belle about the girl, who accidentally trips and reveals her face, and everyone's shocked that she's a monster. They prepare to attack her, but Belle stops them, so Lily tells him that no matter how beautiful she looks, she's still an enemy of humanity. He mentions that he found her crying on the 19th floor, so he wants to help her, but Lily notes that if anyone finds out they're sheltering a monster, it will be the end of their familia. He still refuses to let the girl go, so everyone backs down, and he mentions that he plans to take her to their home, since she'll be hunted if they leave her in the dungeon. Meanwhile, a man named Fels tells the god Aranos that a monster with intelligence has made contact with Belle. He asks Aranos what he plans to do, saying the Hestia Familia has become popular in the town, so he notes that he wants to see if they can become a ray of hope for the people. At the Hestia Familia's house, Hestia is shocked to see the girl, since she has never heard of a monster that can talk. She allows the girl to stay with them, because Hestia can see how scared she is, and Welf tells Belle to name her since he's the one who brought her back, but they don't like his suggestions, so Hestia names her Winnie instead, but reminds them that she's still a monster. Hestia notes that they should ask around, since they need to gather information about what's happening in the dungeon, but she tells them to make sure no one becomes suspicious of them. After that, Makoto tells everything to Takazuki and Mayak, but they have never heard about a talking monster, and Takazuki asks her how she feels about Winnie. So she notes that even though Winnie looks like a normal girl, she's still scared of her since she's a monster. Meanwhile, an elven kid goes to a bar to gather information on Winnie, and the bartender knows nothing about her, but a girl named Mal mentions that she knows who the kid is talking about. The kid pays for the info, so she reveals that there have been reports of voices coming from the dungeon, even when there are no adventurers around. She notes that there's another group looking into talking monsters, but she doesn't know who they are, and the kid decides to leave, but Mal starts following her. At the house, Haruhime gives a food basket to Winnie, and as she takes a bite of the onigiri, she's surprised by how delicious it is. Haruhime is happy to see that she likes the food, and she tries to pet Winnie, but she dodges her hand. She asks Belle if he likes the food as well, but when she grabs his arm and tries to play with him, she ends up scratching him with her claws. She can't believe that she hurt him, but he calms her down and tells her it's okay. At night, Hestia comes home and asks everyone if they learned anything useful, but they tell her they don't have any good leads. As they all have dinner together, Winnie praises Makoto for her cooking, which makes her blush. Lily reminds her that Winnie is still a monster, so she shouldn't let her guard down, but Hestia notes that they shouldn't worry about it. After finishing dinner, Welf cuts Winnie's nails, and she touches Belle's face to make sure she can't hurt him anymore, but Lily is jealous since he appears to be happy when he's with her. As they prepare to go to sleep, Haruhime tells Makoto she feels the same way as Belle, since she doesn't want to abandon Winnie. But Makoto has no idea how she really feels, because even though Winnie is a monster, she doesn't seem much different from them. Lily tells Welf they're in a dangerous situation, since it's something even the gods have no idea about, and she thinks they can't trust Winnie, because she will always be a monster. Hestia and Winnie sleep beside Belle, who asks Winnie where she came from, but she tells him she has no idea. She reveals that she always has a dream where she's attacking people, and no matter how much she screams for help, no one comes to her aid. Meanwhile, a group reports to Hermes that they've found the smuggled monsters, and Mao mentions that she came across an elven kid who was asking about a talking monster. She tried to follow her, but ended up losing her scent, and Hermes thinks Aranos has put them in a terrible situation, revealing that he's the client they're working for. We see a man named Dex, who yells at the adventurers who were following Winnie since they failed to capture her. We learn that she's a rare species that's worth a lot of money, and he tells them to go back and find her so that they can make a fortune by selling her. He asks his god Icaros to help them, because he can find out if someone's hiding Winnie, and Icaros agrees to help them since it will cure his boredom. At the Hestia Familia's house, Hestia tells everyone that they need to go to the dungeon to get information about Winnie, and notes that the only place that can tell them about her is the guild. But she explains that they can't be seen digging around, because if they get caught, it will put their familia's standing in danger. Welf notes that they can't leave the house defenseless, so they go to see Ryu, and tell her they need her help to complete a quest. She refuses to help them since she needs to fulfill her duties at the restaurant, but Aisha arrives and agrees to go with them. She notes that in exchange for her help, Belle needs to spend the night with her, but Ryu splits them up and tells her to get away from him. They both start arguing with each other, and Ryu ends up deciding to go with him since she needs to make sure Aisha doesn't do anything to him. As they fight monsters in the dungeon, Belle is amazed by how strong Aisha is, and she reveals that she started training after he defeated her. A wolf jumps toward Belle, and Ryu defeats it, but another monster knocks him down, and it's about to attack him again, but Ryu finishes it off. She wonders what's wrong with him, since a monster of that level shouldn't be a problem for him, and Aisha tells him to get his act together, because he's making her lose interest in him. They reach the 18th floor, but Aisha and Ryu wonder where Belle and Welf are, because they went to exchange the items for cash, but they never came back. Belle wonders if they should have said something before they left, but Welf mentions that if Aisha and Ryu were with them, it would only cause problems for them. They go to where Belle found Winnie, but as they look around, they run into another talking monster, who asks them if they were the ones who kidnapped her family. She wonders if they can coexist, and notes that she wants to enjoy the sunlight instead of spending her life in the abyss. But she suddenly disappears and leaves behind her feathers, which shocks Belle and Welf, and they wonder if she's just like Winnie. As they return to the others, they run into Dex and his men, and one of them mentions that Belle was there when they were trying to capture Winnie, so Dex decides to investigate him. Belle and his friends get out of the dungeon, and Aisha wonders what he did while he was away, but she knows that it's sometimes better to leave things the way they are. Ryu tells Belle to talk to her if something's bothering him, and Lily wonders what happened, because he and Welf have been acting weird ever since they came back from the 19th floor. But Welf tells her to wait until they get back to Hestia, since he still hasn't processed what they saw, while Belle asks them to leave him alone for a while. As Belle walks around the city, he runs into Icaros, who asks Belle if he's seen a talking monster. He's shocked that Icaros knows about it, and he keeps bothering Belle about it, but Hermes arrives and tells Belle to leave, since he needs to talk to Icaros. Hermes asks him if he's involved with the monster smuggling issue, because even though he doesn't want to accuse a friend from heaven, there are rumors that Icaros was a part of the dark faction called Evelis. But he assures Hermes that it's fake news, and he wonders if Icaros is responsible for all the unusual monsters spreading in Aurario, but he just laughs and tells Hermes he has nothing to do with it. He notes that the children in his familia don't respect him, which is why they have him running their errands, so Hermes mentions that it's a god's job to keep a tight hold on their familia's reign. Icaros notes that he doesn't care as long as they entertain him, and he mentions that even if he returns to heaven, his children will form a contract with a new god and continue what they're doing. He tells Hermes to use his children who are hiding there to keep following him, because it's more fun that way, and Hermes notes that he doesn't like him. Meanwhile, Haruhime is playing hide and seek with Winnie, and as she goes to hide, she overhears Welf telling Hestia that they found another monster who can talk. Lily notes that they can't keep sheltering Winnie, because if anyone finds out about her, they will never believe that she's harmless since she's a monster. Winnie decides to run away after hearing their thoughts about her, and as Belle returns, Hestia tells him what happened, so he goes to look for her. Winnie walks through the city, and she sees a girl about to be crushed by falling boxes, so she uses her wing to save her, but the girl is scared seeing a monster. Everyone starts throwing stones at her, so Belle tries to stop them, but Welf holds him back, because they will get into trouble if he saves her in front of everyone. He still decides to help her, but before he can get to her, the elven kid who was asking about talking monsters saves her, and she tells him to go to the secret room in the cellar. They realize the elf was Lily, so they go to their old house to meet up with them, and Winnie wonders if it's bad for her to be with Belle, but she cries when he doesn't say anything. Everyone who saw Winnie goes to the guild and tells them to catch her, while the guild master gives Ina an envelope to deliver to Belle, and notes that he's giving the Hestia Familia a mission. She gives the message to Belle, and explains that missions are compulsory tasks given by the guild, so he can't refuse them. As he opens the envelope, he's shocked to see that their mission is to take Winnie to the 20th floor, and Ina notices that something is wrong with him. So she tells him to ask for her advice if he needs help, but he just gets up and leaves. Belle tells the others about the mission, but Lily wonders why the guild isn't doing anything, even though they know about Winnie. Welf isn't sure if they can make it to the 20th floor, so Lily notes that they will meet the criteria to enter it if Haruhime boosts their level, and Belle apologizes for causing problems for everyone. Haruhime tells him he shouldn't feel regret about saving Winnie, reminding him that he also saved her, and the others note that they will support him no matter what. He tells Winnie about the mission, and even though she's scared, she agrees to go with him, since she thinks she'll be fine if she's with them. They go to the dungeon, where they reach the entrance to the 19th floor after getting through the monsters, and Lily tells everyone their roles, but Winnie is still afraid to continue moving forward. Meanwhile, Hestia meets with Fels, who takes her through a secret passage to meet Oranos. He reveals that he was the one who gave them the mission, so she asks him if Belle and the others are safe, but he can't guarantee their safety since anything can happen in the dungeon. She knows that he called her there because of Winnie, and she asks him what his intentions are, so he mentions that he already plans to tell her everything. As Belle and his friends reach the 20th floor, the monsters try to attack Winnie, so he tells her to stay behind him, and Welf cuts them down. But they see another wave of monsters approaching, and they end up getting surrounded, so Lily uses a magic sword to blow away the monsters. She apologizes for using one of the swords, but Welf notes that if she didn't do anything, they would have been in serious trouble. Makoto realizes that the monsters are targeting Winnie, but Belle tells her not to worry, since he'll make sure Winnie is safe. They reach the area mentioned in their mission, but they're surprised to see that it's empty, and they wonder what the guild is planning to make them do. Winnie hears a song, and Belle hears it as well, but she thinks it's calling for someone, so they decide to follow it. Welf breaks a crystal with his sword, and as they go into a cave, Makoto asks Lily where they are. She explains that she doesn't know since the area isn't on the map, but Belle's hands start to shake, and he asks Makoto if there are monsters around them. So she notes that she can't detect anything, but he knows that they're being watched, so they prepare for a fight. They see a lizard man standing in front of them, and he rushes towards them, so Belle blocks his attack, but it makes him drop the light he was carrying, and the lizard man destroys it. Lily lights up their surroundings, but they're shocked to see that they're surrounded by monsters, who plan to attack Winnie. They start fighting the monsters, while Belle is occupied with the lizard man, but he gets distracted as he sees Winnie being attacked, and the lizard man sends him flying into a wall. He notices that Belle is worried about Winnie, so he rushes towards her, but Welf and Makoto block his attack. While he's busy fighting them, Belle uses his Argonaut skill to send him flying. The lizard man named Lid starts to laugh because he has never seen adventurers like them before, and the monster girl named Ray notes that she knew they were different from the other humans. Lid reveals that they were just testing them and explains that they wanted to know the kind of people they are, since they were the ones who took Winnie. Meanwhile, Oranos tells Hestia that the guild doesn't know when the talking monsters came into existence, but ever since they found out about them, they have been helping them out. She's surprised to learn about this, and he mentions that the goal of their mission is to deliver Winnie to her comrades, so he thinks Belle should already be in their village. In the dungeon, Lid introduces himself, and he offers a handshake to Belle, which scares him, but he decides to accept it after looking at Winnie. All the other monsters start gathering around him to introduce themselves, and one of them grabs his face, which makes them laugh. Ray asks Winnie for her name, and tells her she doesn't need to worry about anything, since no one will hurt her there. Belle asks them who they are, so they reveal that they're called the Xenos, while Oranos tells Hestia that her familia will act as the bridge that will help humanity and monsters coexist. The Xenos prepare a feast for Belle and the others, but they still can't believe what they're seeing, since they never thought they could be friends with monsters. Ray tells Belle to eat up, saying they have gathered rare ingredients that can't be found on the surface, and as Belle takes a bite, he's surprised by how delicious it is. He asks Lid where they got their equipment from, so he reveals that they took it from the adventurers who attacked them, and thinks it's the same as when humans take items from the monsters they defeat. One of them, named Grows, tells Lid to stop being friendly with the humans, since they can't be trusted, but Lid reminds him that they were the ones who had been protecting Winnie. He apologizes to Belle, and notes that they have a lot going on, revealing that they were nervous when they heard that humans were going to visit them. Welf asks him if the guild really knows about them, so he reveals that the guild has been helping them for a long time, but Oranos is the god who has done a lot for them. He reveals that the mission they accepted was set up by Oranos, and after hearing about Belle and the others, Lid started to hope that something might change. Meanwhile, Hestia can't believe Oranos is thinking about monsters and humans living with each other, so he mentions that the Xenos don't attack simply based on instinct like the other monsters. They want to go to the surface and learn more about humans, but since they're different, the other monsters attack them in the labyrinth, so he can't just sit back and let them get hurt. She knows that he plans to use her familia to make the people see value in coexisting with monsters, and she understands why he's doing that. But she mentions that if their position is exposed, her familia will lose its place in the town, and the Xenos will be stuck in the dungeon. She wonders if they and Hermes are the only ones who know what's going on, but he notes that Ganesha also knows about the Xenos. He mentions that Ganesha hosts the monsterphilia, so that the people will feel more comfortable around monsters, and Oranos had to explain everything to him to gain his help. We see Asphi reporting to Hermes that she lost track of Icaros's children, and she mentions that Dex is their captain. She notes that he was said to be at level 4 10 years ago, and Hermes tells her to keep a lookout on the middle floors, since he thinks they'll try something. A member of Icaros's familia named Gran is angry that they couldn't follow Belle, since he would have led them to the monster's nest. But Dex notes that there's nothing they could have done, since it took everything they had to lose the Hermes familia members watching them. They're worried that if people find out they've been smuggling monsters, they will need to deal with the guild as well, but Dex mentions that they can't quit doing something they enjoy. In the dungeon, Fels meets up with everyone and reveals that his duty is to handle communication between Oranos and the Xenos, which is why he's been watching Belle and the others for the past few days. Lily asks him if he's a monster, so he takes off his robe, and they're shocked to see that he's a skeleton. Lid reveals that he's a sage, which shocks Lily even more, since there's only one person who succeeded in making the Philosopher's Stone and gaining eternal life. Fels reveals that he's the remains of that sage, and notes that in search of infinite wisdom, he created a secret formula to attain eternal life, and ended up becoming a ghost. He notes that he made contact with the Xenos 15 years ago, and they made a community to make sure they can live together safely in the dungeon. But Lily wonders if the room gives birth to new monsters, so Lid notes that it doesn't, because it's an unexplored territory that the adventurers don't know about. Fels mentions that there are 40 Xenos there, and Lid notes that even though he's their leader, a newcomer who just joined them has become stronger than him. Lily wonders why Fels and the others support the Xenos, and notes that they're already strong enough to live safely in the dungeon, so she thinks they don't need help. Ray reveals that their goal is to go to the surface, and Lid notes that he has a dream where he sees the sunset, even though he has never seen it before. The dream makes him think that in his previous life, he might have lived somewhere where he could see the sky, and he mentions that the monsters who know how to speak were able to learn the language quickly, like they're remembering something they already know. And Fels mentions that all of them have different feelings in their hearts, but the only thing they have in common is their wish to go to the surface and learn about humans. Lid knows that they're outcasts who are supposed to live in the shadows, since they're hated by both humans and monsters, and he thinks their mother created the place they're staying in. Welf wonders who he's referring to, so Ray tells him they consider the dungeon as their mother, since it gave birth to them, and Lid notes that they're glad to find Belle and the others, since they were the first people to accept their existence. Meanwhile, Hestia asks Aranos if he knows why the Xenos are being born, so he reveals that after a monster dies, its spirit returns to the labyrinth, where it ends up getting reborn. He has no proof of that theory, but he's confident that it's true, and he thinks that after being reborn countless times, their souls are finally trying to change. As Belle and the others prepare to leave the dungeon, Lid eats a monster's magic stone, and notes that they also eliminate monsters who attack them, since they don't listen to reason. So Belle shouldn't feel bad about killing monsters, and Winnie tries to go with him, but Lid stops her, and Ray tells her she'll only cause trouble if she's with him. So she needs to stay with the rest of her kind, since no one will hurt her there, which makes her cry, while Belle assures her that they'll meet again. After that, the Xenos decide to change their location, and one of them, named Renia, scolds Winnie for making them late. She doesn't understand why they need to change villages, so they mention that it's to make sure they don't get caught, and they explain that if they stay in one place for too long, they will run out of food. Winnie starts to remember Makoto's cooking, but Renia tells her to forget about Belle and his friends, and notes that she doesn't know how cruel humans are. Winnie suddenly hears someone crying for help, so they go to check it out, and Gross tells them to wait for his group, but Renia decides to rush in to make sure they aren't late. They see an injured monster chained to a tree, and it turns out to be a trap set by Dex and his men. One of the monsters rushes towards him, but Gran cuts him down. They start to clash with each other, but the monsters are no match for the Icaros Familia, and most of them get taken out. One of the monsters causes trouble for the Familia, so Dex steps in to fight it, dodging the monster's attack and stabbing it in the back. Winnie rushes towards him, which distracts Renia, and Gran uses the chance to cut her, while Dex hits Winnie as well. Renia tries to do something with her webs, but Dex stops her, and he thinks that if they take her with them, she'll just cause problems, so he tells his men to finish her off. A few of them get his permission to have their way with her first, but as they get close to her, she sprays them all with poison. They get angry and stab her with a sword, but she starts to laugh, saying she'll never let people like them do anything to her. She stabs herself and destroys her magic stone, while Dex eliminates the monster they used to bait everyone, but Groz arrives after they leave, and he swears to get revenge. Meanwhile, Belle goes to the dungeon, and as a monster attacks him, he recalls how Lid told him he shouldn't hesitate to eliminate them, so he stabs it with his knife. He knows that monsters attack humans, so he shouldn't feel bad about killing them, but he still doesn't think it justifies ending their lives. He runs into Eyes, and we see that they're being watched by Fels, who tells Aranos that the Icaros Familia's children didn't pass through the Babel Tower. So they're either still in the dungeon, or there must be another way to get out of the dungeon that they don't know about. Aranos asks him how the Xenos are doing, so he mentions that they're relocating to a different village, but the crystal he gave to Lid suddenly stops responding. In the dungeon, Lid asks Groz why he broke the crystal, since it was their only way to communicate with Fels, but Groz notes that they don't need Fels to give them orders. He mentions that he saw what the humans did to Renia and the others, so he'll avenge their deaths, and eliminate anyone who gets in his way. Lid tries to convince him that not all humans are evil, but Groz tells him to stop being naive, because no matter what he thinks about Belle and the others, they'll still end up betraying them. We see Belle asking Eyes what she would do if she found out that monsters have feelings just like humans, so she notes that she'd still take them out if they made anyone cry. An alarm starts going off around the city, and a girl announces that a group of armed monsters has attacked the 18th floor, so all the Familias are given the mission to stop them. But she suddenly receives a notification from the guild, so she tells everyone to stand by in their homes, since they aren't allowed to enter the dungeon. The guildmaster wonders why Aranos wants them to leave the monsters alone, so he explains that if they really wanted to come to the surface, they would have already broken through the tower. He also thinks that if all the familias are ordered to go to the dungeon, it will cause even more confusion, so the mission to stop the monsters will only be given to the Ganesha familia. He orders Fels to go to the dungeon, and notes that Belle will also accompany them, since the situation will reveal the truth about him. At the guild, Ina tells Belle that the monsters who attacked the 18th floor were armed, and that the Ganesha familia has been tasked to take care of them. So she tells him to go home, but Misha tells her that he's being summoned by Aranos. We see that Beta is annoyed since they have been ordered to stand by, while the Ganesha familia takes care of everything. But Finn thinks they will eventually need to help, since the situation appears to be serious. Meanwhile, Hestia and the others are worried about Belle, since he never returned from the dungeon. They get a message from the guild, which tells them to stay on the surface, and they're surprised to learn that Belle will join the suppression team in the dungeon. Fels takes Belle to meet Aranos, and on their way, he reveals that the monsters that attacked the 18th floor are still there, but he'll secretly put Belle on the team tasked to stop them. Hermes is also worried about Belle, since everything will be ruined if something goes wrong, so he tells Asfi to go to the 18th floor and observe the situation. Meanwhile, Aisha tells Ryu that Belle was chosen to go to the dungeon, but Ryu wonders why she's giving her information, so Aisha notes that it's because she knows Ryu doesn't want him to get hurt. She wonders how Aisha knows what's happening, so she reveals that after Ishtar was defeated, she joined the Hermes Familia. She notes that the Icaros Familia is also involved with this situation, and there are rumors that they're connected to Evelus, so Ryu decides to go to the dungeon. We see Gran telling Dex that armed monsters have attacked the 18th floor, so he realizes that the Xenos are looking for them, but he wonders why their god hasn't returned yet. Outside the dungeon, the suppression team learns that their goal is to tame the monsters, so they aren't allowed to kill them, and we see that they're all ready for action. In the dungeon, Groz beats up an adventurer and asks him where he's hiding his family, so the adventurer notes that he doesn't know anything. But Groz knows that he's lying, since he can smell Renia's poison on him, and he once again asks the man to reveal everything he knows. So he tells Groz where Winnie and the others are being kept, and Groz leaves to look for it, but the man knows that he won't be able to get in. Belle and the others notice a group of armed monsters going east, so their commander Shakti splits them into two groups. The first group will check if there are any survivors on the 18th floor, while the other group will face the monsters, but as she charges in with her men, she reminds them to capture the monsters alive. The two forces clash, but Aisha notices that the Ganesha Familia is losing, and Ryu decides to help them, since she has lost sight of Belle. She plans to look for him while she's fighting, and Aisha decides to help her, so Asfi tells them to at least stay invisible, but they don't listen to her. During the battle, Belle runs into Lid, and they escape to the woods, so that they can talk in private. Lid tells him that they attacked the 18th floor, because their comrades were killed by poachers, who took Winnie and the others with them. He notes that even though he tried to stop Groz's group from doing anything, he isn't different from them, since he also wants to get revenge. Belle offers to help him, but Lid tells him to forget about them, since he'll be in trouble if someone sees him talking to a monster. Belle refuses to listen to him, so Lid becomes upset and lets out a roar, but Ryu arrives and drives him away. She tells Belle to come with her, but he explains that he needs to go after Lid, so she tries to convince him to return to the surface. But she realizes that he has already made up his mind, so she gives him a bag of items, which he can use when he gets into trouble. Meanwhile, Groz tells Lid that they still haven't found their kin, but Dex tells Gran to open the door, because he plans to finish the hunt. Belle tries to look for Lid, but Fels interrupts him and takes him to where the Xenos should be, but they realize that there's nobody there. An item that Ryu gave him starts glowing, and Fels uses it to find the door, but as they move forward, they run into a wall made out of orichalcum, which is the strongest refined metal. They know that there's no way to break through it, and they once again use the item to open the gate, but they see a sign on the wall that reads Daedalus. Outside the dungeon, Hestia and the others are annoyed that they aren't allowed to go in, and they think about looking for the hideout of the poachers, but they have no idea where to find it. Lily takes all of them to see Xanus, and she knows that he used to sell monsters, so she asks him where they can find the poachers, and he tells them they'll find their answers on Daedalus Street. Meanwhile, Fels notes that the place they're in is the work of the master craftsman Daedalus, who also made the Babel Tower in Daedalus Street. He mentions that they've been looking for another way to get into the dungeon for a long time, and he's glad that they've finally found it. Lid and the others find the Xenos that were captured, and as they try to free everyone, Dex praises them for making it so far. They're about to start fighting, but Bell and Fels suddenly arrive, which surprises Dex, because he didn't tell Gran to let anyone else in. But they notice that Fels is holding the key to the entrance, and he knows that the man-made labyrinth is the work of Daedalus, but he wonders what Dex and the others are doing there. Dex notes that it's a project that has been passed down for generations, and since he's a descendant of Daedalus, they can't blame him for what he's doing. Bell is confused by what he's saying, so he takes off his glasses and reveals his eyes, saying it's proof that he's a descendant of Daedalus. We see Hermes talking to Icaros, who reveals that Daedalus made sure that only his descendants could enter his work, by making their eyes act like keys. Dex mentions that when the gods first came to Earth, Oranos gave Daedalus his divine blessing, and after he made Babel, all the gods praised him for his work. But he ended up going insane after he saw the dungeon, because it was something beyond human knowledge. Fels knows that after Daedalus was called a freak, he suddenly disappeared, but Fels wonders why that happened. So Dex reveals that he made the labyrinth they're standing in, which is called the Gnosis, because he wanted to make something even greater than the dungeon. He mentions that even though the labyrinth is still incomplete, Daedalus forced it upon his descendants, so they've been building it for the last 1,000 years, but they've only reached the middle levels of the dungeon. Fels realizes that they've been selling Xenos to make money, since they needed funds to continue working on the Gnosis, but Groz tells Dex that no matter what he says, he'll still pay for his actions. The Xenos prepare to attack him, but a huge amount of dark energy comes out of his body, and they start attacking each other, which confuses Bell. So Fels reveals that Dex is using a curse, and explains that the only reason they haven't been affected is because of his robe. Lid tries to attack Bell, but Fels blows him away, and he tells Bell to attack Dex, since everyone will return to normal if he takes him down. Dex thinks Bell doesn't stand a chance against him, since he's already at level 5, but Fels notes that casting a curse comes with a collateral. So Dex must already be paying the price for using it, and Bell isn't sure if he can defeat him, but he jumps forward to try anyway. Dex tells Bell that Fels was right, because his status has fallen after casting the curse, but he still comes after Bell. He kicks Bell and knocks him down, telling him that his spear also has a curse, which prevents wounds from healing. He notes that all of Daedalus's descendants dedicate their lives to completing the labyrinth, since their blood keeps telling them to do it, and he reveals that he hates the labyrinth, but he can't do anything about it. He mentions that even diving into the dungeon and defeating all the monsters couldn't satisfy him, but everything changed when he found the Xenos, because unlike normal monsters, they cry and beg for their lives. He realized that if he humiliates the Xenos, it will satisfy all of his urges, but Bell can't believe his reason for everything he's doing is something so stupid. He starts to attack Bell, and tells him to take back his words, because he has no idea what Daedalus's curse does to him. We see that Shakti and the others have captured all the Xenos except for Rey, and she plans to join the other group after she takes care of everything, but a Minotaur named Asterius sends her flying into a tree. He defeats everyone else except for Ryu, who stabs him with her sword, but he blows her away, and he's about to finish her off, but he suddenly hears a sound and decides to leave. Meanwhile, Dex knocks Bell down, and he notes that even though the Xenos can speak, it isn't wrong to eliminate them since they're still monsters. Bell tries to convince him they're just like humans, but Dex hits him and thinks he has lost his mind, so he wants to bring him back to his senses. He tells Bell to follow him, and takes him to where Winnie is being held, so Bell tries to save her. But Dex takes out the crystal in her forehead, which makes her lose control, and she transforms into a real monster. She immediately attacks Bell, so Dex asks him if he can still say she's similar to a human, but he gets back up and tries to get close to her. She continues to attack him, but he endures all of her blows, and grabs her hand to calm her down, which makes her cry. She throws him away and starts losing her mind, so he tries to get to her, but Dex stops him and starts attacking him. He tells Bell that his knife was made to kill monsters, so he should never try to save them, but he notes that he'll save anyone who asks for his help, and it doesn't matter if they're a human or a monster. He breaks Dex's spear in half, but he takes out his knife and continues to attack Bell, telling him he's a hypocrite since it's impossible to save both humans and monsters. Dex is about to land the final blow, but Lid slashes his back, and Dex is surprised that he has come to his senses, even though the curse is still active. Dex's men are worried about him, and Fels attacks them to stop them from interfering, so Gran orders the others to deal with him while he tries to help Dex. but Grows suddenly slashes his face, and he realizes that the monsters are attacking his comrades. Lid and Belle start landing hits on Dex, and Belle sends him flying into the wall as everyone realizes that the monsters are back to normal. Lid thinks it's finally over, but Dex gets back up, and they realize that he released the curse to get his status back to its true level. Lid tries to attack him, but Dex tells him to stop and threatens to destroy Winnie's crystal. He throws it away to distract them, so Belle dives to catch it, but Dex casts his curse on Winnie and makes her head toward the surface by showing her illusions of Belle. They know that if she reaches the surface, the people there won't hesitate to kill her, so Dex tells them to go after her instead of worrying about him. He manages to get away, and Belle runs to stop Winnie, while Fels chases after him to heal his wounds. Ray and the others arrive, and she thinks it's too reckless for them to chase after Dex, since they're in his territory, and Lid notes that they should help Belle save Winnie. Grows decides to go with him, so Lid asks him if he's finally ready to admit there are humans who are different, but Grows still can't bring himself to trust them. Meanwhile, Fels heals Belle's injuries, and we see Gran looking for Dex since he's badly injured, so he needs someone to help him. Outside the dungeon, Hestia and the others go to Daedalus Street, but they're having a hard time finding anything because the layout is too confusing. They suddenly hear people screaming, and as they go to check it out, they see that Winnie is the one causing all the commotion. She tries to attack Haruhime, but Belle comes to her rescue and tells her to stay back. He thinks about what he should do, but he's shocked as the Loki Familia arrives, and they stab Winnie with a spear. Finn tells them to eliminate her, since she doesn't have a stone on her body, while Belle starts to lose his mind, as he thinks about what Dex said to him. But he forces himself to stand in front of Winnie to protect her, which confuses everyone. In the dungeon, Dex is annoyed at Belle and the Xenos, and he vows to eliminate them, but he runs into Asterius, who finishes him off. Meanwhile, as Beta prepares to attack Winnie, Belle notes that she's his prey, so he won't let anyone interfere. She starts running away, while Iz mentions that the adventurers aren't allowed to take someone else's prey, but Beta notes that it's a rule for when they're in a dungeon. Finn tells them to go after Winnie, but before they can do anything, Grows and the others suddenly arrive. So Finn orders everyone to try and capture them without killing, but he tells Iz to stay back, since he's getting a strange feeling. Beta attacks Grows and sends him flying into a wall, while Tioni fights Lid, who's surprised by how strong she is. But he knows that he can't afford to be beaten, and he knocks the sword out of her hand, but she grabs his head and smashes him to the ground. Fels knows that he needs to do something, or else everything they worked for will be destroyed, so he summons a golem to fight the Loki Familia, but Tiana easily destroys it. Fels realizes they're in trouble, but Gareth suddenly arrives and takes away Icaros, since he's the one behind everything. Fels thanks Hermes for his help, since he's the reason why Icaros was captured, and he tells Fels to help Belle, but he notes that he's worried about the Xenos. Meanwhile, Lily stops Welf from fighting, because if he's also seen protecting monsters, it will be the end of their familia. Asterius suddenly comes out of the dungeon, and he lets out a howl, which sends shockwaves all around town. He sends Beta flying into a wall, and Tioni tries to fight him, but he punches her away. Tiona manages to keep up with him, and Beta attacks him from behind, but he blows both of them away. Tioni starts landing punches on him, but Welf notices that he's smiling, and he takes out a magic sword, so Welf tells everyone to run away. It summons lightning to attack Beta and the others, so Reveria makes a barrier to protect them, but they're still left paralyzed. Finn realizes that they can't capture Asterius alive, so he tells Iz to take care of him, and she immediately cuts off one of his arms. As they fight, Makoto is amazed by how strong Iz is, but Asterius manages to land a hit on her, and Reveria is surprised that he can keep up with Iz. She tries to stab his head, but he uses his horn to defend himself, and her hand suddenly starts to shake. Gareth tells her to stay back, since he can't let her deal with such a dangerous opponent while her hand is shaking, and Finn also joins the fight. But before they can do anything, Mal throws smoke bombs everywhere, which allows the Xenos to escape. We see that Belle is still trying to stop Winnie, but they run into a group of adventurers, who hit her with an arrow, so he uses his firebolt to attack them. They end up luring Winnie into a trap, where the mages attack her with lightning, so Belle tries to save her. But before he can do anything, Gran throws a spear that impales her body, and the ground underneath their feet suddenly collapses. As they're falling, Gran celebrates since he was able to kill Winnie, but Grows lands on him and crushes him. Belle tries to save Winnie by putting the crystal back in her forehead, but he's shocked to see that she's turning to dust. She comes back to her senses and notes that in her dream, no one ever came to rescue her, but she's glad that Belle tried to save her. He starts crying as her body disappears, but Fels arrives and uses a spell that creates a pillar of light, which is seen by everyone in Arario. He manages to revive Winnie, which makes Belle cry tears of joy, and Fels mentions that it's the first time in 800 years that he has successfully used that spell. Fels thanks Belle for saving the Xenos, but he's still bothered by Dex calling him a hypocrite, and Fels thinks people like Belle are the ones who deserve to be heroes. He mentions that the people in the past also showed kindness to the Xenos, but there has never been someone like Belle, who rushes to their aid without caring for his own safety. He calls Belle a fool, but tells him not to change, since he believes that it's his irreplaceable quality. After that, Belle runs into Ina, who asks him if he really made a selfish decision that put everyone in danger. He confirms her suspicions, so she slaps him for being dumb, but is glad that he's okay. After Icaros is cast out of Arario, Hermes tells Oranos that the people have started to calm down, since they think the Icaros Familia was behind everything. But Oranos mentions that nothing has been resolved, and notes that the Xenos are hiding under Daedalus Street, since they haven't found a way to go back to the dungeon. Hermes reveals that with Icaros gone, people are pointing their blame towards Belle, so Oranos realizes that he has become a target for everyone. As Haruhime and Makoto return home after buying groceries, they mention that Belle's actions have had a bad effect on their Familia's standing, since people were giving them weird looks. Hermes comes to meet Belle, and he's surprised to see how well Belle is doing, considering that he's the most disliked person in Arario. Hermes notes that the Xenos still need their help, since all the Familia are looking for them, and they have no way to get back to the dungeon. Hestia proposes that they tell the Loki Familia everything, and ask them to just let the Xenos go back, but Hermes doesn't think that would work. He explains that even if Loki agrees to help them, her children will never show mercy to monsters, and he mentions that Finn wishes to restore his people to glory, so he'll never do anything to jeopardize his goal. After that, Belle and Hestia go to Daedalus Street, and as the people start yelling at Belle, Hestia notes that he did everything for her sake, so they should blame her for what happened. They run into Eyes, and Hestia is surprised to see Loki, who tells Eyes to go to see Finn. Loki starts to bother Belle, and asks him what it's like to be cursed by the same people who used to cheer for him, so Hestia tells her to stay away from him. He later runs into Seer, who's glad to see that he's okay, since she hasn't seen him around for quite a while, and he apologizes for making her worry. They go to a park, where Belle is surprised that Seer hasn't asked him about anything, so she notes that she'll wait until he's ready to talk about it. She tells him to stop carrying all the burden on his own, because he has great Familia members who can help him, but he feels bad since he decided on his own, and it has put everyone in trouble. She puts his head on her lap, telling him to stop being worried, and she mentions that she likes him because of the way he keeps running. Meanwhile, Hermes tells Oranos that the Xenos are about to make their move, and they will most likely go to Belle for help. But Oranos notes that the Loki Familia is guarding Gnosis' gate, so a frontal assault won't be successful. Hermes reveals that he has Daedalus' notes, which he got from Icaros, and they contain the blueprints of the Gnosis. He promises to take care of everything, but notes that he needs compensation for his work, asking Oranos what he thinks about his proposal. We see Asfi asking Ryu to help them, and she promises to give her any information that she has on Evolus in return. Aisha still can't accept the fact that they need to save monsters, but Asfi notes that it's what their client is telling them to do, and she mentions that Belle is also helping the Xenos. Hephaestus, Mike and Takazuki also don't know if it's right to help the Xenos, but they know that no matter what they think, they can't let the current situation keep getting worse. At the Hestia Familia's house, they get a message from Fels, who tells them to go to the hidden door in Daedalus Street, which leads to the Gnosis. Hestia notes that they need to choose whether they will help the Xenos and live as outcasts, or refuse to help them and wait for their lives to go back to normal, but Belle mentions that he has already decided to save them. He tells them they don't need to follow him, but Welf thinks they should choose the third option, where they help the Xenos return to the dungeon, and do their jobs so well that no one will criticize them. He shows them a magic sword he made, and notes that there are 3 more in his workshop, while everyone tells Belle that he shouldn't feel alone, since they always plan to help him. Meanwhile, Fels tells the Xenos that Belle and the others have agreed to help them, and he mentions that all they need to do is get into the Gnosis, since they're the only ones who have the key to open its door. Groz is worried about their comrades who have been separated from them, so Fels mentions that they will give them a signal when the operation begins. He reveals that they will use Belle as a decoy, but they don't agree with his plan, so he explains that Belle is the only one they can use to distract the adventurers, since he's been getting a lot of attention from everyone. Lid still doesn't feel good about causing trouble for Belle, and Winnie mentions that Haruhime taught her that when someone shows them kindness, they should pay them back by helping them when they're in trouble. Fels contacts Belle and the others using a crystal, and Hestia notes that there are 6 entrances to the Gnosis, but the Loki Familia has only made 4 defense teams, which means they have only found 4 doors. They still don't know the doors where the Loki Familia's forces are deployed, and Fels mentions that they don't have the time to investigate it, so they will deal with the situation as they proceed with their plan. Lily notes that fighting with the Loki Familia is inevitable, and Fels mentions that even though it's true, they still want to keep the fighting to a minimum, which is why they gave Belle an important role. Meanwhile, Finn tells everyone that Belle will be used as a decoy, so they should pay attention to the places where he can't be found, and he notes that if Asterius appears, defeating him will become their first priority. Hermes thinks about how even though Fels is a sage, he still won't be able to outsmart Finn, so the most important part of their operation is Belle. At the guild, Ina is annoyed that Belle hasn't come to see her, and she wonders what she means to him, because he's the first man she cried in front of. She decides to look for him, but ends up running into Hermes, who becomes scared as he sees the look on her face, and he offers to tell her where she can find Belle in exchange for a favor. Meanwhile, Finn wonders which door the Xenos will go to, and a girl reports that Belle has appeared in the southeast district. So if their theory is correct, the Xenos will go to another district, but there's no guarantee that it will happen. Ice offers to keep a watch on Belle, but Finn isn't sure about it, since she has supported him in the past, so she assures Finn that she'll stop Belle if he tries anything strange. We see Belle walking in Daedalus Street, and Hestia contacts him using one of Fels's crystals, telling him all the residents in the area have been evacuated, so they will go through with their plan. Haruhime gives directions to Welf and Makoto using the crystal, and Hestia is glad that Aranos gave them Daedalus's notes, since it has made it easier for them to know where to go. Belle knows that he needs to distract the adventurers, but he's surprised to see that Aiz is the only one keeping watch on him, and he's about to tell Hestia about it, but Naza appears in front of him. He doesn't understand what she's doing there, so she reveals that Mayak ordered her to help him without asking questions, and she tells him to stop acting like they aren't friends, which makes him cry. She pats his head to calm him down, and as she leaves after taking something from him, Aisha and Ryu arrive. Ryu notes that they have come to help him, and Aisha mentions that they'll do anything he needs them to do. But as he's talking with them, Aiz is surprised to see that he's meeting with a lot of girls. Aisha suddenly grabs him and tells him she expects to be paid after everything is over, but Ryu tells her to let him go and starts attacking her. As they leave, Belle notices that Aiz is still staring at him, but he's shocked as Ina arrives, and she mentions that she got tired of waiting for him to come see her. He apologizes to her and explains that he didn't know how to face her, but she notes that he should have still contacted her. She thinks she's just a convenient woman to him, whom he only sees when he needs something, and she refuses to let him go until he tells her everything, but Aiz wonders if he's a delinquent, since he's only meeting with girls. Meanwhile, Welf and Makoto find Lid and the others, and Winnie wonders if Belle is okay, so Groz tells her to have faith in him. Lid climbs out of their hiding spot and lets out a howl, which is heard by everyone, so the other Xenos respond to it, and even though they don't hear Asterius, they're sure that he'll be able to reach them. The adventurers start looking for the Xenos, so Lily transforms into one of them to distract everyone, and they're about to catch her, but she heads to an alley and returns to her original form. Belle hears all the commotion, so he apologizes to Ina and runs away, while Aiz and the other adventurers start following him. He turns invisible to throw them off, while Naza uses the item that she took from him to make everyone see illusions of him, but Aiz can still sense him. She tries to follow him, but she's interrupted by Ryu, who wants to spar with her, and Haruhime wonders if she'll be okay. So Hestia notes that Ryu will be able to hold off Aiz, thanks to Haruhime's level boosting spell. Hestia tells Belle to keep distracting the adventurers, but we see Finn telling everyone to ignore him and keep their formations. He knows that the monsters are in a huge group and thinks they still haven't been found because they're using a magic item, but he considers that they might have someone with them who knows the area. One of the Loki Familia members named Nord wonders if they should stay in their position, but Finn tells his group to go to the center of the town since the monsters have appeared there. Nord tells him about the 4 doors that they're guarding, but it turns out that it was Lily disguised as Finn, and she reports the information to Hestia, who tells Fels to go towards the west door. The Xenos finally show themselves, and Finn wonders why Nord and his group left their positions, so he notes that it was Finn who told them to leave, which makes him realize they were deceived. But he sees the area where the monsters are running to, which makes him wonder if there's a door he doesn't know about. The adventurers start attacking the Xenos, and Groz blocks a fireball from hitting Winnie, while Ray attacks them with her feathers. Welf and Makoto notice that the archers are about to open fire, so they use a magic sword to freeze them, and the Xenos keep running towards their goal. The adventurers shoot fireballs at them, so Welf makes an ice wall to block their attacks, but Gareth suddenly arrives and smashes the ground. Everyone gets blown away, but Welf freezes his feet and tells everyone to go ahead, and Gareth realizes that they're about to escape, so he prepares to swing his axe. But Makoto freezes his arms as well, and he has no idea where they're attacking from since they're invisible. He manages to break through the ice, and we see that Winnie has been separated from everyone else, so Haruhime goes to help her. Hestia tells Belle about the situation, and we see that Winnie is trying to find the others, but she ends up running into Tiana. She tries to run away, and Tiana tells her she's just wasting her time, but Winnie still manages to get away from her, so the other adventurers start looking for her as well. Belle runs into Haruhime, so he picks her up and makes her turn invisible as well, since they can't afford to be seen by anyone. We see Makoto and Welf as they keep trying to freeze Gareth using their magic swords, but they can't stop him no matter what they do. He throws his axe towards Makoto, who turns visible as she gets hit, so Welf becomes worried for her safety. Gareth swings his axe and breaks Welf's magic sword, forcing him to reveal himself. But a girl named Tsubaki arrives and starts attacking Gareth while Welf sees an opening. So he uses his last magic sword to freeze Gareth with a huge ice wall, but she tells Welf that it won't be able to hold him for long. Meanwhile, Tiana manages to find Winnie, but they notice that a girl is about to be crushed by the falling debris, so Winnie quickly takes out her wings and saves her. Tiana catches up to her, but she can't bring herself to take down Winnie because she just saw her save the girl, so she tells her to run away. Winnie runs into Belle and Haruhime, but they see that Bella is about to find them, so Haruhime steps out and pretends that she was alone. Belle and Winnie decide to run away while he's distracted, but he refuses to believe Haruhime, and he knocks her to the ground, since he knows that she won't get out of his way. Aisha arrives to stop him, and Haruhime uses her level boosting spell on her, but she's still no match for him. Haruhime starts to cry, so Aisha assures her that she'll be okay, and she tells Haruhime to go ahead without worrying about her. Meanwhile, Hestia tells Belle to hurry up, or else it will be too late to meet up with Fels, but they end up running into Eyes. He tries to convince her to let them go, but she takes out her sword to attack him, and wonders what he'll say when Winnie goes on another rampage. He realizes that she won't let them go, so he starts pushing her back, and she's surprised by how much stronger he's become, but she mentions that she can't hold back against him anymore. She rushes towards him and kicks him to the ground, so he uses his firebolt to break the ceiling, and he runs away with Winnie while she's distracted. They reach the place where Belle fought against a monster to save Hestia, and he shows Winnie a secret path she can use to get away, telling her to listen to Hestia while he stays back to fight Eyes. As Eyes arrives, she tells him to get out of the way, but he refuses to cooperate, so they both take out their weapons and start fighting. Winnie tells Hestia she doesn't want to say goodbye to Belle, and she starts to cry, saying he's always risking himself for her sake, but she has never done anything for him. Hestia mentions that he never abandons his family, and he won't let anything happen to Winnie, since he also thinks of her as part of his family. She wants to go back to him, so Hestia asks her if she's prepared to die, but she notes that she doesn't care what happens, and she'll do anything it takes to save him. Eyes manages to disarm Belle, but he dodges her attack and uses his other knife to push her back, and she's surprised that he was able to do that. She kicks him into a wall, and wonders why he's going so far to save a monster, so he explains that Winnie is just like them. Eyes refuses to accept it, because monsters kill people, but he notes that humans do the same thing. She has had enough of his nonsense, so she decides to end the fight, but Winnie arrives and tells her to spare him. Ice tells her to stop speaking, and she asks Winnie what her goal is, so she mentions that she wants to be with Belle, but Ice refuses to let that happen. She notes that Winnie's claws will always hurt someone, and her wings make everyone scared, so she removes her own claws and tears off her wings, which shocks Ice. Winnie falls to her knees, and she mentions that if she ever loses herself again, she'll disappear just like she's supposed to. She starts to cry, and notes that she was in a dark place where no one ever held her close, but everything changed after Belle saved her. Ice puts down her sword, since she can't bring herself to kill Winnie, and she gives them a healing potion as she tells them to run away. Hestia mentions that Haruhime has confirmed that Lily is safe, and they have also found the Zenos that were separated from the main group. Belle and Winnie meet up with them, and as they get close to the Gnosis' door, Belle and his friends say goodbye to the Zenos, who promise to help them if they ever get into trouble. Winnie notes that she won't cry anymore, because it makes everyone worry about her, and Belle promises to make a place where they can all live together. Asterius runs into Ada, who tells him that he's about to find the thing he's looking for, and Asterius thinks about his dream where he's fighting with Belle. Meanwhile, Fels is shocked when Hermes tells the Zenos they need to die, and Hermes notes that with the way things are, they will eventually be caught by the Loki Familia. He offers to show them another way out if they follow his orders, while Hestia tells Fels that she accidentally dropped Daedalus's notes into the water. But they still maintain their form, which means they're fake, and she notes that Hermes is the one who gave her the notes. So Fels becomes so angry that he crushes the crystal, and he asks Hermes what he's after. Hestia tells Belle and the others about the fake notes as well, but before they can do anything, they see Groz and a few other Zenos flying in the sky. They suddenly start attacking the humans, which confuses everyone, and Belle leaves to find out what's really going on. A few moments earlier, we see that Hermes told the Zenos to put on an act and attack the humans, so that Belle can eliminate them and save everyone. He explains that it's the only way that Belle can regain his honor, and notes that only a few of them would need to die. So Groz volunteers to be one of them, and Hermes gives him an item, telling him it will react to someone close to Belle, so he will need to attack that person first. In the present, as Ina tries to evacuate everyone, Groz notices her bracelet, so he rushes towards her, but Belle comes to her rescue. Hermes thinks it's dumb to think humans and monsters can live together, so he'll use the opportunity to make Belle a real hero in the eyes of everyone, by making him kill the monsters. Lid thinks it's wrong for them to go to the Gnosis, while their comrades are sacrificing themselves, but Fels believes that Belle will surpass the will of the gods. As Belle and Groz fight, the Loki Familia arrives, so Groz knows that it's the end for him, but he needs to make sure that Belle is the one who lands the final blow. So he rushes towards Belle, but he remembers his grandfather telling him to never yield his will to anyone, so he puts away his knife, which shocks Hermes, thinking he's a fool. He tells Asphi to make him run wild, but before she can do anything, Asterius jumps in from the sky and charges at Belle. He smashes him through the walls, and Belle is shocked to see that Asterius is the same Minotaur he fought before. He tells Belle about his dream, where they fought each other to the death, and he requests to have a rematch with him. Meanwhile, Hestia and the others hide the Zenos under their invisibility cloak, and Lily is annoyed that they're wasting everything they did to save them, but Hestia notes that they still need to get them out of there. We see Tiona and Tioni trying to get to Belle, but Alan stops them and tells them to stay away, since Belle is putting his honor on the line. Finn runs into Ada and realizes that his familia is the reason why no one is helping Belle, but Ada mentions that everything's happening just as his goddess wishes. As Belle and Asterius continue their fight, Asterius kicks him away, but he refuses to stay down and rushes towards him. Hermes can't believe what's going on, and Asphi tells him that the Zenos have escaped thanks to Hestia's help, so he realizes that his plan failed. Asterius breaks one of Belle's knives, but a sword suddenly comes flying in, so he grabs it and continues to fight. The people watching the fight start cheering for him, while Hermes tries to imagine the look on Freya's face since she has taken over his plan. Asterius charges in, and Belle manages to slash him, but he still keeps attacking and destroys Belle's armor. He manages to disarm him, but Belle blasts Asterius with his firebolt and catches the sword in midair. He continues to slash Asterius, but Asterius endures the attacks and pushes him back. Belle's sword glows as he uses his Argonaut skill, while Asterius throws away his axe, and they both rush toward each other. They clash head-on, but Asterius manages to overpower him, grabbing onto him and smashing him into the ground. As Bel lies on the floor, Asterius tells him that they have both lost once, and he decides to leave, telling him they will settle things the next time they meet. Bel thinks it's for the best that he lost, but he knows that he's just lying to himself, and he starts to cry, because he really wanted to win the fight. After that, as the Xenos reach the Gnosis, Lid apologizes to Fels for causing him so much trouble, but he mentions that he was prepared for everything the moment he decided to help them. They're glad that Groz was able to survive, and Fels wonders where Asterius is, so Lid notes that he already went down to the lower floors to train. At the Hestia Familia's house, they're glad that things have returned to normal, but we see that Bel isn't with them. Hermes comes to visit them, but Hestia is still annoyed at the things he did to them, so she kicks him away. Meanwhile, Eyes runs into Bel, saying that she had a feeling she would see him there, and he asks her to train him again, since he wants to become even stronger. After his fight with Asterius, Bel reaches level 4, so Hestia congratulates him, and she thinks the frustration he felt after his defeat is what pushed him to the next stage. He meets with Fels, who's glad that he has healed and reached the next level, but he wonders what Bel plans to do next. He tells Fels that he'll resume exploring the dungeon again, since he wants to get stronger, and Fels knows that he's determined, but he notices a slight hesitation. He reminds Bel that the coexistence between humanity and Xenos is impossible until the deepest level of the dungeon has been conquered, so he needs to push even harder if he wants to help the Xenos. Bel wonders what he'll find there, but Fels only gives him a vague answer, telling him it's a covenant that was forged in a conclusion. At the guild, an elf named Luvis and a dwarf named Dormal try to impress Ina, but she ignores them and gives a letter to Bel. She blushes as she gives it to him, so they think it must be a love letter, but she reveals that it's a directive from the guild for the Hestia Familia. Bel delivers the letter to Hestia, who's annoyed that they got another compulsory mission, since they just finished the last one. But Lily thinks it's a good thing, since it means that their Familia has become strong enough to be considered for such missions. Hestia notes that she wouldn't have registered as an exploration Familia if she knew they would be burdened with such tasks, and she reveals that she only chose it since the application process was easy. Bel tells them it's okay, since he planned to go down the dungeon once everyone was ready, and Welf notes that he also prepared new equipment for them. Lily reveals that the guild needs them to break their previous floor record and bring items from the lower floors, but they have the option to go further down after they reach their goal. Bel notes that they will continue advancing, since they need to get stronger, and Hestia decides to ask Takazuki and Mayak for their support. Makoto goes to see Takazuki, who allows Oka and Shigusa to join the expedition, while Lily visits Daphne and Cassandra, who reveal that the Mayak Familia sent them to help complete the mission. Lily wonders how Cassandra will fit into their team formation, so Daphne notes that she should be in the rear guard, since she's good at healing. Lily reveals that Aisha somehow heard about the mission and volunteered to join, and they accepted her into the group, since they didn't have a reason to reject such a strong fighter. Lily notes that they plan to go deeper into the dungeon, but Daphne thinks it will put her in great danger, since she's just a level 1 supporter. Daphne suggests that since Lily can't fight, she should work as a strategist and guide everyone during the battle, and Daphne offers to teach her the basics if she wants to give it a try. Meanwhile, Makoto trains with Takazuki, who easily overpowers her, and tells her to improve her techniques and tactics instead of focusing on her status. He notes that she'll need energy and a strong conviction to see it through, and she mentions how badly she wants to protect her friends, so he tells her she needs to get stronger. He praises her and Shigusa for making progress, and he resumes their training, promising to give them lessons he couldn't teach them in the past. Oka goes to see Welf, and tells him that he'll also be joining them for the mission, so Welf wonders if he wants to train with him. But Oka mentions that he needs a solid weapon he can use to protect his friends, and Welf notes that his custom weapons are expensive, so Oka asks for a discount, but Welf refuses to lower the price. Aisha tells Haruhime that she's the weakest in the group, and she decides to put her through a special drill, since she doesn't want her to become a burden to the others. Haruhime admits that she doesn't have fighting skills like Makoto and the others, but Aisha thinks she needs to focus on magic instead of physical combat. So she wonders if Aisha is asking her to refine her magic, but Aisha tells her to learn new magic instead, which surprises her since it will take a long time. But Aisha shows her a grimoire, which will make learning new magic easier for her. At the guild, Belle continues to learn new things about the lower floors of the dungeon, which impresses Ina, since most people only focus on improving their fighting skills. He thinks knowledge is important, since it can keep their parties safe on new dungeon floors, and hearing him say that makes her realize that he's matured in such a short time. She gets lost in thoughts, but he asks her a question, which catches her off guard, and she realizes that she has fallen for him. Hestia meets the other gods, and she thanks them for allowing their children to participate in the mission, but Takazuki tells her it's alright, since they might also need her help one day. She's sad that she won't be able to join her children in the dungeon, since they're already doing everything for her, but Hephaestus thinks she must be proud of them. Hestia tells her she's right, and notes that Belle has turned into a brave young man, who makes her heart flutter, but she warns everyone that she won't let them have him since he belongs to her. Everyone gathers for the mission, but Cassandra tells them she had a bad dream, so she wonders if they can postpone the expedition. Belle politely rejects her request, and Aisha thinks they're bound to run into trouble on the lower floors, but overcoming the challenges is the real test. Welf joins them, and he gives the weapon Oka had requested, telling him he needs to pay him back after the expedition. He also gives Belle a weapon made from unicorn horn, which he calls the Hakugan, and Belle notices that it's extremely light. The gods bid them farewell, and Takazuki assures them that he'll take care of things while they're away, so they should focus on giving it their best. As they enter the dungeon, Belle takes the lead as he destroys a monster nest with his fire bolt, but more monsters start coming toward them, so his friends help him take them out. Chigusa wonders why they're destroying the dungeon, so Belle reveals that they're doing it to force the dungeon to focus on repairing, and explains that it will cause fewer monsters to spawn. His planning impresses everyone, and they all agree that Belle is in a totally different league, because he's a level 4 adventurer, and Cassandra notices that his moves have become sharper. Belle notices that Haruhime looks worried, so she notes that after his encounter with the Zenos, she didn't think he could fight monsters anymore. So she's surprised to see him defeat monsters with ease, and he knows that it makes him look like a hypocrite, since he's doing it to save the Zenos, but he still thinks it's the right thing to do. Aisha sees everyone working, and she thinks Belle's presence has a positive effect on everyone, since he encourages them to give their best, which makes him a true hero. At night, they all enjoy a nice dinner, and Haruhime is surprised by how easily they've reached the 24th floor. She thinks it's all because of Belle, and she remembers how he invited them to join the mission so that they could grow stronger together. She wants to prove her usefulness, but she thinks she's just holding them back, so Makoto tells her to stop being ridiculous and notes that she'll do anything it takes to protect her. Daphne praises Lily for her impressive leadership and thinks she's the perfect strategist, but she gives Daphne the credit since she was the one who trained her. Daphne warns her that they're about to reach the lower floors, which they've never seen before, so Lily needs to be ready for the worst-case scenario, but Daphne still thinks she'll make the right decisions. Cassandra reminds Chigusa about her nightmare, where green moss grew over everything, so she thinks something bad is about to happen. But Chigusa assures her that everything will be okay, since they have capable party members, so they should just relax and go to sleep. They take turns guarding the camp, and Belle tells Aisha it's time for the shift change, as he thanks her for joining them. But she warns him that their party heavily depends on him, so if anything happens to him on the lower floors, everyone else will follow suit. She wonders if he's ready to step into such danger, so he admits that he's afraid, but he still wants to keep pressing on, and she's relieved since his resolve is even stronger than before. The next day, they reach the 25th floor, where they see the Great Falls, and Aisha notes that it leads to the 27th floor, but she warns everyone that they won't survive if they fall. Lily tells them about the things they need to collect, and thinks they should keep their camp on the 24th floor, as they collect the items they need during the day. She mentions that their Undine clothes will protect them against water-based attacks, but they still need to be careful, and she notes their equipment is expensive, so they must succeed in their mission to make a profit. They encounter the blue crabs, which scare Daphne, since she's never seen a crab that walked so straight before, and they quickly start attacking. They manage to defeat all the monsters, and Lily is glad that they have already collected the crab shells that were on their list, but Cassandra is shocked that there's water everywhere on the 25th floor. Aisha notes that it's only part of the problem, since the real danger comes from the monsters, and Daphne explains how the aquatic monsters have an advantage underwater. Aisha warns everyone against walking too close to the water, but a monster suddenly attacks Haruhime, so Aisha and Makoto cut it down. Aisha praises Makoto, who notes that she promised to protect Haruhime last night, and everyone's impressed that she's looking after her. Welf notices a precious material called undercoral across the water, and he knows that he could make some good weapons from it, but Lily reminds him that it's dangerous to cross the water. But Aisha notes that they can sell the undercoral for a profit, so Lily quickly changes her decision and tells everyone to grab as much as possible. Belle and Makoto go to the other side to collect it, but Lily tells them to hurry back, since being too greedy can be dangerous. As Makoto prepares to return, a giant eel comes through the roof, so she kicks it away, while Belle uses his knife to finish it off. Belle asks her about the move she used, so she tells him that Takazuki recently taught it to her, while Lily is excited to know they can earn over 3 million valis by selling the undercoral. Meanwhile, Ina is worried about Belle, since she knows that the lower floors are different from the middle ones. She remembers that people went missing on the lower floors, so search parties were sent to look for them, but she thinks she's just overthinking things. In the dungeon, Oka thinks it's strange that despite walking for a long time, they're still on the same floor, and Lily notes that it's enough progress for the day, so they should return to their camp. Belle suddenly senses an adventurer coming towards them, which shocks Lily, since they were the only ones sent on an expedition. Belle recognizes Luvis, but Aisha notices that something isn't right, so she tells everyone to be careful, but Luvis asks for help before collapsing on the ground. They notice a monster called the Huge Moss behind Luvis, and Belle rushes to save him, but he gets pushed back. He narrowly avoids its attacks, and he's surprised by how it can read his moves, thinking it could be an enhanced species like the Xenos. The monster sends him flying into the wall, and it tries to crush him before he can recover, but he manages to jump away in time. Welf rushes to help him, but Luvis tells them to escape, and the monster suddenly shoots its seeds at everyone, so they all take cover to avoid them, but Chigusa gets hit in the shoulder. The monster disappears, and a plant grows out of Chigusa and Luvis's wounds, which Cassandra recognizes as the green moss from her nightmare. The huge moss finds a crab monster and crushes it with its club, so that it can consume its magic stone. It finds Luvis's friends, who beg for their lives, but they scream as it takes them away. Cassandra tries to heal Chigusa and Luvis, but she realizes that the seeds have spread inside their bodies, and they're using their host's strength as nourishment, so her healing magic will only make things worse. Belle asks everyone for ideas, so Cassandra suggests returning to the surface and finding a more experienced healer, or killing the monster that affected them to destroy the parasitic plant. Lily notes that they should return to the surface, since the monster is too dangerous, and she thinks it's OP because it's eaten a lot of magic stones. Belle knows that it was a huge moss, but he wonders what it's doing there, since it's only supposed to spawn on the middle floors. So Daphne notes that it must have consumed magic stones to get stronger, before traveling to the lower floors. Luvis tells them that his party is on the same floor, and notes that they need to finish the monster, since it will return searching for the magic stones he's carrying. He reveals that it caught them off guard, and ate their magic stones before launching an overwhelming attack, which left them with no choice but to retreat. But it kept chasing after them, so he took the magic stones and acted as a decoy to save the others. He reveals that he and his 3 companions are level 3, and they were used to exploring the lower floors of the dungeon, but the monster was beyond anything they had imagined. He asks Belle to save his friends, and he mentions that Dormal's party will also be exploring the same floor, so Makoto suggests eliminating the moss, since it will keep killing adventurers to take magic stones. Belle considers the situation, and he decides to defeat the monster, telling everyone they should find the place where Luvis and his friends were attacked. Chigusa thanks Cassandra for carrying her, but she apologizes for failing to heal her, since she's just a level 2 healer. Aisha wonders how there are still no eyewitness reports of the moss, and Luvis thinks it's probably hiding from strong adventurers, while attacking the ones it could easily defeat. They find a blood trail, which leads to Luvis's friends, but he wonders why one of them is missing. Aisha thinks it's a trap, and notes that if they try to get near them, the monsters in the area will attack them. Lily notes that Belle and Aisha will deal with the moss, while Oka, Makoto and Welf defeat the other monsters and save the elves. She tells the rest to stay back since it will get messy, but Aisha notes that it's dangerous there, so they should head to a safer location. She takes out a monster before it can attack Haruhime, and Belle and Aisha charge at the moss, but the wounded elves try to warn them that it isn't real. They realize that Luvis's friend is inside the fake moss, and the real one attacks Belle's friends from behind, but he quickly runs back to save them. He notices that the monster is immune to physical attacks, so he uses his firebolt, which sets it on fire, but it suddenly grabs onto Belle and jumps into the water with him. The current pulls them down, but it grabs onto something as it sees light at the end of the tunnel, and Belle falls to the lower floors. Lily wants to save Belle, but Daphne stops her, and Makoto notes that she can no longer sense him. Aisha notes that they can't go to save him, since they also have the injured to take care of, and she thinks he'll survive since he's stronger than her. Lily calms down and she realizes the situation they're in, and thinks they need to prioritize their safety, because if anything happens to them, they will only be a hindrance to Belle. Lily decides to camp at the entrance of the floor, and she tells Aisha to return to Rivera and ask for help, while Haruhime helps the others protect the injured till the rescue party arrives. Oka wonders what they'll do if they get attacked, since they relied heavily on Belle and Aisha for protection. So Lily plans to use Makoto's gravity magic to destroy the passageway around the ridge, protecting them from any monsters that try to attack them. On the lower floor, Belle tries to regain his strength by drinking a healing potion, but he suddenly gets attacked by the fastest monsters on the lower floors, which are known as the Iguazu. He can't keep up with their speed, so he takes cover, but he knows that he can't run to the cave or go into the water, because there are aquatic monsters, so he must fight the Iguazu head-on. Lily and the others come across Dormal's party, and Lily is glad to see them, but she realizes that they're also infected by the parasitic plant. Belle struggles to keep up with the Iguazu, and he gets hit several times, but he still manages to defeat them. But the battle has left him exhausted, and he's surprised to see a mermaid named Marie. She notices that he's bleeding, and he asks her if she's a Xenos, but she jumps at him since he smells like Ray, and he's surprised that she knows her. She forces him to swallow her blood, which instantly heals his injuries, so he realizes that the mermaid's blood has a natural healing effect. He washes her finger in the water, but they hear a monster's roar, so she tells him they need to leave. Meanwhile, Aisha takes out monsters that come in their path, which shocks Oka, because she and Belle are in a totally different league from the rest of the group. Luthus thanks Dormal for carrying him, even though he's also infected by the parasite, but he mentions that it's nothing to him, since the dwarves are powerful creatures. They wonder if Dormal was able to find the adventurers they're looking for, so he reveals that their bodies were wrapped in vines at the 28th floor's safety point. He believes that the moss ambushed them, and Oka realizes that it tried to hide their bodies so that the other adventurers don't get cautious, which makes everyone think it's extremely clever. They wonder if Dormal has any information about the monster, so he tells them they tried everything on it, including his magic lightning sword, which he keeps for emergencies. But nothing worked on it, and they even got infected, so they decided to run away. Daphne notes that Belle's magic is the only thing that can hurt the monster, and Welf realizes that fire must be its weakness, so Lily thinks they should all arm themselves with fire magic swords. Belle wonders where Marie went, but he suddenly hears someone singing, and he finds her by following the sound. He once again asks her if she knows Lid and the other Xenos, so she mentions that they went to the upper floors, but she can't fly or walk like the others, so she's stuck there waiting for them. She wants to have long conversations with him, but he mentions that he needs to return to his friends, so she tells him to be careful of the moss. He assures her that he'll get rid of it, but he needs her help in navigating the dungeon, so she decides to be his guide and lets out her voice. She receives a response, and tells Belle that she knows where they need to go, since another monster has decided to help her. Aisha senses that something is off, and everyone sees monsters approaching, so Welf thinks they need to use their magic swords, but the monsters surround them from all directions. Aisha sees the moss, and she realizes that it's forcing the other monsters to attack them, so they try to run away, but carrying the injured makes it hard to escape. They take out the monsters blocking their path, but a giant monster called the Kristaroth Urchin suddenly appears before them, and Aisha tells everyone it will crush them if they don't dodge it. Oka tries to sacrifice himself to save the others, but Makoto steps in front of him, and she remembers her recent training with Takazuki. She thinks she has everything she needs to use her new technique, so she just needs to be brave like Belle, and the monster is about to reach them. But she instantly slices it in half with her new absolute flower attack, which leaves everyone shocked. The group continues to face the monsters, and Aisha remembers how she thought they would be doomed without Belle, but seeing their impressive performance, she realizes that she misjudged them. Marie continues to guide Belle, but she stops because the passage ahead is too narrow for her to swim, and Belle sees another giant eel coming their way. So he lifts Marie and starts running, but she enjoys the experience since she's never done anything like that before. Meanwhile, the group reaches a safe spot, and Lily thinks they're away from water, so the aquatic monsters won't be able to attack them. She tells Welf to use his fire magic swords to burn all the monsters coming after them, so he destroys them with his flames, but the crab monsters start coming out of the walls. Everyone starts to feel hopeless, but Aisha steps forward since she has a plan, and asks them to promise not to tell anyone about what they're about to see. They tell her they'll keep it a secret, so she tells Haruhime to begin, and they all gather around her. We see that when Aisha gave the grimoire to Haruhime, she was hesitant since she thought she didn't deserve it, but Aisha tells her that she'll be a burden if the only thing she can do is her level boost spell. She thinks Haruhime needs to expand her skills, and it doesn't matter if she gets a healing or attack spell, since it might prove crucial in saving her friends in the dungeon. She tells Haruhime to forget what others might think of her and be greedy for her friends, so she reads the book and gets a new skill. In the present, everyone fights the monsters, while Haruhime activates her new spell Kakono, which gives her 5 tails. She recalls how Hestia told her that her magic spell works in connection with others that she already knows, and she can cast a level boost spell on up to 5 different people given her current skill level. As she powers up her friends, they feel much more powerful than before, and they start attacking the monsters with full energy. They manage to overpower the monsters, but the new spell leaves Haruhime exhausted, so Cassandra looks after her. Lily reminds everyone to keep Haruhime's ability a secret, and it's their only shot of getting out of there alive, while Aisha thinks they have finally pushed back the monsters. She believes they have a chance of surviving if they can keep it up, but it all depends on what the moss will do next, and she notices it among the monsters. But instead of attacking them, it just starts feeding on the magic crystals, so she realizes that its plan was for them to defeat the monsters and steal the crystals. It evolves into an even bigger monster and rushes at Aisha, who barely blocks its attack, and she jumps to escape, but it bites her with its tongue. She manages to cut it, but the parasitic plant starts growing from her wounds, so she realizes that she messed up. Welf tries to burn it with his magic sword, but the newly evolved moss is immune to that, since it has stolen Undine cloth from other adventurers. As more monsters arrive, Aisha and the others are forced to continue fighting, which makes Cassandra and Lily feel hopeless. Lily recalls how Hestia thought they wouldn't need to use Haruhime's new power, but she notes that if it fails to turn the tables, everyone will be in trouble. Cassandra notices everyone struggling, so she tries to heal them, and Lily thinks there must be something she can do as their strategist. But Dormal suddenly gets up, and tells his men to get their weapons ready, since they would already be dead if it weren't for Lily's group. Lily tells them to stay put, but Luthus notes that even though he's lost an arm, he can still act as their shield, and they decide to act as a distraction so that her group can escape the dungeon and call for help. She remembers her conversation with Daphne about how the strategist needs to make level-headed decisions even in the worst scenario, so she thinks they should leave Dormal and his men. She knows that Bell wouldn't judge her for prioritizing their safety, but she also knows that he would never abandon anyone, so she decides to follow in his footsteps and fight by everyone's side. Her words encourage everyone to fight on, but Haruhime tells her that she can hear Bell, who arrives just in time. So Lily creates a crater in the ground, and tells everyone to take cover, as Bell blasts the monsters with his firebolt. The moss crashes through the dungeon wall, and Lily gives Bell a healing potion, while Aisha tells him to defeat the moss. Welf realizes that they still aren't strong enough to manage without him, and he starts fighting the moss. Daphne thinks he needs their help, but Cassandra tells her to look again, since he's fighting toe-to-toe with the monster. Daphne is confused, since the moss got stronger after consuming the magic stones, so Oka mentions that Bell has also improved since their last encounter. They realize that the fights on the lower floors made him reach his true potential, and he notices that the discomfort he was facing after his battle with the Iguazu has disappeared. He thinks the moss is slow compared to it, and it's also less powerful than Asterius, so he thinks he can defeat it. He wants to beat Asterius the next time they fight, and his resolve advances his status, allowing him to cut the moss into pieces. His friends are impressed seeing this, but the moss regenerates its body, and Lily realizes that Bell is starting to get tired, so Makoto notes that he needs to defeat it in one strike. Bell takes out Hestia's dagger and stores his firebolt in it, but it scares the monster and it tries to escape, so Welf creates an ice barrier around them. Bell uses his ultimate move called Argo Vesta, which combines his physical attack with his fire magic, and he destroys the moss with a single blow. Everyone starts cheering for him, and the parasites disappear, so Chigusa and the others return to normal. His friends make their way to him, and Marie thanks him for saving her from the monster, but she quickly hides before his friends arrive. The next day, as Bell wakes up in the safe zone on the 18th floor, Lily notes that their first expedition wasn't ideal, and Belle agrees that everyone must be exhausted, so they should rest there for a while. She wants to have a one-on-one conversation with him, but she mentions that he can take care of the other important tasks first, and they can talk once he's done. Meanwhile, the gods gather for a ceremony, where adventurers will be given names, and Takazuki thinks they're just trying to kill time. But Hestia mentions that she needs to attend the event for her children, and Hephaestus notes that she also heard about how Belle and the others ran into a problem in a dungeon, but they were able to overcome it. Hestia notes that she wants Belle and Welf to get a decent alias, and Takazuki also hopes the same for his children, since he doesn't wish for them to get an alias like Makoto's Absolute Shadow. The ceremony finally begins, and Welf gets the alias of Ignis, which means never cold, and during Belle's turn, Freya wants to suggest a name, so they all start wondering if she has become his fan. She admits that after his battle against Asterius, she couldn't help but admire him, which makes Hestia jealous, so she reminds everyone that Belle belongs to her once again. Freya thinks they should call him her husband, which makes Hestia upset, and the other gods also start suggesting strange names, but she tells them that Belle isn't a plaything for their amusement. After arguing with everyone, they finally decide to call him the Rabbit Foot, but the whole event leaves Hestia exhausted. Belle goes to see the injured, and he feels sorry for Luthus and the others, who lost their limbs that can't be regenerated. But Luthus mentions that they all knew the danger of being an adventurer, and he's just glad to be alive after what happened in the dungeon. He notes that they will get prosthetic limbs once they reach the surface, and he promises to return Belle's favor one day. Dormal also thanks Belle, and praises Lily for her speech, which motivated them when they had lost all hope. Luthus also feels that without her words of encouragement, they couldn't have held on long enough for Belle to arrive, but she tells them it wasn't a big deal. As they leave, Lily wonders if she can talk to Belle, but he tells her to wait, since he needs to visit Oka and Chigusa first. Oka blames himself for failing to protect Chigusa, who thinks she dragged the party down, but Belle reminds them that they were already doing him a favor by agreeing to join the expedition. He notes that they're allies regardless of which familia they belong to, and we see Lily listening to their conversation from a distance, as she looks forward to talking to him next. But Daphne and Cassandra suddenly arrive, and they drag Belle with them, so Lily realizes that she needs to keep waiting. Meanwhile at the restaurant, everyone's worried because Rhea hasn't returned in 3 days, and even though she disappears from time to time, she's never left a note behind. Sear's worried about her, and she asks Mia if she knows what's going on, but she reveals that she's also clueless. Daphne takes Belle to the shop to bargain the price, and the shop owner gives them a discount since he owes Belle for saving him. But he mentions that it's just a one-time discount, which angers Lily, since they're using him like a coupon. Daphne thanks Belle for saving them money, and she also praises him for defeating the Moss, telling him he made it look easy. As they leave the shop, Belle asks Daphne what she thinks of Lily as a strategist on the battlefield, and Lily wants to know her opinion. Daphne thinks she's a good leader, who's capable of making quick decisions, which makes her happy, since she tried her best to keep everyone alive. They run into Haruhime and Makoto, who invite them for tea, but Daphne sends Belle instead, which annoys Lily, since she's still waiting for a chance to talk to him. Makoto tells Belle about Haruhime's new magic, saying it looked majestic, but she thinks she doesn't deserve so much praise. Makoto thinks it's important to tell him about it, so that he can fall in love with her, and Makoto wonders what happened after he got separated from the group. So he tells them how he fought against the Iguazu and met Marie, but he quickly corrects himself, and leaves her out of the story. Haruhime is impressed that he survived falling down the Great Falls, and Makoto wonders if the Iguazu were faster than the Moss's seeds, so he mentions that they were much faster. Haruhime starts praising him, since he's like a hero from the fairy tales, and Lily becomes frustrated, because she was planning to ask him the same question, and praise him for his heroic victory. After that, Haruhime and Makoto leave, which relieves Lily as she'll finally get the chance to talk to him. But Welf arrives with his friends, and he tells Belle that they want to know about what happened on the lower floors, and they drag him away. Lily learns about Belle's new nickname, and she thinks she can be the one to share it with him, but another adventurer breaks the news first, leaving her disappointed. Aisha is drunk and starts teasing Belle, so Lily creates a distraction and drags him out of there. He apologizes for making her wait, wondering what she wanted to talk about, but she mentions that the others already discussed the topics with him. She notes that she's happy since she thought he changed after the Xenos incident, but she realizes that he's still the same person who would save her no matter what. She becomes emotional talking to him, so he apologizes for making her worry and asks her what she told the others to motivate them, but she tells him it's a secret. The next day, as Belle and Lily are walking in the street, they notice a group of adventurers running away, so they wonder what happened. They tell him that a traitor named Jean has been murdered on the borders of the town, and one of them claims that it was done by the blacklisted adventurer called the Gale Wind. So Belle and Lily realize they're talking about Ryu, but he thinks she would never murder someone. Cassandra has another dream where everyone dies, and she wakes up afraid, but Daphne tells her to get ready since Jean was murdered. They all reach the site, where a man named Bors observes the body, and he thinks it's definitely a murder. Another adventurer mentions that he saw someone suspicious fleeing the scene, and a man named Turk thinks it was the Gale Wind, revealing that he knows what she looks like, since he saw her when she was in the Astrea Familia. He notes that they need to avenge Jean, but Bors calms him down and tells him they can't mess with a level 4 adventurer. But a person from the crowd mentions that she has a bounty of 80 million Valis, so Bors immediately changes his mind and tells everyone they must avenge their friend. His team decides to go on an execution mission, and Belle tries to reason with them, but Aisha stops him and drags him away. He wants to let everyone know how Ryu was part of the team that defeated the Black Goliath, but Aisha thinks they won't trust him, and it will only make him look like her accomplice. The group sits to discuss the situation, and Oka mentions that they heard how after Ryu's Familia was wiped out, she went around killing those who were responsible, which led to her being blacklisted. Lily mentions that she and Daphne went to examine the corpse, and Daphne notes that the sharp cuts on Jean's arms and legs were likely done by Ryu. Aisha thinks she interrogated him, so she made sure he couldn't run, but Daphne notes that the fatal wound isn't consistent with the other wounds, and stabbing him multiple times is overkill. She thinks someone else might have killed him and pinned the murder on Ryu, while Belle thinks Turk is lying, because when they fought against the Black Goliath, Ryu was crucial in the battle. So if Turk had fought there, he would have recognized her, and Daphne thinks he's trying to push everyone against the Gale Wind. Belle refuses to believe that Ryu would commit murder, and Lily thinks they should join the hunt, since they need to get to her before the others. Cassandra worries about her dream, and she thinks the fairy who would bring doom might be Ryu, so she asks everyone to call off the search, since something bad might happen. Daphne tells her to stop overthinking, and she tries to convince Belle, but he also turns down her request, since he wants to save Ryu. Daphne offers to stay back with Cassandra, but she can't leave her friends to face danger alone, so she decides to join them. Hestia is bored since everyone is still in the dungeon, and Mayak notes that even though he's concerned for his children, he's happy in Naza's company, since they've known each other for a long time. Naza becomes nervous hearing this, and Hestia teases them for being sweet in front of her, but she just hopes that her children are safe. Belle and the others start searching for Ryu, and Bors mentions that their target is a level 4 adventurer, so they will need to rely on Belle. Aisha is annoyed that Bors is dumping the work on Belle, but Wealth thinks it works in their favor, since it will help them get information faster. Hestia discusses Cassandra's powers, which allow her to see into the future, and Mayak notes that it must burden her, while Hestia thinks it's the reason why she always looks sad. But Naza tells them she looks happy when she's around Belle, so Hestia is worried that she might also be after him. They're interrupted as they receive a letter from Lily, which tells Hestia about the whole situation involving Ryu, and she realizes that the group is asking for a favor. The group reaches the 21st floor, but they still can't find Ryu, so Lily thinks they shouldn't take a quest like this in the future, thinking it's a waste of resources. Cassandra still thinks about her dream, and she wonders if the Calamity could be the floor boss, but she learns that it won't spawn for another 2 weeks, and it mostly shows up on the 27th floor. Belle notices that she's worried, and offers her fresh water, but they're interrupted by an adventurer, who announces that there's a herd of mammoth fools. Bors tells everyone to get ready, and Cassandra realizes that her dream meant that Belle will eventually meet Ryu, and they will be dragged to whatever she's involved in. But her dream didn't indicate his death, and she's still unsure how she should interpret it. She asks Welf for help, and he agrees to prepare a cape out of Lily's robe for Belle, since he knows that Belle often puts his life on the line to protect them. Belle and the others defeat the monsters, and they soon reach the 24th floor, but they suddenly hear a sound near the Great Falls. They think it must be Ryu, so they divide into two groups, with one going to the 27th floor, while the other one watches over the passageway. Cassandra tries to protect her friends, telling them they shouldn't go down there with the others, since it will get too crowded, and Lily agrees that they can't move fast if there are too many people. She thinks only Aisha and Belle should go down there, but Cassandra mentions that Aisha should stay behind, since they need her to look after Haruhime. We learn that she's lying to protect her friends, and it makes her feel terrible, but her plan works since Aisha decides to stay with the rest of the team. Welf gives Belle the Goliath scarf he prepared on Cassandra's request, so Belle thanks her for it and leaves with Bors's men. Cassandra thinks they'll be safe, since she was able to stop them from going to the 27th floor, but she still worries for Belle's safety. Meanwhile, Belle helps the group defeat the monsters on the lower floor, but they're shot at by lasers, so Bors tells everyone to take cover and wait for them to stop firing. Belle ignores his plan and charges straight ahead, and he uses his scarf as a weapon to destroy the lasers, which impresses everyone. Bors wonders if it's really his first time on the 27th floor, and he thinks Belle should lead the vanguard, but he reminds him that they would still be sharing the loot evenly. The rest of the team also shows faith in him, and they mention that they were part of the group that worked alongside him in fighting the Goliath, so they know that he has become stronger. They all start discussing how difficult it has become to find the Gale Wind, but they know it won't be easy, since she took out an entire familia on her own. Belle thinks there must be a reason why she would do that, so another adventurer tells him she was taking revenge against the murderers, who trapped and killed every member of her old familia. Bors tells everyone they'll be splitting the party once again, and he mentions that if they find Ryu, they should drive her towards the Hollow Cave, so Belle thinks he needs to find her before them. Belle realizes that he needs to abandon the group, but they suddenly notice a giant hole in the roof, and Bors mentions that the dungeon hasn't healed itself, which means that whatever caused it must be nearby. They think magic couldn't have caused it, and Bors notes that he would normally suggest running away, but he can't pass up the opportunity to get 80 million. They hear someone singing, so they become confused, but Belle runs toward it and leaves them behind. Meanwhile, Lily notices Welf staring at Turk, so she notes that he shouldn't make it so obvious. She reveals that she asked around, and learned that most people only remember him settling in Rivera about 3 years ago, but they already trust him since he lives with them. Welf recalls how Belle told Aisha to stay with the others and keep an eye on Turk, but he hasn't done anything suspicious, so she thinks they should force the truth out of him instead of waiting. But Makoto thinks it would make everyone hostile to their group, so Aisha notes that she can discreetly take care of him if they keep the others busy, but they turn down her suggestion. Turk tells everyone to help him search for the Gale Wind on their floor, but most of the adventurers refuse to go with him, since they have strict orders from Bors to stay there and keep watch. But a few of them don't want to just sit around, so they decide to go with him, and Lily's group tags along. On the 27th floor, Belle finds Marie singing, and he reminds her that it's dangerous to sing when there are others in the dungeon. But she tells him there's a monster in the dungeon, and she doesn't know much about it, so he thinks it must be the one that caused the hole. He asks her if she saw an elf, so she leads him to Ryu, who he finds interrogating a man. He asks her what's going on, but she just tells him to leave the dungeon, as she notes that the man deserves to be eaten by monsters. Turk wonders how long Lily's group will keep following him, so Aisha mentions that it would make sense if they stick together, since they're up against a level 4 with a bounty on her head. Lily wonders why he wants to be alone, while Cassandra thinks she should have shared the details of her dream with Belle, because if the real culprit behind everything is Ryu, he might face betrayal at her hands. Belle looks at the injured man, and wonders why Ryu hurt him, but he can't leave him like that. So he picks him up and starts running after her, while Marie tries to stop him, but he tells her not to follow him. Belle finds Bors's group, which has discovered a number of bodies, and they see a wounded person, who blames the Gale Wind for the massacre. But when they try to heal him, he refuses to let them touch him, and Bors recognizes him as an adventurer named Jura Halmar. We learn that he's a wanted person, who belongs to the Rudra Familia, the group that trapped and killed Ryu's old family. He accepts that he was part of the group, but he's no longer the man he used to be, and he reveals that he tried to hide from the Gale Wind since he doesn't want to die. He asks them to protect him, and Bors mentions that their goal hasn't changed, but tells everyone they can make more money by handing Jura over to the guild. They suddenly notice Ryu rushing toward them, and she easily takes out the whole group, so Bors tries to attack her, but he gets distracted as he realizes that she's the same elf who fought the Black Goliath. She knocks him out, and Belle shouts at her to stop, but she tells him to get out of her way, and rushes to finish her target. Jura tries to escape as Ryu pursues him, and Belle suddenly hears an explosion, so he wonders if it was Ryu's magic. He sees Jura begging him to save his life, so he gets in the way, but Ryu wonders why he always gets involved with everything. She tells him to step aside, since she must finish off her last target, and she warns him that if he gets in her way, she won't hesitate to cut him down. He wonders if she's the one who cut Jura's arm, so she takes responsibility for it, but when he asks about Jean's murder, she mentions that she didn't kill him, but Jura tries to convince Belle to fight her. Belle tells him that he believes in his friend, and Belle confronts him about the blaze rock he found around the place where they found him. He thinks Jura is responsible for the explosion that happened in the passageway, and he's sure that his wounds are from a long time ago, when Ryu was hunting him. Jura realizes that he's been exposed, so he tries to attack Belle, but he dodges it and jumps back toward Ryu. Jura notes that he thought the adventurers would at least keep her busy, and he pours a chemical on himself, while Belle apologizes to Ryu for doubting her. He tells Jura to give up, since he has already been exposed, but he reminds Ryu of his powers as a monster tamer, and he brings out a giant snake-like monster. Meanwhile, Turk and his men turn against Lily's group, and he tells them they need to die since they're getting in his way. He notes that he needs to put Jura's plan into action, and he also uses his tamer skill to summon a monster, which causes them to panic. Belle realizes that the hole they saw earlier was left by that monster, and Ryu explains that it's called a lantern, and it can pass from floor to floor by tunneling through the ground. Belle is surprised that such a monster is on the 27th floor, and Ryu explains that the lantern isn't supposed to be there, since they normally stay on the deeper floors. At the 25th floor, Aisha tells everyone to run, but the lantern follows them, and Welf realizes that it's destroying everything in its path. Cassandra can't understand how it happened, since they should have been safe on that floor, and Aisha realizes that they can't fight in that area, so she tells Lily to find a field for them. But she can't understand what Aisha means, so she explains that it's one of the rooms that has a dead end. Welf thinks they have lost the monster, since he can no longer hear it, but Aisha realizes that it's digging through the ground, and it's just beneath them, so she pushes the group forward. She feels bad since she failed to fulfill Belle's request to deal with Turk, and we see him telling his men to hurry up and finish the preparations. Jura whips the lantern, telling it to jump, and Belle manages to avoid its attack, but it suddenly disappears, so he wonders where it will come from next. It comes out to attack Ryu, but she manages to jump away, and Belle prepares to face it, while she jumps to attack Jura, but it changes direction to save him. Belle wonders if he was always that powerful, so Ryu notes that it isn't the case, and Jura reveals that the monsters listen to his every command because of his magic item. He mentions that he really hates Ryu, and he still can't forget the trauma she caused when she slaughtered his entire familia, so he'll use the lantern to kill her instead of doing it himself. Lily finally finds a field, so Aisha tells Haruhime to use her level boost, and she wonders if she should use it on everyone. But Aisha tells her to just use it on the ones in front, since they need to preserve her energy, and Aisha knows that the monster has a strong sense of magic, so they should start by taking out its eyes. Ryu tells Belle that she has figured out the lantern's movement pattern, and notes that they can free it from Jura's control by destroying his whip. But it might go on a rampage, so she needs to take it down, and she tells Belle to prevent it from going underground using his magic. She reveals that it isn't her first fight with a lantern, and she thinks she can defeat it, but Jura warns Belle that being around her will only bring him harm. He knows that she wouldn't stop until she got him, so he used Turk to kill Jean and turn everyone against her. Belle asks him if Jean was his friend, but Jura notes that it doesn't matter, and reveals that he also killed his other friends in the explosion, so that the adventurers would hunt Ryu down. She tells Belle to stay focused, since they must defeat the monster, so he rushes forward and attacks it, allowing Ryu to get close to it and begin her attack. Jura realizes it's in trouble, so he orders it to go underground, but Belle uses his firebolt to stop it from escaping, and Ryu uses her wind magic to finish it off. Meanwhile, Lily's group struggles against the other lantern, but they work together to defeat it, and Aisha cuts off its head. Welf can't believe they defeated a deep floor monster, and Lily rushes to collect the item it dropped, while Haruhime asks Cassandra to cast another healing spell on everyone. But she's lost in thought, because she thinks it isn't the disaster she saw in her dream. Jura tells Ryu that the real fun has just begun, and we see Turk's group set up a large explosion, which sends shockwaves throughout the entire dungeon. Jura reveals that his men have ignited every blaze rock they had, and since the entire area of the Great Waterfalls is considered a singular floor, the damage will be shared. He thinks the dungeon will be severely disturbed because of it, and Ryu asks him if he knows what he's done, so he notes that in the 5 years she's been chasing him, he researched how to summon a certain monster. Ryu loses her temper and wants to kill him, so Belle stops her, but they suddenly hear a sound, and she tells him they need to escape, since they're all in danger. Everyone hears the terrifying sound, and Marie covers her ears, recalling how she was told that something terrifying happens when that sound is heard. Welf thinks it's coming from the 27th floor, and they wonder if Aisha knows anything about it, but she's also clueless. Bors's men think they should get out of the dungeon, but he tries to calm them down, telling them the disturbing sound has stopped. The monster known as the Juggernaut suddenly comes out of the walls, and Aranos senses its frightening presence, so he tells Fels it will be a terrible tragedy just like before, but he doesn't understand what Aranos means. It starts slaughtering the adventurers, and Bors hears them screaming, so he tells the others they need to get out of there. Belle asks Jur what he's done, so he reveals that he's summoned the monster that butchered the Astrea Familia, and it's coming to their floor. He reveals that 5 years ago, the members of Ryu's old familia were constantly fighting against those of the Rudra familia, and they considered it a crusade of justice. But the Rudra familia thought they were just insects that kept getting in their way, so they lured them into the dungeon, and tried to finish them with all the blaze rocks they could find. The Astrea familia survived, but the dungeon gave birth to a dangerous monster no one had heard about, and it killed all of his allies, but it also wiped out the Astrea familia, except for Ryu. He reveals that he spent the last 5 years studying what could trigger the dungeon to spawn the Juggernaut, and after thorough research, he finally discovered how to make it appear again. He notes that going beyond the middle floors, and intentionally causing great damage to the dungeon on a lower floor, would cause the monster to spawn. He thinks they should be honored, since they will witness the fruits of his research, but Belle wonders why he would do such a dangerous thing, so he reveals it's because he wants to tame it. He notes that the first time he saw it, he was mesmerized by how it butchered everyone, and he fell in love with it, so he wants it all for himself. Ryu thinks he's insane, and tells him he can't tame it, but he thinks he can do it with his whip and magic item, and notes that even Ryu won't be a threat to him once he controls the monster. Meanwhile, Chigusa hears someone screaming in pain, and Aisha notes that she also heard the faint sound, but she thinks it's the cry of an adventurer biting the dust. Welf thinks something must be happening on the 27th floor, and Lily is afraid that Belle might have gotten mixed in it, so she wants to go and save him, but Cassandra stops her. She apologizes because she knew it would happen, but she couldn't stop it, and since they didn't go to the 27th floor, the ones down there must be suffering the great tragedy. Marie thinks she needs to go somewhere deep into the water to be safe, but she remembers Belle, and starts looking for him. Aranos tells Fels that if someone inflicts too much damage to the dungeon, it prioritizes eliminating the threat instead of repairing itself, and Fels thinks the tragedy from 5 years ago will repeat itself. He reveals that it's a taboo no one is aware of, because if they made it part of the official records, everyone would become aware of its existence, so they had no choice but to hide it from the public. Only the Zenos know about it, because 5 years ago, they sensed that something was terribly wrong, so Aranos explained the situation to them and asked for their help to make sure it doesn't happen again. But Fels notes that due to bad timing, the Zenos are busy helping them seize complete control over the Gnosis, so they have no way to respond to the current situation. Belle wonders how Jura could be crazy enough to summon such a dangerous monster, and he suddenly remembers Bors, who's on the same floor as the other adventurers. But Ryu stops him, telling him it's impossible to save the adventurers because nobody's capable of fighting the Juggernaut. Jura tells her she's right, and notes that she knows how dangerous it is, since she saw how it slaughtered her friends. He tells her she was so desperate to survive that she left her friends to die, but she becomes angry hearing this, and yells at him to stop. Meanwhile, the Juggernaut continues to kill the adventurers who try to escape, and they reach Belle, who comes face to face with the monster. Fels wonders if they can do anything to help the Hestia Familia, but Oranos notes that the monster will keep going until it has killed everyone in the area, since that's the entire purpose of its existence. Belle freaks out as it continues to kill the adventurers, and it goes to attack Boars, so Belle rushes to save him. His attack has no effect on it, and Ryu wants to help him, but she's too afraid to do anything. He notices that it hardly has any armor, so it must be built for speed and offense, and he tries to attack its leg, but it suddenly disappears and reaches the other side of the room. Belle keeps trying to hit it, but it dodges his attacks, and he's surprised that despite its huge size, it's even faster than the Iguazu. He thinks running isn't an option, since he must protect his friends, but his weapon breaks as he tries to slash it. He uses his firebolt, but the monster reflects it, and Belle tries to draw his knife, but it suddenly cuts his arm off and sends him flying toward the other side. Everyone can't believe what just happened, and Ryu rushes to check his vitals, realizing he's still alive, because his scarf protected him. The Juggernaut continues to kill adventurers, and it's about to kill Boars, but Ryu finishes healing Belle, and she manages to block it, so the monster jumps to the other side. They both charge at each other, while Boars asks everyone to attack it with everything they've got, but she struggles to get close to it, and realizes that it's impossible to fight it head-on. She recalls that it was the same when her friends died, but she tries to stop herself from falling into despair, and continues to fight the Juggernaut. But it proves too powerful for her, and it smashes her against the wall, so the adventurers launch a combined attack. She tries to stop them, but the Juggernaut reflects their attacks, and Belle slips into the water because of the shockwaves. Boars somehow survives, but he realizes that his companions are dead, and the Juggernaut jumps to finish him off, so Ryu saves him and tells him to run. He realizes that she really is the hero who fought in the battle against the Black Goliath, but he's too stunned to move, and the monster tries to finish him off. But Ryu protects him with her body, and once again tells him to run, so he takes cover, but the monster breaks her leg, and she crashes to the ground. She thinks she has failed, since she couldn't stop Jura, and she feels sorry because Mia and the others gave her a place to call home, but she couldn't pay them back. Meanwhile, Marie finds Belle unconscious, so she tries to heal him with her blood, but it isn't enough, so she uses his knife to cut herself, and hugs him to cover his entire body with her blood. He regains consciousness, and thanks her for saving his life, but he must return to save his friends, so she reminds him of his promise to defeat the monster. Belle returns to the 27th floor, and he wraps his hand with the Goliath scarf, before he rushes to fight the Juggernaut, and Ryu realizes he's using it as a shield. He jumps to land a direct hit to its core, and he's surprised that it doesn't have a magic stone, but he refuses to give up and starts attacking its legs. Ryu wonders if he plans to take it down head-on, and he invites the monster to attack him. He thanks Cassandra and Welf for giving him the scarf, which he uses to block its attacks, allowing him to go on the offensive with his other hand. He rushes forward, but the monster hits the crystals on the ground, and sends them towards Belle, who thinks that even though he stopped it from jumping around, it can still move quite fast. Belle realizes that he needs to keep it in that area, or else it will go after Lily and the others, and as he stabs the monster, Ryu is impressed seeing how strong he has become. He notices that it has backed off, and he thinks that if Asterius and Eyes were in his position, she would continue swinging her sword until the end, so he decides to do the same. He prepares to attack it again with his firebolt, and Ryu tells him it will just be reflected, but he decides to do it anyway. The monster sends the flames back, but he absorbs them with Hestia's knife, and he uses the scarf to stop it from moving as he attacks it with his Argo Vesta. As the dust settles, he sees that the monster is still alive, and he's left exhausted, thinking he didn't let the knife charge enough. Jura throws his magic item to try and tame the Juggernaut, but it's too powerful to fall under his control, and it slices his body in half. Belle notices that it's still focused on him, but the lantern from earlier suddenly gets up, and Ryu realizes that it came upon Jura's order. Belle notices that it's about to attack Ryu, so he rushes to save her, but they both get eaten by it, and it takes them to the lower floors. Cassandra stops Lily from going to the 27th floor to save Belle, because she thinks that as long as they stay on the 25th floor, they can avoid the disaster. But the dungeon starts breaking, so they think the floor boss is about to spawn. They wonder how it could happen, since they still have 2 weeks before the boss spawns again, so Aisha notes that the dungeon has changed, and the two-headed monster called the Amphisbana suddenly blocks their path, and Cassandra realizes that the nightmare still isn't over. Belle uses his firebolt to create an opening out of the lantern, and he carries Ryu out of there, but she's still unconscious, so he tries to wake her up. He hears a monster's sound, and he thinks that the lantern has taken them to a lower floor, which makes him remember how Ina told him about the 37th floor, where everything is milky white. It's called the White Palace, and she told him that even first-class adventurers could die there, so he wonders how they'll survive. On the 25th floor, the Antisbana starts unleashing its fire, and everyone struggles to breathe because of the extreme temperature. Aisha can't hold her weapon properly since it's too hot, and she thinks the Antisbana used its blue napalm attack, so she tells everyone to fall back. Lily reminds her that Belle is still on the 27th floor, but she notes that they don't have a choice, since they'll die if they don't retreat. She tells them to run and ignore the falling crystals, but the Antisbana breathes fire, which is about to burn Haruhime, so Oka blocks it with his shield. Fels is shocked that the Antisbana spawned so early, and he wonders if the Hestia Familia is still alive, but Uranus thinks the bigger issue is that the Juggernaut has moved. Fels can't believe it, since the Juggernaut isn't supposed to move to a different floor, but Uranus notes that it has reached the 37th floor. Fels thinks they need to send backup, but traveling through the usual channel would take too much time, so Uranus tells him they can only do what they can. Belle wonders if the Juggernaut has already reached their floor, and if it's still following Jura's orders, but he knows they're in no position to fight it. He realizes that they need to get out of there, and he doesn't know what kind of monsters are waiting outside, but he knows that they'll die if the Juggernaut attacks them. He starts to lose hope, and realizes that he can't think properly, wondering if it's because he's on the deeper floors. Meanwhile, Lily's group realizes that the monster has closed all the escape routes, so they have no other option but to fight it. Cassandra thinks her nightmare is about to come true, since they're all trapped in the cage of despair, and Makoto realizes that the dungeon wants them dead. Aisha tries to motivate them by telling them they need to defeat the Antisbana, but she knows that it's difficult to stay positive given the situation. The Antisbana breathes fire again, and Aisha manages to avoid it, but as she looks back at her friends, she realizes they are losing hope. But Welf tells everyone they can't just keep relying on Belle, and notes that they need to defeat the floor boss to make him proud. They all charge at the monster, and Welf uses his sword to freeze it, along with the water, while Aisha prepares to attack, but it suddenly breaks free and tries to burn her. She manages to dodge its flames, and notes that the most common way to defeat the Antisbana is by attacking it in an area with accessible footholds. She launches a magical slash, but it's stopped by the Antisbana's Crimson Mist, which can scatter any magic it comes into contact with. She realizes that their only option is to fight it up close, and Lily tells Haruhime to cast a level boost spell so that they don't die in one hit, and they try to attack the monster together. Lily asks Haruhime if she's okay, so she mentions that she'll be fine if she only uses 4 tails at a time. Meanwhile in Arario, Hestia goes to the tavern to tell the girls that Ryu is a murder suspect, and that her familia has joined the manhunt. Anya and the others think Ryu isn't a murderer, and Hestia agrees with them, but notes that she needs their help, since Belle might need backup. Meanwhile, Belle tries to take Ryu out of the tunnel, but the Juggernaut lands behind them, leaving him shocked. On the 25th floor, Lily's group continues to fight the Antisbana, but they're no match for it, and Welf thinks it doesn't have a weak spot. Aisha thinks they need to create one, and she manages to land a hit, but she realizes that it's too shallow. Welf and Makoto prepare to attack it, but it suddenly dives into the water, and comes out on the other side, creating a huge wave that ruins their formation. Daphne notices that Lily is losing hope, so she reminds her that true leaders don't quit when challenges arise. Lily comes up with an idea, and tells Makoto to move to the middle and activate her skill, while Daphne and Aisha keep the monster occupied. As the Antisbana goes back into water, Makoto uses her skill to detect its presence, and she warns Aisha to move as it's right beneath her. Makoto uses her gravity spell to crush the monster, while her friends rush in and start attacking it, but it tries to burn them, so Oka smashes its head to stop it. The Antisbana realizes it's in trouble, so it calls the other monsters for help, while Cassandra still thinks they have no chance of winning, so Daphne hits her to bring her back to her senses. Cassandra wonders how she resists falling into despair, so Daphne admits that she's also scared, but they have no choice but to fight, since they need to support their friends. Cassandra starts healing everyone as they continue fighting the monsters, and they're glad she decided to join them in the battle. We see Tsubaki staying at Hestia's house, but she gets bored and starts working in Welf's forge, where she accidentally breaks a hammer. She thinks it might be a bad omen, but Mayek and Naza suddenly arrive, and they ask her to help them in the dungeon. On the 37th floor, Bell runs away with Ryu, while the Juggernaut chases after them, and he blasts the dungeon roof with his firebolt, causing it to collapse. He realizes that he was able to block the path, but he thinks the Juggernaut will be back. He wakes Ryu up, and tells her how they've reached the deep floors, but he notes that he has run out of items, so she needs to use her magic to heal herself. But she starts healing him instead, since she has lost all hope, and she thinks she'll only slow him down. She asks him to continue without her, but they suddenly sense something approaching, and they realize that it's a skull sheep. The adventurers who survived reach the 18th floor's town, where they tell the others about the situation in the dungeon, so Dormal and Luvis want to help, but Tsubaki arrives asking for the details. Luvis wonders why the Hephaestus Familia's captain is there, so she notes that it's a long story, and they tell her everything they know about the Hestia Familia's situation, so she and the girls decide to rescue them. Bell wonders if they should run, but he thinks it won't work with their injuries, so their only option is to fight the sheep. He allows it to get close to them, but it jumps right in front of him, so he tries to swing, but it suddenly disappears. Ryu tells him it's using its skin to camouflage itself, so he tries to sense its presence, but it suddenly bites his arm. It shoots spikes out of its body, and Bell manages to dodge them, but it suddenly attacks him again. He manages to block it with his scarf, and he defeats it by stabbing its core. But he thinks about how he almost died to an average monster, and wonders how they're going to survive. Ryu tells him to leave her behind, because she'll only get in his way, but he explains that he needs her help, since she's been to the deep floors before. She realizes that she lost her composure, and tells him they need to find a small room with a dead end to regain their strength. Meanwhile, Lily's group continues to fight the Amphisbaena and the monsters, and Welf freezes the water once again. Lily mentions that the new footholds are ready, so they should regroup at the front line after they deal with the other monsters. They soon defeat the monsters, and Lily tells Cassandra and Haruhime to be ready, while Aisha smashes through the Amphisbaena's skin. But it hides in the water, so Makoto uses her powers to find it, and tells Daphne to move because the Amphisbaena will try to attack her. Makoto manages to cut through its skin, and everyone starts attacking it, so Aisha thinks they can defeat it. But it hides in the water again, and goes up the waterfall, where it jumps to create giant shockwaves that scatter the group, and Makoto is thrown into the water, where the monster fish start biting her. Ryu guides Bell through the deep floors, and they look for a place to rest, but he suddenly sees a magic stone lamp, so he realizes that they're not alone. But as they go near it, they see a party of dead adventurers, which makes him lose hope. 3 skull sheep suddenly appear, so he panics and spams his firebolts, and he manages to block the path by destroying the ceiling. But he feels hopeless, so Ryu slaps him to bring him back to his senses, and she notes that there's no reason to cry. She explains that the dead adventurers don't change their situation, and notes that they've found a good place to rest, telling him to take a 5-minute nap to regain his strength. She promises to protect him while he rests, but he wonders if 5 minutes will be enough, so she explains that it's all they can afford given their current situation. She thinks that only a true adventurer can sleep anywhere and anytime to regain their strength, and notes that his firebolt damaged the dungeon's ceiling, so it won't spawn new monsters for a while. On the 25th floor, Chigusa realizes that Makoto is missing, and Daphne sees blood in the water, but before they can try to save her, the Amphisbaena suddenly attacks them. Cassandra is lost in her thoughts when the Amphisbaena tries to burn her and Lily, so Haruhime pushes them out of the way, but she ends up getting hit. We see that when Ryu first joined the Astrea Familia, she met their captain Elise, who found her name difficult to pronounce, so she decided to call her the Lion instead. In the present, Belle takes a nap, while Ryu keeps an eye on her surroundings, and she thinks the dungeon won't spawn monsters for a while since it's healing. She knows that she's in no condition to fight, since her leg is broken, but she's determined to keep Belle alive no matter what happens. The 3 sheep suddenly appear, and she tries to get up, but she crashes to the ground. She throws her knife, and manages to defeat one of them, but the other 2 attack her. She defeats another one by stabbing its head, but the last one disarms her, leaving her defenseless. It prepares to kill her, but Belle takes it out, and Ryu apologizes for being a bad lookout. He returns her knives and tells her it's her turn to rest, so she goes to sleep and dreams about the time she was part of the Astrea Familia. Meanwhile, Oka and Aisha become emotional since Haruhime got injured, and they rush at the monster, while Welf tries to stop them, but they refuse to listen to him. So the rest of the group tries to support them, and Welf tries to prepare footholds for them, but the Amphiss Bana uses its crimson mist to stop them from getting close. It again dives into the water, and suddenly emerges underneath Oka, who gets blown away, but he quickly gets up and tells Welf to use his magic. He freezes the water, creating a direct path for Oka, while Makoto thinks it's their only chance to defeat the monster, so she uses her gravity magic to stop it from moving, allowing the others to land their attacks. Everyone realizes that she's still alive, and Haruhime also returns to the battle, as she ignores the flames that are burning her. She gives a level boost to Aisha, while Oka cuts one of the monster's heads, and Aisha lunges at it, as she uses her sword magic to finish it off. After the fight, Aisha praises Haruhime since she's improved a lot, and they're all glad that Makoto is still alive. Lily is excited that they defeated the floor boss, but Aisha notes that it isn't over yet, and Lily sees the dragon liver the monster left, which makes her happy since it's a super rare item. Cassandra wonders if the disaster has been averted, but they suddenly hear a loud sound as the dungeon starts collapsing. They notice Turk's men on the roots above, and Aisha thinks there must be a way to reach the 24th floor through the roots, so she suggests following them. Cassandra thinks they're still in danger, since they've only reached the middle of her dream, and Lily is worried about Belle. Aisha reminds her of their situation, but Lily thinks the tremors must have unblocked the tunnel leading to the 26th floor, and Welf notes that they can't leave without Belle. Aisha reminds them that Haruhime and Makoto can't walk, and Haruhime assures them that she'll be fine. But Daphne tells them they don't have time to argue, so they should head up and discuss things when they regroup. Cassandra interrupts them, saying they should head to the 26th floor, because her dream indicated that they should go east to avoid death, but Daphne thinks they should go upwards instead. Cassandra knows that nobody believes her dreams, and she always runs away when she's afraid, but she can't let her friends die. She thinks that if she runs away, she will have nothing left to continue living for, so she begs Daphne to trust her. Daphne mentions that no one would believe her dreams, but she surprisingly tells everyone to head east, and Oka wonders why she changed her mind. She reveals that even though no sensible person would trust dreams, she trusts her friend Cassandra, who becomes emotional hearing this. But Oka is still hesitant, so Makoto tells him they should follow them, since she also wants to help Belle. They all rush towards the cave, and as the dungeon starts crumbling, Turk's group falls to their deaths. Chigusa notes that they would have died if they had tried to climb up to the 24th floor, and Daphne thanks Cassandra for saving their lives. She hugs Daphne for trusting her, and Welf motivates the group to move forward, because there's no going back until they find Belle. In a flashback, we see Elise as she finds Ryu lost in her thoughts, so she asks her if everything is okay. But a girl named Kaguya teases her for daydreaming, and Elise tells everyone she received information from the guild that the Rudra Familia is up to something on the lower floors. She mentions that it's been a year since the nightmare on the 27th floor, where the Evelas suffered a huge blow, so they're only operating on the lower floors. A girl named Lyra thinks the Familias that sided with the guild didn't walk away unarmed, and Kaguya notes that things might have gotten worse if the Loki Familia wasn't in charge of the counterattack. Elise tells them they need to investigate the lower floors to see if they can find anything interesting, and the other members think it's a great idea. Lyra thinks it might be a trap similar to the one on the 27th floor, but Elise is ready to risk everything to prevent another tragedy from happening. Ryu tries to stop them from going, but Belle notices her talking in her sleep, and he thinks it's the first time she's lowered her guard. A skull sheep suddenly appears, and Belle thinks he can take it out, but he's worried that its friends might show up if they hear the noise. He realizes that the monsters on the deep floors are intelligent, since the sheep didn't rush in blindly upon seeing him, so he raises his hand and threatens to shoot his firebolt, and it leaves them alone. Tsubaki's party arrives in the dungeon, and they're shocked to see the waterfall, since it doesn't look normal, and she thinks the floor boss came charging through the cavern. They wonder if the adventurers who fought it survived, and Anya notes that they should go to the 27th floor to save Ryu, but another girl named Lenore thinks it's too dangerous since the entire floor is collapsing. Tsubaki thinks they have no choice but to climb down the cliff, and Anya agrees with her, thinking they'll be fine since her brother used to fly down the walls by himself. They all decide to take their chance and begin their downward journey, while Lily's group faces a herd of monsters, but she thinks they should conserve their strength. So she shoots an arrow at their leader's eye, creating an opening for everyone to escape. Daphne thinks they've been fighting monsters since they arrived at the 26th floor, and she's worried that if it continues like that, they won't have the energy to find Belle or return to the surface. Lily reminds her that they need to save him, but Daphne wonders how they'll do it, since they don't even know where to start looking for him. Aisha notes that they can't return to the 24th floor until the dungeon completes its repair cycle, so they need to keep moving forward and head to the safety point on the lower floors after they find Belle. They suddenly get attacked by a monster species called the Kelpie, but Lily wonders how it got there, since it should only spawn on the 27th floor. They decide to run since they're outnumbered, but more monsters from the 27th floor block their path, so they're forced to fight them head-on. They realize that the dungeon is behaving strangely, and Oka thinks it seems to have a personal issue with them, but Welf gets distracted talking to him, and a monster sends him flying into the wall. He notices the adamantite ore from the lower floors lying on the ground, but another monster shows up right in front of him, and he's too shocked to react. Aisha saves him and tells him to be careful, so he grabs the adamantite and continues fighting the monsters. They hear a loud sound, and Lily thinks it might be an adventurer on their way to the 27th floor, so Oka goes to check it out, as he kills the monsters in his path. They're surprised to see Bors, who's glad that they're still alive, but he tells them his group has been wiped out, which shocks them that none of the high-class adventurers survived. Aisha wonders if the gale wind killed them, so he notes that it wasn't her, and she actually tried to protect him, but a deadly monster slaughtered everyone in his group. He thinks Belle didn't make it, but Lily doesn't believe him, since she knows that Belle will never leave her. But the monsters suddenly arrive, so they're forced to retreat, and one of them jumps over Aisha, so Lily shoots it with her arrow. But more monsters arrive at the front, so Welf uses his magic sword to burn them, but he realizes that it will shatter the next time he uses it. The group continues running until they reach a dead end, and Lily thinks they need to get out of there quickly, since they're already exhausted. Aisha tells Bors to describe the exact scene of how Belle was attacked, so he notes that the monster ripped off his arm and landed a fatal hit to his neck, but she asks him if he actually saw his body. He mentions that he didn't, and notes that Rhea tried to heal him, but he doesn't think Belle could have survived that attack. Lily is excited, since she finally has hope that Belle might still be alive, and Welf agrees that he can't die so easily. Aisha tells everyone they'll follow their earlier plan, but Bors thinks they're making a big mistake going to the 27th floor, where the Juggernaut would be. He notes that he would never go there again, but Aisha reminds him how Ryu and Belle saved him, so he owes them his life. They all prepare to save Belle, and Lily feels that even though she's their leader, she needs to learn from Aisha, who has gotten everyone on the same page. Daphne thinks they need to get to the normal route quickly, since it isn't safe there, and Lily notes that they should resume their journey after taking a short break. Aisha volunteers to stand guard, and she asks Bors to accompany her, but Welf is frustrated since his magic sword will soon break, and he thinks he'll be a burden to the team. He recalls how Hephaestus told him that as long as he has a healthy flame, he can forge his weapons anywhere, so he tells everyone about his plan to make more swords there. Lily thinks it's too risky, and notes that he doesn't have his equipment, but he tells her he brought his hammer and hearth, in case he needed to repair their weapons. He shows them the adamantite ore he found earlier, and tells them to protect him while he forges the weapons, since it's their only chance of safely reaching the 27th floor, and everyone decides to trust him, so he starts forging magic swords for them. We go back to when the Astrea Familia members discuss justice, and they all have different definitions for it, but Elise thinks even gods have a tough time answering it, so they shouldn't worry about it. She believes that anyone can give poetic speeches about justice and abuse it for their own gain, so instead of trying to find the right answer, they should focus on eliminating the fake kinds of justice. Rhea doesn't understand it, so Elise explains that when the fake justice dies, harmony and happiness grow in its place. She tells them they don't wield justice, since it's mostly done in bad faith, and notes that justice is something they hide. In the present, Ryu heals her leg, and Belle is glad that she can finally stand, but she notes that it isn't fully healed yet. She still thinks she should have used all her remaining magic on him, but he thinks being able to walk on her own is more important, since it would make things easier for him. She lays out the facts once again, and notes that they're on the 37th floor, but she isn't sure which section they're in. She adds that they also lack equipment, so they might die if they encounter monsters, and Belle wonders if they should just wait for someone to rescue them. But she thinks they're too far off from the normal route, and even if his friends try to save them, they can't make it there on their own. She thinks that until the chaos on the 27th floor settles, no one would volunteer to search for them, and they'll suffer the same fate as the other adventurers if they just stay there. Meanwhile, Lily reminds everyone to stop monsters from disturbing Welf, but Boris still has doubts about their strategy. So Oka tells him to have faith in Welf, since he's risking his life to forge a sword for them. Lily thinks it's their only chance to get out of there and save Belle, while Aisha threatens Boris, telling him he needs to fulfill his duty if he wants to return home. He thinks Belle's friends are crazy, but monsters suddenly arrive, so he and Oka try to stop them, while the others back them up. Aisha suggests cutting off the monster's legs, but Daphne notes that she doesn't even have time to aim, while Welf realizes that the adamantite is quite strong, and he wonders if he can shape it. Rhea tells Belle that based on their current situation, they should head to the tunnels that lead to the 36th floor, since the next safety point is on the 39th floor, but they can't take the risk of going deeper. They take the adventurers' potions and weapons, and they also see a map of the 37th floor, which is incomplete, but Rhea still thinks it can still be useful to them. She notes that she's been to the deep floors countless times, so if they reach the dungeon's normal route, she can lead them to the connecting tunnel. Belle wonders why the adventurers couldn't make it to the surface, even though they had food and other items, so she thinks they were poisoned by the monsters, and Belle can't find any antidotes, which proves her point. They realize that the adventurers had prepared the map on their familia emblem, since they couldn't find anything else to write on, and Belle notices a message left by one of them for their family, so he decides to take it back with him. Welf struggles to shape the metal, so he starts to doubt himself, wondering if it was a bad idea to craft a weapon in the dungeon. He thinks he's putting all of his strength, skill and pride into it, but it still isn't working, so images of himself appear before him, asking him why he's crafting that weapon. He mentions that it's to survive, but they tell him to look deeper, and seeing his friends put their lives on the line for him, he realizes that the real reason he's crafting the weapon is to help his friends. He thinks an ordinary magic sword won't be enough, since it eventually breaks, so he needs to craft an indestructible sword. Meanwhile, Hestia goes to see Hephaestus, and tells her Tsubaki has gone to the dungeon upon Mayek and Naz's request. Hephaestus thinks that even if she tried to stop Tsubaki, she would have gone anyway, and Hestia asks her if she can skip this month's payment for Belle's knife, since the expedition cost a lot of money. But Hephaestus rejects her proposal, and notes that the knife must have protected Belle's life countless times, asking her how much she values his life. Hestia insists that she cares for him, so Hephaestus tells her to prove it by doing whatever it takes to protect him. Welf thinks he needs to create a weapon of the highest caliber like Hephaestus's knife, and he puts his blood and sweat to craft it, since he wants to save Belle. The monsters break through their defenses and enter the room, but Welf reveals his new magic sword, and as more monsters rush toward them, he tells Cassandra to lend him a hand. They both combine their magic to activate the sword's true power, creating a massive flame that burns all of the monsters, and he tells everyone he's successfully made a shatterproof magic sword. In another one of Ryu's memories, we see her arguing with Kaguya, since Ryu believes that the needs of the majority can't outweigh the needs of the few. She thinks it goes against Lady Estria's kind of justice, but Kaguya calls her an idiot, and notes that even though she loves and respects Estria, her idea of justice can't be turned into reality. Ryu wonders what the point of peace is, if they need to sacrifice people to obtain it, and Kaguya tells her she's strong, but she's the weakest in their group in terms of mental and emotional maturity. Ryu wonders if Kaguya is insulting her, but Kaguya reminds her about the warriors and innocent civilians they lost in the fight against the Evolus, and notes that they can't save everyone. In the present, Belle struggles to fight the monsters in the White Palace, since they're heavily outnumbered, so Ryu tells him to fall back, and notes that they need to use their trump card. She throws it towards the monsters and tells Belle to shoot it, so he uses his fire bolt, which creates a huge explosion that wipes out the monsters. He realizes that she used a blaze rock, and she reveals that she got it from Jura's men, telling him she still has 5 of them. She tells him to protect her as she updates the map, and thinks he's wasting too much energy in battle, so he needs to be more efficient. He knows she's right, but he can't do it since the monsters are too strong for him, but she tells him he's doing well for someone who has never been to the deep floors. She thinks the other adventurers would have yelled at her for making unreasonable demands, but tells him he should have confidence in himself, since he'll grow stronger than he already is. Lily's group continues moving forward, but another herd of monsters arrives, so Wolf burns them with his new magic sword, and they realize it's getting stronger the more he uses it. Rhea gives a healing potion to Belle, who wonders if it's okay to drink it since it's quite old, so she tells him a little mold won't hurt him. He decides to drink it, and he instantly feels better, but they find another herd of monsters in their path. Tsubaki's group also takes out the monsters they come across, but Lenore wonders why it's so noisy in the dungeon, and her friend senses the presence of a dangerous monster. Lily's party reaches the place where the Juggernaut killed the adventurers, and she tells Bors to take them to where he last saw Belle, but Aisha hears a faint voice of Marie begging them not to go there. Ryu and Belle come across a monster called the Paluda, and she thinks the adventurers died because of its poison quills, but Belle wants to know more about the deep floor monsters. So she tells him about the Spartoi, who are skilled in hand-to-hand combat, and they also carry weapons. Ryu and Belle come across a slimy monster called an ooze, but Ryu notes that it's harmless, so she cooks it and tells Belle to drink it. He finds it disgusting and gives the rest to her, and he apologizes for putting his lips on the flask, but she becomes flustered as she realizes that it will be an indirect kiss. She doesn't drink it, telling him they need to ration it, and she asks him about his earlier question. He asks her about the number of adventurers that usually explore the deep floors, so she tells him it's a minimum of 4 adventurers, with at least 1 healer. Lily's group reaches the spot where Bors last saw Belle, but they can't find the adventurers' bodies, so Lily tells them to look for clues that might be left there. Ryu finds a familiar spot, and notes that it will help them figure out where the exit is located, which makes Belle hopeful that they'll survive and reach the surface together. Lily finds a giant hole left by the lantern, and Welf is afraid that Belle might have gone even farther down the dungeon, but she tells him they aren't sure yet. A monster called a Voltimeria comes out of the water, and it spits out an adventurer's item, which makes Bors realize it ate his friends. It tries to attack him, but he blocks it with his shield, and Aisha slices it in half. She advises them against challenging it head-on, since it has great durability, and Lily tells everyone to run toward the exit, but more Voltimeria come out of the water and block their path. They try to fight through, but the monsters keep coming, so Welf uses his magic sword to burn all of them, but even that isn't enough. Tsubaki's rescue party also reaches the 27th floor, and they find the place where the Juggernaut slaughtered the adventurers, but they suddenly hear voices from the other side. Lily's group is exhausted from the constant fighting, and Lily wonders if they should fall back, but another group of monsters suddenly appears. It turns out to be the Xenos, who helped them fight the monsters, but Lily wonders how they knew their location. So they reveal that Fels told them everything, and note that they promised Belle that the next time he or his friends were in trouble, they would come running to their rescue. Rhea thinks she and Belle won't be able to escape with their lives, so she's ready to sacrifice herself to save him, and she remembers Kaguya, who told her that sacrifices are necessary. After Ryu argued with Kaguya, Elise approached her and told her that even though she would also prefer it if everyone survived, she wasn't sure it would be the right choice. She explains that they can't expect everything to work just because they're chasing an ideal, and notes that what really matters is how much effort they put into achieving their dreams. But she still thinks ideals are important to have, since if they don't strive for them, they would end up obtaining less from the compromises they need to make. Ryu wonders what would happen if someone manages to turn their ideals into reality, so Elise tells her that the person would be considered a hero. Meanwhile in the dungeon, the Xenos dominate the monsters, and Haruhime is glad to see Winnie again. Chigusa and Oka can't understand why monsters are fighting each other, so Lily pretends that she doesn't know, but thinks the Xenos are miracles of Mother Nature. Tsubaki's group also arrives, but they also can't understand the situation, and Lily realizes that Hestia sent them to help. She tells them to help defeat the unarmed monsters, so they decide to just follow her orders, and she's amazed by how powerful they are. Marie tells Lid that Belle is in trouble, and that he fell to the lower floors, so he takes all the Xenos to rescue him. Anya and the others can't understand why they left, but Lily learns that the Xenos have gone after Belle and Ryu, who might be on the deeper floors, where a dangerous monster is chasing after them. Lily asks Anya about her level, and she learns that everyone in her party is at level 4, so she decides to accept their help. She explains that they must reach the safety point below their floor, from where they will plan how to rescue Belle, but Daphne notes that they aren't sure if he's still alive. Lily tells her she won't hear any objections, and seeing how confident she is, Anya decides to follow her. Belle follows Ryu's advice on how to fight while conserving his energy, and he manages to defeat multiple monsters, which impresses her, because he's improved a lot in such a short time. He also remembers how Ai's once told him that landing the final blow is a step away from one's own demise, so he baits the monsters into trying to finish him off, so that he can easily defeat them. It impresses Ryu, and she thinks the pressure of surviving on the deeper floors is actually pushing him to new heights, but a herd of monsters suddenly appears behind them. So she tells him she'll deal with them, and uses Kaguya's move to cut them down. A group of barbarians suddenly attacks her from the dungeon wall, and she struggles to dodge their tongues, so Belle comes to her rescue. He charges at them head-on, and takes them out without wasting too much energy, and another monster tries to sneak up on him, but Ryu throws her sword at it. She tells him that after Seer saved her, she met a mage who told her that she shouldn't tell anyone about the Juggernaut, so she realized that the guild wanted to keep it a secret. Belle asks her to share more about her fight with the Juggernaut, but she suddenly hears a noise, and tells him they need to leave. Meanwhile, the Juggernaut continues to feed upon the other monsters in the dungeon, as it searches for Belle and Ryu. They get surrounded by an army of skeletons, and they try to fight them off, but more monsters arrive. Ryu notices a polluta, and tells Belle to take cover since their needles are poisonous, so they get down, and the needles end up hitting the other monsters. Belle throws a blaze rock to blast the remaining monsters, and they think it's finally over, but he suddenly gets hit by a needle. Ryu sees the polluta, so she throws her sword to finish it off, while Belle uses the unicorn knife to stab himself and absorb the poison. She can't believe it actually worked, and she gives him the last potion, while she looks at the map to see where they should go next. She realizes that their only option left is to check the path already marked on the map, but she wonders what made the other adventurers turn back from there. After that, they resume their journey, and Ryu finally realizes where they are, so she notes that they can reach the normal route by following the path ahead. In a flashback, Ryu talks with Elise and Kaguya, but she wants to have a variety of opinions to understand the right answer, so she goes to Lyra to see what she thinks. But Lyra tells her there's no right answer, and notes that it's different depending on who she asks, so she should just find an answer that's acceptable to her. Lyra notes that to take out the trash, they sometimes need to get their hands dirty, but Ryu still wishes Lyra hadn't taught her all of her deceptive methods. Lyra notes that she's just looking out for Ryu, since she's a young and inexperienced elf, and Lyra teaches her that knowledge is her weapon, while information is her friend. In the dungeon, Belle and Ryu reach the Colosseum, but she reveals that monsters spawn infinitely in that place, so even the Loki Familia doesn't go near it. She notes that it's the most dangerous area on the 37th floor, and they have no choice but to pass through it, since it's the only way to reach the normal route. Belle wonders how they can reach the other side, so she explains that they'll use the skull sheep's skin to camouflage themselves, and the barbarian's heart to cover their scent. He thinks he wouldn't be able to survive without her, since she remains calm in every situation, while he only gets them into trouble. She gives him the same advice she got from Lyra, which is to turn his knowledge into wisdom, but he doesn't understand what she means. So she explains that he should let knowledge inform his actions, and if he can apply it under the appropriate circumstances, he can get better at helping others. They cautiously walk towards the Colosseum, where they see the monsters fighting, and Ryu explains that they're locked in a never-ending battle with each other, but they stop when intruders enter their territory. She sees a bridge on the other side, and notes that even though it's the long way around, it's still the safest. A monster blocks their path, so Belle starts to panic, but it suddenly goes to fight another monster. He wonders why such a place exists, and he recalls how Ina told him that there's a place in the dungeon where monsters endlessly pour from the walls. According to the familius that saw it, it was as if the dungeon was testing something down there, and he wonders if it was a test for the adventurers or the monsters. But a skeleton suddenly grabs his leg, forcing him to defend himself, and all of the monsters see him, so Ryu tells him they need to run. They fight through the monsters, but her leg hasn't fully recovered, so she stumbles to the ground. Belle returns to help her, and he uses his firebolt to destroy the monsters chasing after them, while she throws a blaze rock into the air. Belle blows it up to create an explosion, and he manages to clear a path, but more monsters continue to chase after them. They're about to cross the bridge, but more monsters suddenly arrive from outside the Colosseum, so Ryu tells Belle to clear the enemies ahead of them, while she takes care of the ones behind them. Bell rushes at the monsters, while Ryu throws a blaze rock towards him, and he uses it to create another explosion, which takes out the enemies in his path. He thinks he can survive anything as long as he's with her, but she suddenly uses her luminous wind spell to send him flying to the other side, and destroys the bridge connecting them. He realizes that she's sacrificing herself to save him, but she tells him to continue without her, so he quickly runs off. She thinks she has given him enough knowledge to survive, and knows that he'll mourn her decision, but she believes that he deserves to live more than her because of the things she's done in the past. She thinks there's no point in defending herself, but refuses to give up without a fight, and she would feel ashamed to face Elise and the others if she didn't struggle until her last breath. The monsters begin to overpower her, and she accepts her fate, thinking she'll die as a toy for the monsters, but she's still glad that she was able to save Belle. She asks Seer and the others to forgive her, since she's giving up on the life they gave her, but Belle suddenly returns and starts killing the monsters. She realizes that he went all the way around the Colosseum to save her, and she tells him to escape, but he refuses to go without her. He uses his Argonaut skill on the blaze rock before tossing it into the air, and he steps in front of Ryu as he blows it up. The monsters are caught in a massive explosion, and Ryu remembers how Elise told her that heroes can turn their ideals into reality. In a flashback, we see that the Evelyn group tried to kill Ryu's party with blaze rock explosions, but they all managed to survive, which disappoints Jura, since they spent a fortune to buy the blaze rocks. Elise tells Jura that he should prepare to face judgment, and Ryu notes that he and his friends will all answer for their crimes, so he tries to escape, but they suddenly hear a dreadful sound as the Juggernaut comes out of the roof, and it takes out multiple members of the Astrea Familia. Ryu can't believe what's happening, and she rushes forward to avenge her friends, but it overpowers her and slams her to the ground. Kaguya rushes to save her, but the Juggernaut slices off her arm, and the other adventurers launch a combined attack, but it kills them by reflecting their spells. It consumes another girl from the Astrea Familia, and Elise charges at it with anger, but it impales her with its claw, and Ryu can't believe their captain was so easily overpowered. It shifts its attention to the Evelyn and starts killing them, while Elise gathers her remaining energy and asks Ryu and Kaguya if they're okay. Lyra apologizes since the monster got her as well, and she notes that she can't see anything, but Elise tells them to sacrifice their lives to save Ryu. Lyra admits that even though her life is most important to her, she would be the first one to die if she fights while she's blind, and Kaguya also feels no regret in laying down her life to save Ryu. But she thinks Elise should be the one to survive, because as long as she and Lady Astrea are alive, true justice will prevail. Elise mentions that there are different types of justice, and it depends on how they define it, but she trusts that Ryu would always do the right thing. She asks Ryu to help them kill the monster, telling her to chant her spell while they tear off its shell, and they bid her farewell. Elise asks Ryu to promise that she will turn her ideals into reality, and Lyra tells her to live for the rest of them, while Kaguya gives her knives to Ryu. Ryu starts chanting her spell, while Lyra charges at the monster, and it cuts her into pieces, but she drops the blaze rocks, and the Juggernaut gets caught in the explosion. Kaguya slices off its leg, but it cuts her down, and Elise once again tries to fight it, so it impales her with its claws, but she refuses to go down so easily. She cuts through its claws, and stabs it with her sword, before activating her skill called Arvelia, which burns the Juggernaut's body. It breaks the monster's protective shell, and Ryu activates her luminous wind, which forces the Juggernaut to escape. Ryu is devastated by the incident, but when she reaches the surface, she doesn't return to their house, since it would remind her of Elise, and she also doesn't know what to tell Astrea. After recovering from her wounds, she returns to the 30th floor to bury her friends, but she realizes that their bodies have already been eaten by the monsters, and the Juggernaut has also escaped. She creates a grave to remember her friends, but she doesn't know what to do next, and she decides to get revenge on the Rudra Familia. Ryu asks Astrea to leave Aurario so that she wouldn't get in her way, and the goddess accepts her request, but tells her to give up on justice. She mercilessly kills anyone with a connection to the Rudra Familia or the Evelyn, and she doesn't give anyone time to intervene, as she destroys all of them using whatever means necessary. She finally finds Jura, so she repeatedly stabs him, and Rudra is impressed with how mercilessly she killed everyone, but Jura somehow survives. After she gets her revenge, she feels empty since she doesn't have any purpose, and she wonders if she should live on, since she thinks she deserves to die as punishment for her crimes. She doesn't know what to do with herself, but Seer saves her, even though she thinks she doesn't deserve it, since she has yet to be judged for her sins. When Ryu wakes up, she remembers that the Colosseum floor broke from the explosion, so she thinks they must have fallen through it. Bell carries her on his back, but she wonders why he saved her, so he tells her it's because she would do the same for him. She tells him she would never do that, but he doesn't believe her, and she notes that he should let her die there, since he shouldn't waste any more of his strength on her than he already has. She thinks she doesn't deserve to be rescued, since she needs to face justice, but he tells her that he doesn't understand things like justice, and all he knows is that she's given him a lot. But he believes that saving her is the right thing to do, and reminds her how she saved their lives multiple times, so he thinks she has always been a champion of justice. She tries to deny it, reminding him of her past crimes, and he thinks she might have made mistakes in the past, but the Ryu he knows is better than anyone else. He believes that justice still lives inside her heart, which makes her cry, and she remembers Elisa's last words. Ryu thinks that as long as she's with him, she might also be able to return home, but a monster suddenly attacks them from behind. It smashes Bell against the wall, knocking him unconscious, and Ryu screams as she tries to wake him up. The monster prepares to eat him, so she starts crying, but he gets up and finishes it off. He apologizes for making her worry, since he was trying to lure the monster closer, but she makes him promise never to do that again. They find an oasis, and Bell thinks they should rest there, but he collapses from exhaustion, so Ryu rushes to heal him. After that, he apologizes for getting her wet when he passed out in the water, but she tells him it's alright, and notes that they should focus on drying their clothes. She explains that in their current state, it could be fatal for them to let their body temperatures drop too low. She decides to tell him the whole story of how her friends were killed, and after listening to her story, he thinks she should carry on without them, since they would be angry if she wasted their sacrifice. She feels warmth in her chest, but her body feels cold, and she tells him that their current method of heating their body isn't working, so they should share body warmth, which freaks him out. She notes that it's an emergency, so they shouldn't be shy, but she warns him that she won't spare him if he has any perverted thoughts. Belle hugs her from behind, but notes that he finally understands why boys want to protect women, since she's small and her skin is soft, which makes her flustered. He wonders what she'll do after they get out of there, so she tells him she wants to eat Mia's food again, and he thinks they should visit her together. She asks him the same question, so he notes that he wants to walk home with his friends to see Hestia, and she tells him to cherish his familia. The next day, they prepare to continue their journey, and Belle wonders if Ryu's leg has healed, so she notes that even though her bones are misaligned, she should be able to walk on her own. She thinks they could rest there and recover their strength, but they don't have any food, and Belle also needs to return to the surface to fully heal his arm. They start walking to find a way out of there, and Belle realizes they're standing on uncharted territory, but they notice strange flowers they have never seen before. Ryu smells them, and notes that they're quite sweet, so she asks him to do the same, which improves his mood. They continue walking, and they soon reach a dead end, but Ryu notices that the rocks on the roof are odd, so Belle stabs them with his knife, and they start to crumble. They manage to create an opening and get back to the 37th floor, and they immediately sense the presence of monsters, but as they explore the area, they wonder why it's so peaceful. They find a passage, and Ryu notes that they'll soon reach the 36th floor, but as they try to cross it, they suddenly notice an evil presence. A monster's limb suddenly falls from above, and they notice the Juggernaut, but Belle realizes that its arm has healed, and it has evolved after consuming different monsters. It attacks Belle, who thinks it's much slower than before, but it suddenly shoots spikes from its body. He realizes that it's compensating for its slower speed with its abilities, and he tries to protect Ryu, who can't move out of fear, but the monster shoots more spikes at him. She doesn't want to lose him, so she saves him before the Juggernaut can hit him, and they start running away. It creates giant spikes from the ground, so Belle pushes her forward to save her, but he ends up getting hit. She's shocked because the attack belongs to a floor boss called the Udius, and Belle is losing too much blood, but he uses his firebolt to close his wound. The Juggernaut sends them flying into the walls, and Ryu notices a small opening, so she drags Belle inside it to save themselves, but they realize that there are also monsters there. The Juggernaut creates spikes in the walls, but they only impale the monsters, allowing Belle and Ryu to get out of its range. Ryu heals him, but she thinks it's of no use, since they've both lost a lot of blood. He asks her about the Juggernaut, but she lies that it has already left them since she wants to give him hope. She asks him to hold her one last time, so he hugs her, and she thinks the final moments of their fruitless death are quite sweet. She feels tired, so Belle tells her to rest and promises to wake her up after a while, but as she goes to sleep, he prepares to fight the Juggernaut with the last of his energy. Belle uses his firebolt, but it misses his target, so he comes out of the cave and tells the Juggernaut that he's going to kill it and make it back alive with Ryu. Meanwhile, Ryu has a dream where she sees her friends, and she thinks it's time to join them, but as she walks toward them, Elise suddenly stops her, telling her she'll regret it. Ryu mentions that she has reached her limits, so she can't fight anymore, and she notes that she also can't undo what happened in the past. She admits that she's afraid of facing her past, so she's ready to die, but Elise thinks she's lying, since her Justice is still alive and screaming that she can't lose Belle. Elise reminds her that their familias sought peace and harmony, and notes that Ryu always stuck by that lesson just as she had thought, because it's her justice. Her friends motivate her to keep going, saying her idea of justice is hope, so she needs to return and defeat the Juggernaut. Ryu realizes that she always wanted them to judge her for failing to save them, but she was the only one who couldn't forgive herself, and Elise asks what her justice is telling her. So she mentions that she needs to save Belle, since she wants to go to the tavern with him and see her friends, and she says goodbye to Elise and the others. She wakes up to Belle fighting the Juggernaut outside the cave, and he gets overpowered, but he still refuses to give up. Ryu joins their fight, telling him she can't always depend on him to save her, and they charge in together. She manages to injure the Juggernaut, and Belle tries to get closer, but it shoots needles at him to push him back. He realizes that it's slower than before, but he still can't defeat it with brute strength, and Ryu starts chanting her spell. He knows that she can only use her magic once, so he needs to break its shell, and he tries to close the distance, but it hits him with its spikes. He uses his Argo Vesta to burn them, which also damages the Juggernaut's shell, since they were an extension of its body. The monster is about to hit him, but Ryu stops its attack, thinking that if she had helped in the past, Elise could still be alive. Belle shoots his firebolt straight into the Juggernaut's body, while Ryu prepares her luminous wind, and the monster jumps to avoid it. But we learn that she anticipated this, and she launches a barrage of attacks, as she asks her former familia to lend her their strength. She manages to overpower the Juggernaut, and Elise helps her deliver the finishing blow, which completely destroys its body. Ryu and Belle are so exhausted that they fall unconscious, but the Xenos find them, and Lid gives them the mermaid blood he got from Marie. Belle is glad to see Winnie, but Lid mentions that they need to tell Fels about the situation, so they decide to leave. Lily and the others soon arrive, and they bring them back to Aurario, but as Ryu opens her eyes, her friends note that she's been unconscious for 3 days. She wonders what happened to Belle, and Anya tells her he's resting in the other room, so she rushes to check on him. But as she gets to the room, her gown accidentally falls, so Hestia and Lily slap Belle to stop him from looking. The nurse scolds them for slapping a patient, and once everyone leaves, Hestia tells Belle that he was in the deep floors for 4 days. Belle thinks he only survived because of Ryu's wisdom and knowledge, and Hestia notes that she almost passed out when she heard everything that happened, but she's grateful to Ryu for her help. Lily's group goes to thank Ryu for saving Belle, but she mentions that it's the opposite, since she would have died if it weren't for him. She explains that her friends decided to sacrifice their lives, and she couldn't do anything to stop them, but Belle was different, since he gave her the strength to keep going. She thinks she should be thanking them, since they took a huge risk of going all the way to the deep floors to save her and Belle, but Welf mentions that they didn't do it alone, and he gives her the good news that according to the rumors, the Gale Wind died in the dungeon. We see Bors telling a fake story to Ina so that he can get the reward, but she rejects his request. Welf mentions that someone has slipped the information that the Gale Wind was also the mysterious adventurer who helped them defeat the Goliath, so she's being called the Defender of Justice. Ryu is discharged on the same day as Belle, so he invites her for a walk and praises her dress, which she mentions she got from Seer. She wonders if his arm is alright, so he tells her they completely rebuilt it, and he has a full range of motion, but it was an expensive procedure. She mentions that Lady Astrea told her to give up on justice, and she interpreted it as a rejection. But she realized that if Astrea stopped her from going down that path, she would have fallen apart, so Astrea chose her words carefully. Rhea thanks Belle, since he made her realize that she still had justice in her, and she thinks that he's a person truly worthy of respect. He's glad to see her smiling, and he thinks it makes her look cute, but she becomes flustered and runs away, since she can't understand her feelings. We see Cyr standing in a field of flowers crying, and she thinks about how she's happy when she sees Belle smiling, but she's jealous when he talks to other girls, so she wonders if she's in love with him. At the Hestia Familia house, Hestia reveals that Lily has reached level 2, so everyone congratulates her, and she promises to be even more helpful to them. She notes that she'll teach Haruhime, since she's the only one who's still at level 1, but Hestia reveals that she has also leveled up. Makoto still can't believe they were able to survive the expedition, and Welf notes that even though the rest of them didn't level up, they still got a huge boost in stats. Makoto wonders why Belle hasn't leveled up, so Hestia explains that she won't let him, since he only just reached level 4, and she notes that it's stressful when the other gods try to give him weird aliases. At night, they go to the tavern, where the waitresses raise a toast for their safe return, and Chloe is about to drink, but Lenore stops her, since Mia will be angry if they start partying as well. Anya is annoyed that they need to work during the party, even though they also helped with the expedition, but Mia tells her to stop complaining. Belle is disappointed that the other gods and goddesses couldn't join them, so Lily notes that it's because the goddesses' festival is about to take place. Daphne explains that during the event, the 4 main goddesses who represent fertility are enshrined on the pillars in the town square, and they stay there for 3 days. Cyr asks Belle if something happened between him and Ryu, which surprises him, and he wonders why she's asking that question, so she notes that it's because Ryu has been ignoring him. She gives him his food, and he tries to talk to her, but she immediately walks away. Ryu becomes flustered, since she knows that she's acting strange, and she thinks she'll hurt Belle's feelings even though he did nothing wrong. He suddenly appears behind her, and he tries to get her attention, but she's surprised and smashes him to the ground. She apologizes for her actions, and he wonders why she's avoiding him, so she assures him that she isn't mad at him, but she's having a hard time looking at his face. He's shocked hearing this, but he's glad that she isn't angry, and she tells him to go back to the party. The next day, Cyr asks Ryu if she likes Belle, so she becomes flustered, and she notes that she would never try to take Cyr's crush away from her. Cyr reveals that she has feelings for him, and she wonders if Ryu has any problem with her asking him on a date to the goddesses' festival, since she thinks it might cause a fight between them. But Ryu mentions that she owes her life to her, so no matter who Cyr falls in love with, she will always be rooting for her. At the Hestia Familia house, a girl named Horn meets Belle, who's surprised that she knows his name, but she tells him it's impossible to live in Auraria without knowing who he is. She wishes that he had never shown up, and she gives him a letter, telling him it's from someone who commands respect, so he should read it carefully. He has no idea who she is, so Lily reveals that she belongs to the Freya Familia, and she was given permission to serve Freya directly. Makoto has heard rumors that Freya refuses to let anyone give Horn an alias, even though she's a high-ranking adventurer, and Lily mentions that most of the adventurers call her nameless. But Haruhime tells them to forget about Horn and open the envelope, since she's worried that it might be a love letter. As Belle opens it up, it turns out to be a letter from Cyr asking him on a date, which shocks everyone. They tell Hestia about it, and she can't believe Cyr dared to deliver it straight to their door, so she asks Lily how something like that slipped under her nose, since she's supposed to keep an eye on Belle. He wonders why Horn was the one who delivered the letter, so Haruhime notes that Cyr might be a part of the Freya Familia, but Welf finds it difficult to believe. Makoto thinks Cyr might be a non-combatant member like Haruhime used to be, but Lily explains that Cyr gets along with everyone, so it isn't unusual that Horn agreed to do something for her. Welf asks Belle what he plans to do, since the goddesses' festival is just around the corner, so he tells them he will meet with Cyr. At the tavern, Cyr tells the other waitresses about what she did, which surprises them, and they ask her if Belle said yes, but she mentions that she hasn't gotten an answer. They don't understand why she didn't ask him directly, so she tells them she was worried that if she asked him after joking around like they usually do, he might think she was inviting him casually. Meanwhile, Anna calls a meeting, and he tells everyone that Cyr is going on a date with Belle during the festival, so they need to decide who will act as her bodyguard. One of them, named Hogni, tells everyone about his plan, but they don't understand him, so they tell another member named Haydn to interpret his words. He notes that Hogni thinks they should just assassinate Belle, but they call him an idiot, since Freya has set her eyes on him. so she might go back to heaven to look for him if he dies, and Hogni cries as he realizes that his plan won't work. So Alan decides to be the one to guard Seer, telling the rest of them to figure out their positions. The next day, Bell has no idea how to talk with Seer, and he wonders if she's playing a prank on him, but he knows it isn't true. He decides to go to the tavern, but Haydn suddenly throws him away and kicks him in the stomach. He tries to defend himself, but Haydn overpowers him and fires lightning arrows, so he counters it with his firebolt. But he gets surrounded by smoke, and Haydn uses the chance to send him flying. As Haydn takes off his hood, Bell is shocked to see who it is, but Haydn threatens to crush his throat if he raises his voice. Haydn takes Bell to a cafe and asks him if he's made any plans on what he'll do with Seer when he takes her on a date, but he notes that he hasn't decided on going. So Haydn tells him he doesn't have the right to refuse her, and threatens to kill him and his familia if he doesn't make her happy. He mentions that he's already in love with another girl, but Haydn suddenly grabs him and tells him to forget about anyone else, since he should focus on only Seer. Haydn throws him to the ground, and notes that Bell isn't worthy to take Seer on a date, so he'll give him a complete overhaul, but he won't have time to sleep until the day of the festival. Bell sends a letter to Hestia and the others, telling them he has decided to go on a date with Seer to protect their familia, and he doesn't wish for them to look for him. But they realize that he's also asking for help, so they become confused and wonder what they should do. Meanwhile, Haydn makes Bell balance books on his head while walking, since his posture is terrible, and he tells Bell to practice speaking in front of a mirror. But Haydn kicks him in the back, telling him to knock the hideous smile off his face, and he makes Bell learn everything about the elves. Haydn continues training Bell, and they eventually go to the dungeon, where Bell saves a group of girls, since it's time for him to put his training into practice. They all find him attractive, so they invite him to dinner, but Haydn hits him with lightning and tells him not to flirt with other girls. After that, Haydn takes Bell to a shop that only sells dessert to couples, and explains that for his last challenge, he must buy it with the next girl he sees. He tries to tell Haydn his stomach can't handle sweets, but he becomes scared seeing the look in his eyes, and Haydn notes that if he and the girl end up feeding each other, it means he's won her heart. Bell looks around, and he sees Cassandra trying to get Daphne to buy the dessert, so he goes to the shop with her. She apologizes for making him act like they're a couple, but he notes that he likes spending time with her, which makes her flustered. He decides to stuff his face with the dessert and show his childlike side, but he realizes that the food is too sweet, and he's having a hard time dealing with it. Cassandra offers him a bite of her dessert, so he grabs her hand to take a bite and lets her eat his dessert as well, which makes even Daphne blush. He notices cream on Cassandra's face, so he cleans it with his hand and licks it, which causes her to turn red. At the tavern, Mia realizes that Ryu is distracted, since she keeps cleaning the same dish, and Mia thinks all of them are hopeless. She notes that Seer asked for a day off to go on a date, even though they're about to get busy because of the festival, so Ryu asks her why she didn't stop her. Mia wonders if she wanted her to do that, so she mentions that she would never wish for such a thing, but Mia notes that the other waitresses looking out for Seer are her biggest problem. She doesn't know what kind of stunt they might pull off, since they appear to be overprotective, and she's worried that they might get in the way of her business. After that, Anya wonders if they can get time off during the festival, since she wants to support Seer. But they know that Mia will never allow it, so Chloe explains that they need someone to take the blame in their place, and notes that she has the perfect people in mind. The next day, the festival officially begins, and we see Bell waiting for Seer, since Haydn told him to be there 5 hours early. Seer arrives, and she's surprised to see that he's already there, since she left early to try and get there first. She notices that he's wearing different clothes than usual, and she thinks it's more fitting, since it feels like he knows what she likes. He grabs her hand and starts walking with her, and he tells her she looks stunning, which makes her blush. At the tavern, we see the Hestia Familia working, since they owe the waitresses for helping them during the expedition. Hestia doesn't enjoy working there, and she ends up breaking the dishes, so Mia yells at her, but the waitresses use the chance to sneak off to the festival. Meanwhile, as Belle and Seer are enjoying the festival, she tries to tease him by feeding him food, but he happily eats it, and even feeds her as well. He holds her hand and continues walking with her, while Anya and the others watch them in secret, but they're surprised by how confident Belle has become. Haydn is also watching them, and he thinks Belle's performance is satisfactory, but he wonders if Belle can make Seer see what she really wants. Alan arrives and asks Haydn what he's mumbling about, and he tells Haydn to take command, since the other escorts need him. Belle keeps acting like the perfect gentleman, but Cyr tells him he's freaking her out, since he isn't acting like his usual self. She mentions that he's doing everything right, but the childish Belle she knows could never notice the hints given by a girl, since he has nothing other than the dungeon on his mind. She didn't think their date would go like this, since she thought she would be the one to grab his hand first, and she would tease him when he got embarrassed about it. He offers her food, which annoys her even more, but she can't say no to him. They go to the Pillars of the Goddesses, and Cyr mentions that it's where everyone shows their appreciation for them, revealing that there used to be 5 goddesses there. But only 4 are left after what happened to Ishtar, and she notes that Ishtar was a loose cannon, who always used to come down her pillar and get into fights with the other goddesses. Freya notices Belle, which startles him, but Cyr tells him not to look at other girls while he's with her. They end up running into Eyes, who's surprised to see how different Belle looks, so Cyr grabs his arm and tells Eyes they're on a date to make her jealous, but she doesn't seem to care. After they leave, Hestia arrives and asks her if she's seen Belle, but she's distracted by what Hestia is wearing, so she reveals that she was kicked out of the tavern since she was causing problems. Eyes notes that she saw Belle with Cyr, which annoys Hestia, and she tells Eyes they should work together to get him back. Meanwhile, Belle asks Cyr about the things she said to Eyes, so she reminds him that they really are on a date, and wonders if he would rather go out with Eyes. But he has no idea what to tell her, since Haydn didn't teach him what to do in such a situation, which confirms her suspicions, because she felt something was wrong with him. He tells her it was partly his idea, since he wanted to pay her back for everything she's done for him by taking her on a perfect date, so she agrees to forgive him if he kidnaps her. She notes that it's her dream to be kidnapped by her White Knight, and explains that she never gets time to be herself, since even at the moment, they're being watched by the Freya Familia. Hestia and Eyes finally manage to find Belle, but before they can get close to him, Alan stops them from interfering. The other escorts report that Belle and Cyr are in an item shop, but they got a suitcase before they went there, and it seems like the luggage was already prepared. 2 other escorts come out of the shop, and note that Belle and Cyr have disappeared, so all the Freya Familia members go to look for them. We see them running away while they're using the invisibility cloak, but it ends up flying away, and everyone sees them. Cyr is enjoying herself, but Belle tells her they need to keep running, and she wants him to take her to his hideout. They stop since they're tired, and Cyr thinks she would never get bored if she stayed with Belle, because every day is an adventure with him. She apologizes for requesting such a strange thing from him, but she notes that she's really enjoying the moment, and he thinks they should lay low until things cool down. He takes her to St. Fulan's Cathedral, since he always wanted to visit it, and it's usually closed, but it's open to visitors during the festival. He reveals that the cathedral is based on a heroic tale, and Cyr also knows about it, telling him it's a story about a knight who teamed up with a spirit to fight monsters, and they ended up falling in love. Belle mentions that it's how the story goes in the fairy tale version, but in reality, the knight was torn between the spirit and a saintess who supported him over the years. He chose the saintess, which made the spirit so angry that she tried to kill him, but in the end, she sacrificed herself to save him from the monsters, which is why Fuland created the cathedral. Belle thinks Fuland is telling them never to give up, but he apologizes to Cyr, since he has no idea why he's telling her this, but she understands what he's trying to say. She asks him what he'll do if she ever loses her mind, so he notes that he'll stop her, so that she won't be able to hurt anyone. She puts her head on his shoulder, and tells him she adores him since he's kind, which makes him blush. Belle tells her he already made reservations for dinner, and as they head outside, he tries to see if anyone is watching them, but Cyr doesn't care about it. A shopkeeper shows her a necklace, so she stares at Belle to make him buy it for her, and she gives him half of it. After that, she makes him praise her for how beautiful the necklace looks on her, and they reach the boat restaurant where Belle made a reservation. As they're about to have dinner, Belle knows that once they're in the open waters, even the Freya Familia can't chase after them, but he still feels like something's wrong. We see that Eyes and Hestia are also on the boat, while Ryu and the others are working there as waiters. But Lenore is annoyed that they ran away from working at the tavern, just to end up acting as waitresses on the boat, so Chloe notes that it was the only way to keep an eye on Belle and Cyr. Belle is amazed by how gracefully Cyr is eating dinner, and he asks her who she really is, since even the Freya Familia has been looking after her. She agrees to tell him if he promises that it won't change anything between them, so he notes that no matter what secrets she has, it won't affect the relationship they have built. The Freya Familia members stop the boat using ice magic, and one of them, named Van, tells everyone to look for Belle and eliminate him. Eyes overhears him, and he's surprised to see her there, telling her to stay away because it has nothing to do with her, but she prepares to fight him, since she can't let him hurt Belle. They manage to find Belle, and Cyr asks Ryu and the others to help her, so they jump into action, and Belle wonders what they're doing there. Cyr jumps off the boat, since she knows that he'll make sure she's safe, so he jumps after her and takes her to safety. He asks her if she's okay, but she starts laughing, since she's never done something like that before. She starts walking barefoot, so he tries to stop her before she gets hurt, but she tells him he'll need to carry her if that happens. After enjoying the night, they go to the hero's bridge, and Belle is amazed to see the statue of the hero Albert, who drove the black dragon away from Aurelio. Cyr mentions that there's no statue in front of him, since people don't think anyone is qualified to stand face to face with him. She reveals that people have been longing for a final hero who will defeat the ancient dragon, and she notes that the hero's bridge will be complete after their statue is made in front of Albert. She asks him if he believes in heroes, and notes that she dreams of meeting her own Ord, who will fulfill any wish that she has. Belle realizes they're about to be found, so Cyr tells him she knows a good place to hide, but she takes him to a room, where she immediately goes to take a shower. He gives her new clothes to wear, and when she gets out and tries to talk to him, he quickly rushes away. He thinks he just needs to act like everything is normal, but as he gets out, he's shocked to see that she isn't wearing pants. He tells her to take the bed while he sleeps on the floor, and she offers to share it with him, but he refuses to do it, since it would make Hestia angry. She tells him to sit with her, and he asks her why she asked him out on a date, so she pushes him onto the bed, and notes that she wanted to know if she loves him. She tries to kiss him, but he stops her since he knows that if they go too far, it will only hurt them. Her eyes suddenly glow, and she tells him to kiss her, but she stops herself, since she knows that she isn't that kind of person. They decide to share the bed, and she cuddles with him, so he tries to stop her, but she reminds him that he didn't have any problems doing it with Ryu. She mentions that Ryu is an important person to her, but he still did naughty things to her, so he assures Cyr that nothing happened between them, and he tells her he won't do anything to her as well. She's annoyed hearing this, and notes that she isn't okay with being the same as Ryu and the others, but he has no idea what she's talking about, so she tells him she also doesn't understand how she feels. The next day, Belle wakes up, but he notices that Cyr is gone, so he goes to the tavern to look for her. He's surprised to see Welf, who tells him they got stuck working there during the goddess's festival, and he mentions that Cyr never came back there. So Belle tells him everything that happened, and Welf realizes that Cyr has completely fallen for him. So he wonders if Belle will continue to ignore her feelings, and notes that if he chooses to do that, he will lose all of his respect. Welf tells Belle to have a serious talk with her, and suggests asking the Freya Familia about her, but he explains that he can't help him, since he can't get away from Mia. After that, Belle finds Hogni, who tries to act cool, and he asks him about Cyr, so he reveals that the Freya Familia has stopped watching him, since all of them are busy looking for her. He asks Belle if he's said his farewell, because no matter what he does, his destiny has already been decided, but he's confused hearing this. He asks Hogni who Cyr really is, but he becomes scared and runs away, and Belle notices that Anna is watching him. Meanwhile, Hestia begs Hermes to help her find Belle, but he tells her to let him go, since he already sent Asfi to look for him. We see that Ryu and the others are also looking for Belle and Cyr, but Ryu has lost her mind, since they didn't come back last night, so she thinks they must have slept together. Anya mentions that she caught a whiff of Belle, so they prepare to look for him, and Lenore slaps Ryu to bring her back to her senses. Belle manages to find Cyr, which makes her happy, and he gives her the necklace she forgot in the room. She hugs him and tries to kiss him, since she knows that she'll never get the chance again, but Hogni suddenly blows them away. Belle wonders why he's attacking her, so he explains that he needs to get rid of her, since Belle belongs to Freya. Belle fights against him, so Hogni tells him to stop getting in his way if he wants to live, and Belle realizes that he's only targeting Cyr, so he decides to act as her shield. Hogni manages to get past him, and he's about to get to Cyr, but Ryu suddenly blocks his attack. The Gulliver brothers, who are also part of the Freya Familia, join the fight because Hogni is taking too much time, so Lenore tells Belle to take Cyr and run. Ryu clashes against Hogni, but he slashes her chest and sends her flying into a wall, while Anya and the others are also defeated. Anya tries to continue fighting, but Alan arrives and tells her to get lost, as we learn that he's her brother. She begs him to let Belle and Cyr go, but he refuses to listen to her, and she starts to cry seeing the look of disgust on his face. Belle and Cyr run into Hestia and the others, and Belle asks Cyr why the Freya Familia is attacking her, so she explains that it's because Freya fell in love with him at first sight. They head to a hiding spot, while Hestia asks Hermes what's going on, wondering if Cyr is a goddess. Cyr tells Belle that the Freya Familia won't forgive her, but it doesn't change how she feels, and she wants him to accept her feelings, even if it's out of pity. But he grabs her arm, since he knows that she's trying to stab him, and he realizes that she isn't the real Cyr. She tries to convince him he's wrong, but he explains that the part of the necklace that he gave her belonged to him, while the real Cyr has the other half. She realizes that her plan has failed, and she admits defeat, telling him where he can find the real Cyr. He asks her what she'll do, because the Freya Familia is trying to eliminate her, but she just tells him to leave. We learn that it was Horn disguised as Cyr, and she recalls the time she met Freya for the first time, but Alan suddenly hits her with his spear. He knows that she was planning to be killed by them, and thinks she's doing it for her self-satisfaction, but she tells him it isn't true. She explains that she was worried that Freya would fall into depravity because of Belle, so she tried to get rid of him, since she thinks it's the only way to make sure Freya stays a true goddess. Meanwhile, Belle finds Cyr, and asks her about what she's doing, so she tells him once again that she's trying to confirm her feelings. She thought that if he went out of his way to find her, it would give her something to be happy about, but after everything that's happened, she realizes that she really loves him. He apologizes to her since he doesn't feel the same way, and after he leaves, we learn that Cyr was actually just Freya in disguise. She tried to win his affection as Cyr, but since that method has failed, she tells Anna to make preparations, since she plans to take Belle by force. Freya thinks about how she started role-playing as Cyr after altering her personality, and while she was away acting like Cyr, Horn would take her position as a goddess thanks to a spell she created. Freya liked being Cyr, but when she met Belle, it made her throw everything away, so she decided to get rid of Cyr. After that, Belle tells Ryu everything that happened, which shocks her, and she doesn't understand why he turned down Cyr's feelings, so he notes that it's because he already loves someone else. She apologizes for getting angry without considering his feelings, and she notes that she's going to look for Cyr, so he decides to join her. Lily and the others finally finish working at the tavern, but they don't think they can enjoy the festival because of what happened, so they decide to look for Cyr as well. Hestia thinks Hermes was right when he said that Cyr is just an empty vessel that Freya allowed to act like herself, but she's worried that the Cyr that spent time with Belle might have been Freya all along. She decides to ask Hermes for advice, but Freya suddenly appears and asks her to hand over Belle. Hestia refuses to do it, so Freya realizes that she doesn't have a choice and decides to take him by force. Meanwhile, Makoto is attacked by one of the Gulliver brothers, and he defeats her before she has a chance to do anything. Haruhime is also attacked by the Gulliver brothers, so Aisha protects her, and she tries to block their attacks, but one of them gets past her and stomps on Haruhime. Welf sees Alan, and wonders if he's there to fight him, but he immediately stabs Welf with his spear. Belle and Ryu run into Ada, who tells them to surrender, because their destiny has already been decided. Ryu rushes towards him to buy time for Belle to run away, but he kicks her away, and smashes Belle into the ground. Freya tells Hestia that she launched an attack on her children, and Anna and the others arrive with Belle, so Hestia tries to get close to him, but Freya tells her she no longer has the right to touch him. She mentions that her days as Cyr are over, and Hestia notes that it's pathetic for the goddess of love to lash out just because she was rejected, but Freya tells her to end her vow with Belle. She warns Hestia that if she refuses, she will eliminate all of her children, and if that doesn't convince her, she'll make sure Hestia is sent back to heaven. Hermes suddenly arrives, and Freya warns him that if he interferes, she will send him back to heaven as well. He knows he can do nothing to stop her, so he tells her to take Belle, but he mentions that she needs to wait for a while to convert Belle, since he's only been a part of Hestia's familia for 6 months. Hermes explains that members of a familia need to be active for at least a year before they can convert to a different familia, and he tells her she can pretend that Belle is already part of her familia. He promises to make sure the guild is okay with it, so Freya accepts his proposal, but notes that she'll take a few proactive steps so that the conversion will take place when the time comes. After she leaves, Hermes tells Hestia to bear with it for the moment, because in the next 6 months, they can come up with a plan to get Belle back. Asphi tells Hermes that a large number of people have gathered at the Central Park since they received a summons from the guild, and she notes that there are microphones prepared. She thinks someone is about to give a speech, so he tells Hestia to raise her divinity as high as possible, but she wonders what's going on. So he explains that he misjudged the situation, since he never thought Freya was so hell-bent on her desire that she plans to forfeit the rules she imposed on herself. He tells Asphi to take Ryu and fly away as far as possible, and he gives Hestia a note, telling her to give it back to him when the time is right. He warns her against giving it to him immediately, because if the timing is incorrect, he'll end up becoming her enemy, and he mentions that she's the only one who can resist what's about to happen. Freya starts giving a speech while she's disguised as Seer, and she notes that she sent Ishtar back to heaven since she became too ugly to look at. She thinks the same thing is about to happen to her, but she doesn't care, since she has found the only thing that she needs. She starts to cry, but a light suddenly comes out of her body, and it covers all of Aurario. After a while, Belle wakes up in her room, and he has no idea where he is, but he notices that the knife Hestia gave him is missing. He tries to look for Ryu, but he runs into Haydn, who kicks him to the ground and tells him to get ready for breakfast. He goes to the hall, where he's confused seeing the way they're treating him, and he asks them where he is, so they tell him he's at their home Folkvanger. He wonders why they attacked and brought him there, but Haydn mentions that none of his words are making sense, since he's already a part of the Freya Familia. He tries to tell them Hestia is his goddess, but they remind him that when he came to Aurario, Freya was the one who gave him her blessing. He runs out of there since he thinks they're playing a sick joke on him, but he ends up running into Mord, who's scared of him since he's part of the Freya Familia. He tries giving Belle money to let him go, which confuses him, and he explains that he doesn't need money. Haydn tells everyone it's normal that Belle is feeling confused, since Freya charmed everyone else and altered their memory, to make them think Belle has always been part of her Familia. But it didn't work on Belle, so she changed everything around him, and Ina makes Mord and the others go away. But she also thinks Belle is a member of the Freya Familia, and she doesn't remember meeting him, so he tries to tell her that she's his advisor at the guild. But she mentions that the Freya Familia has an in-house policy, so they don't use the advisory system. He runs away and keeps telling himself that everyone's wrong, but as he runs into Hestia and the others, they don't recognize him as a member of their Familia. He asks Hestia if she has also forgotten him, and she notices that they're being watched, so she acts like her memories have also been altered, which makes him lose hope. The Freya Familia takes Belle to see their nurse Velvet, who tells him that he was affected by a curse, which is filling his head with false memories. They tell her to break the curse, but she notes that it's too powerful for her to do anything about it, and the only one who can cure him is a girl named Dia, who's the best healer in Aurario. But they know that if they ask for her help, it will put them in debt to the Dien Sect Familia, so Velvet notes that Belle should just forget the false memories. She asks him to come with her, but he smacks her hand away, so Haydn takes him back to his room, and tells him to behave until Freya comes back. We see Freya telling Horn that she isn't allowed to see Belle ever again, and notes that she needs her to do a few things while she acts as her. She reveals that every time she tries to use her charm on a large area, there are a few places that slip through the cracks, so she needs Horn to go there and charm anyone who hasn't been affected. She notes that her charm couldn't reach the dungeon, so Horn needs to take care of the adventurers there, and she also wants anyone who comes from outside of Aurario to fall under her spell. Horn wonders if she should also take care of the people living in the town on the 18th floor, but Freya tells her she doesn't need to worry about them, since they won't cause any problems. Horn wonders if she really isn't going to punish her, so Freya tells her she's letting her go unpunished, since she knows it's the worst thing for her. Meanwhile, Hestia runs into Hermes, but she's disappointed since he was also charmed by Freya. She notices eyes standing on the outskirts of the town, so Hestia asks her what she's doing there, but she explains that she doesn't know, and she feels like she's there to meet someone. Hestia asks her if she knows Belle, but she also thinks he's a part of the Freya Familia, so Hestia tells her to stay away from him. She knows that his strength comes from eyes, which means that if she rejects him, he might lose all hope and fall under Freya's spell. Freya goes to meet Oranos, who wonders if she's there to charm him, but she notes that he's important to the stability of Aurario, so she can't do anything to him. She tells him that if he doesn't interfere with her plan, she'll order her children to tackle the dungeon and ensure that significant progress is made towards conquering it. She notes that she'll make sure they explore the unknown floors and lay down the foundation for defeating the Black Dragon. Oranos is against what she's doing, but he knows that he can't stop her, so he accepts her proposal. After she leaves, Fels asks Oranos if everyone is really under her spell, so he tells him it's true, and notes that there's nothing he can do to stop her, but he might take action depending on what Bel does. At the Freya Familia's house, Bel looks at his equipment, but Haydn comes to take him to Freya, and he asks Haydn if he knows a girl named Seer, but he mentions that there's no such person in their familia. After Haydn takes him to Freya's room, she apologizes since she couldn't make time for him earlier, but he backs away from her. She notes that he really has lost all of his memories, and she assures him that she's his goddess, so he tells her to update his status, since only his real goddess would be able to do it. So she starts making preparations, and he thinks she's bluffing, but she manages to do it. He becomes confused and falls to his knees, but we see that she used a rare item, which allows a different familia to update anyone's status. She hugs him to calm him down, and asks him to tell her about himself, since she wants to know the false memories that he has. She tells him to train like the other children during the day, and after that, he needs to come meet her, so that the two of them can spend time together. She asks him if he wants to jump straight into bed, which makes him embarrassed, so she tells him to rest in his room, and orders Velvet to keep an eye on him. She plans to hurt him repeatedly, so that she can always comfort him, and she hopes that he can forgive her, since she has made up her mind to do anything necessary to get what she wants. The next day, Van is annoyed that he was ordered to train Bel, and he notes that he won't go easy on him. He mentions that all members of their familia gather in the field every day, and fight to the death regardless of their level, and Van suddenly attacks him. As he blocks Van's attacks, he notices that the other members are really killing each other, and Van jumps at him, so Bel blows him away with his firebolt. Van keeps rushing toward him, and another member joins the fight, but Bel blows both of them away. He keeps spamming his firebolt on anyone who tries to attack him, and when he's the only one left, the Gulliver brothers praise him, but Hogni notes that they're looking for an even greater power. Haydn tells Bel that the current version of him will die, and he'll be reborn in the fires of battle, telling him his real training has just begun. At the guild, Ina tries to find Bel's documentation, but she's surprised to see that someone has already taken it. She doesn't understand why she's bothered by it, since she doesn't remember meeting him, but she felt something strange when she ran into him. She accidentally runs into a pile of documents, but she ends up finding her diary about Bel, and she cries as she starts reading it. But Freya suddenly arrives, and she takes away the diary, as she uses her powers to make Ina forget everything. Meanwhile, Bel is defeated by Haydn and the others, so Velvet uses her magic to heal him, but Haydn tells him that he'll need to fight them again the next day. After that, Velvet makes food for everyone, and she notices that something is bothering Van, so he notes that he doesn't like that Bel is getting all of Freya's love. Haydn takes Bel to Freya's room, where she asks him to tell her about his memories, so he mentions that when he came to Aurario, all the other gods turned him down, but Hestia took him in. He asks Freya where they met, so she notes that she saw him in the adventurer's graveyard, and she immediately fell in love with him. She mentions that he was shocked when she asked him to join her familia, and as she brought him home, he almost fainted after seeing Anna. She notes that the first time he went to the dungeon, he defeated a single goblin, but he was still determined to get stronger, which surprises him since he only told Hestia and Ina about it. He asks Freya about the time he reached level 2, and she tells him it was when he defeated a minotaur that the Loki familia failed to take care of. He continues to test her and asks her how he reached level 3, so she notes that it was when he defeated the Apollo familia, but she tells him it wasn't during the War Games. She notes that she got rid of Apollo when she sent Ishtar back to heaven, and Bel starts reflecting, as she thinks about how people resort to personal beliefs when they're faced with an impossible situation. But she'll make sure she's the only one he can depend on, and she asks him to help her change her dress, since she can't reach the buttons on the back. She wonders if the dress is too provocative, or if she doesn't look good in it, but he tells her she's beautiful. As he helps her with her dress, she makes a noise, which startles him and he runs away. But she laughs, since no one has ever run away from her in the middle of the night, and Horn arrives with new clothes, but Freya tells her she doesn't need them, since Bel likes the dress she's wearing. We see Ryu as she wakes up, and Asfi tells her they're in a town and agrees, but Ryu thinks they need to go back to Arario, so Asfi reveals that Freya has already charmed everyone. She knows that if they go back, they will also fall under Freya's control, so she apologizes for losing her composure, and Asfi tells her they'll go back after they're fully prepared. Hestia meets with Oranos, and she's glad to see that he hasn't been affected by Freya's spell. But he stops her as she tries to talk to him, since there's no place in Arario that Freya can't see or hear, so he tells Hestia to go back. He notes that the cold weather in Arario has more bite than usual, and he asks Fels to tell the Hermes Familia they're responsible for distributing firewood. But Fels reminds him that it's the job of the Ganesha Familia, so Oranos notes that they're busy doing work for Freya. Meanwhile, Freya's children report that they're keeping watch on Bel at all times, to make sure they eliminate the risk factors, and they think he has a lot of potential. But he still lacks experience, so he needs to keep training with them to get stronger. She tells them to keep up the good work, and she wants to give him more freedom, but they need to keep an eye on him to make sure he doesn't run into any of his friends. Haydn notes that Bel asked him about Seer, and he wonders what he should tell Bel if he asks again, so Freya mentions that they're going with the story that she never existed. Haydn asks for her permission to be in charge of Bel's education, since he thinks he can bring out his potential, so she tells him to go ahead. After that, Bel trains with Haydn, and he doesn't know how long he's been there, but he thinks it's a blessing, since it distracts him from his memories. He tries to land an attack, but he gets knocked to the ground, and Haydn threatens to cut him to pieces if he doesn't get up. As everyone has dinner, Van tells Bel that his right arm is shaky, and since he's too worried about it, his enemy can predict when he will attack. So he should just embrace his habit and use it to bait his opponent, but he doesn't understand why Van is helping him. So he explains that anyone who can fight against Haydn and the others deserves his respect, but he still hates Bel as a person. After that, Haydn takes Bel to meet Freya, who asks him if he's ready to get treatment for his curse, since she hates to see him suffer. She thinks that it will be her complete victory if he accepts that his memories are false, but he refuses her offer and tells her he doesn't need to be treated. Anna tells Freya that after watching the tavern, Alan doesn't think Mia will try anything, but they don't know where Ryu is. She thinks Ryu must have run away with Asfi, so she tells him to make sure they're caught when they return, and we see that they're already back in Arario. At the tavern, Chloe and Lenore tell Anya to stop being depressed, and she asks them where Seer is, but they have no idea who she is. She asks Mia about Seer, but she notes that she and Anya are the only ones who remember her, since Freya wiped out her existence. Anya runs out of the tavern, and she sees Alan, who tells her to come with him, while Ryu watches them from the shadows. He takes Anya to meet Freya, and Anya asks her what she did to Seer, so she transforms into her, and reveals that she was the one who was always with her at the tavern. Freya tells her about the time they first met, but she still refuses to believe her, and she rushes at Freya, but Alan sends her flying. Ryu comes out to save Anya, so Alan prepares to fight her, but Freya tells him to stand down. She assures Ryu that everything she said was true, and notes that the time she spent as Seer was just a game to her, since she was bored of being a goddess, but she never meant for them to get hurt. She tries bringing Ryu to her side, but she rejects her, so Freya uses her charm ability on her, but she doesn't like using it too much, so she lets her go. She notes that even though she doesn't want anyone to touch Bel, she's willing to make an exception for Ryu, and she tells her they can both love him, but Ryu refuses her offer. She suddenly falls unconscious, and Freya already knew that if she went on a date with Bel, it would destroy her relationship with Ryu. She refuses to charm her, so she tells Alan to imprison her in the dungeon, so that she can't make contact with Bel, and Freya orders him to deal with Anya as well. As Anya wakes up, Alan tells her he'll destroy the tavern if she makes any stupid moves, so she should act dumb if she values her friends. At night, Bel asks Freya if something bad happened to her, because she looks depressed, so she mentions that she fought with a friend. She knows that there's no way to patch things up, so he tells her to apologize, but she explains that she can't, since she has something she needs to obtain no matter what. He tells her that she can pick up the things she leaves behind, and notes that it's worth doing, since it will make her treasure them even more. She tells him she loves him, which leaves him speechless, and she starts to laugh after seeing his reaction. He suddenly calls her Seer, which shocks her, and she pinches his cheeks since he's thinking about another girl, telling him to leave since she's never felt so humiliated. The next day, as Belle is training with Haydn, he rains lightning arrows down onto Belle, who tries to dodge them, but he ends up getting hit. Haydn immediately follows up with a lightning bolt, and he starts beating Belle to a pulp, so the other members jump in to save him, since they think Haydn is going too far. He explains that Freya fell in love with Belle at first sight, so he needs to prove that he's worthy of her, and Haydn notes that if he's really the award she's been waiting for, he will get up and keep fighting. At night, Hogni confronts Haydn about how harshly he's been treating Belle, so Haydn asks him if he's worried about Belle since he considers him his friend, which makes him embarrassed. One of the Gulliver brothers notes that even though Freya permitted him to educate Belle, he has been going too far, so he mentions that she's the one who's being cornered. Anna feels like she's questioning her decisions, and Haydn tells them it's because Belle hasn't fallen for their plan. So he explains that they need to make sure Belle suffers a complete mental breakdown, and he tells Alan to train him as well, but he notes that he can't let Mia go unwatched. Haydn tells him to stop using it as an excuse to get out of doing things, and he wonders if Alan is worried about Anya, which makes him angry. He thinks Anna should help them as well, but he's against the idea, since he would be too much for Belle to handle. Meanwhile, Hestia tells Welf to give her the keys to his workshop, since she lost the slip that shows her 200 million Valis debt, so she needs to look for it. She asks him what he's doing, so he explains that he's organizing his old stuff, but he comes across the armor he made for Belle. He doesn't understand why he made it, since no one in their familia uses it, and he feels like he forged it with great care. So she tells him he doesn't need to remember all the details, but he should keep that feeling close to his heart, since it means he has a special connection with an adventurer. Hestia goes to the workshop, where Asphi apologizes for making her come there, but Hestia hugs her and starts to cry. Asphi notes that the Freya familia is getting desperate, because they're using all their first-rank adventurers to break Belle, but Hestia doesn't understand why they're worried. Asphi thinks it's because he hasn't accepted the new reality, but given the treatment he's being put through, she won't be surprised if he loses his will to resist. Meanwhile, Freya tells Belle to sleep with her tonight, but she assures him that she won't do anything. She asks him if there's anything he wishes for, so he mentions that he doesn't need anything, but she knew he would say that, since it's one of the reasons she fell in love with him. As she cuddles him, he thinks that he should just give up, and that perhaps his memories of everyone else really are fake. He feels comfortable there, but he still remembers Cyr and how he made her cry, so he thinks he can't lie to himself despite all the comfort he's being offered. The next day, as Belle prepares to look for Cyr, Haydn tells him to stop wasting his time, since there's no such person in Aurario, but he refuses to accept it. Haydn mentions that they had guards following him, since Freya is worried about his safety, but he thinks it's just a waste of manpower. Belle wonders if he's crazy, but Haydn notes that his behavior doesn't matter, and he should just keep moving forward. After that, Haydn tells Van to remove the guards that were watching Belle, because the Loki familia is about to come back from the dungeon, so they need to charm them. Van asks him if he's sure they can leave Belle alone, since there's no telling what might happen, so Haydn mentions that he'll watch him on his own. Belle goes to the tavern and asks for Cyr, but Chloe and Lenore tell him to stop wasting their time, since he keeps asking them about an imaginary girl. They tell him to go away, and note that they have a lot of work to do since Rhea hasn't come back, but he doesn't understand why they can't remember Cyr. Mia yells at them to get the supplies, and after they leave, she notes that she won't say anything against Freya, since she promised not to interfere when the day finally comes. He doesn't understand what she's saying, so she reveals that she's a part of the Freya familia, but she's an outcast who refuses to help them with anything. She mentions that an adventurer can't get far if they try to act cool, and notes that the ones who come back alive are the true winners, so she tells him to keep believing in himself. But she kicks him out, and tells him he shouldn't come back until he knocks the sorry look off his face. As he runs away from her, he realizes that she told him the same things half a year ago, so he wonders if she remembers their conversation. He thinks he should just give up, because he doesn't want anyone to get hurt, but he remembers Mia telling him to believe in himself. He realizes that there's one person he hasn't met, so he goes to meet Eyes, and asks her if she remembers him, but Tiana and Tiani tell him to leave them alone. As they're about to leave, Eyes grabs his hand, and asks him if he wants to train with her, because she feels like she's made him pass out several times before. She has a feeling that they should be training on top of the wall, which makes him cry, and he falls to his knees, telling her he's glad she's the person he admires. After that, he goes to train with Haydn, and he tells himself he isn't part of the Freya Familia, since the fact that he knows the skills he learned from Oz means that his memories are real. Haydn fires his lightning arrows at him, but he blocks them with his firebolt, and he rushes at Haydn. He tries to hit Bell with his staff, but he dodges it and manages to scratch Haydn's face, which shocks everyone. Haydn lets out a smile, but he kicks Bell in the stomach, telling him he shouldn't get cocky just because he was able to scratch him. Meanwhile, the members of the Hermes Familia complain about their job of distributing firewood, but Hermes feels like he's stuck in a loop since his memories keep getting erased. He knows that something strange is going on, but anytime he makes notes and is about to get to the bottom of it, his memory just resets. He asks his children if he gave them messages to pass on to him, so they note that he has been telling them to remember strange words, and he's already asked them about it several times. He realizes that since taking notes didn't work, he fed fragments of information to his children as a way to skirt around the rules. But he knows that if he tries to figure out the situation, his memories will be erased, so he needs to learn everything without thinking too hard. He thinks that whoever is behind it isn't trying to destroy Arario, since they have made sure it remains the capital of heroes. He believes that the only reason they would go to such lengths is because there's something they can't control, so they distorted the whole world around it. He knows that there's no way out of it, because if he thinks of a solution, his memories will be erased. But the fact that his past self left a note in his hat, and that Asfi isn't around as well, means that there's one last hope. He goes to the middle of the street, and yells at Asfi to come back, so she secretly tells him to go to the potato popper stand. But as he goes there, he's shocked to see Hestia, who begs him to buy the potato poppers. He finishes eating everything, and he finds the note that he gave to Hestia, which tells him to make the hearth of Arario. Bell has no idea what to do, because if he meets with Freya, she will realize that something is wrong with him, and he doesn't understand why everyone has forgotten about Seer. He hears an explosion, and Velvet comes to his room, telling him to stay there because a bandit has broken in, but seeing the way she's acting makes him realize someone is there to rescue him. We see that it's Ryu who's causing the commotion, and she defeats anyone who comes in her way, so they wonder how she escaped from the underground prison. We learn that Horn set her free, on the condition that she would cause havoc in the mansion, and Ryu wonders why Horn reminds her of Seer. She gets surrounded, so she uses her wind magic to blow everyone away, and the guards in Belle's room suddenly fall unconscious. He notices someone running away, so he goes after them, but we see that Haydn is still watching him. Meanwhile, Alan and the others learn about what's happening at the house, and Van mentions that the person they put to keep watch on the tower is missing, so they decide to go back. We see Aisha and the others distributing firewood on Hermes' orders, but they wonder why he ordered them to do it, and they realize that the firewood smells like blood. Belle runs into Horn, who asks him how much he knows, and he mentions that he's part of the Hestia Familia. She wonders how much he's noticed, but he has no idea what she's talking about, which makes her angry. She starts attacking him with her knife, and she tells him to accept Freya, because it will allow her to redeem herself. But as he grabs her hand, he notices that she's crying, and she notes that even though they seem hateful, they still care for him. She reveals that she tried to kill him because she wished for Freya to stay a goddess, and she tells him to figure out what's happening on his own, so he realizes who Seer really is. Horn gives him Hestia's knife, and she makes him stab her, because it's the only way she can atone for betraying Freya. She transforms into Seer, and notes that she never thought she would hurt the people close to her, and he realizes that it's what Freya was trying to tell him. Horn notes that she never wanted to hurt anyone, and she begs him to save Freya, so he assures her that he'll rescue her. Freya knows what's happening, so she orders Ada to save Horn, because she can't let her disappear, and she tells the others to leave her alone. Ada tells Belle to hand over Horn, and assures him that he won't eliminate her, so Belle hands her over and goes to see Freya. She notes that the time she spent as Seer was just to entertain her, but he asks her why she cried when he rejected her, so she explains that she was just role-playing. He refuses to believe her, so she takes out the half of the necklace he bought her and breaks it into pieces, telling him that Seer is dead. He notes that Seer told him to save her, but she mentions that it was just Horn's feelings, and reminds him that he was the one who rejected Seer. But he knows that he hurt Freya by doing so, and he thinks she turned corrupt since he rejected her, so he's determined to save her. He believes that Seer's confession was real, and he doesn't care what Freya says, so she becomes upset and slaps him. She reminds him that Arario is under her control, so he can't do anything to save her, but the status on his back suddenly starts burning. We see that Fels is also on fire, so Oranos notes that the torch's authority is in motion, and they can't put out the flames. He knew that Hermes was aware of it, and he told Hestia about it as well, so he decided to trust them, which is why he ordered the Hermes Familia to distribute the firewood. He mentions that the firewood wasn't anything special, but Hestia's blood was dropped on it, and we see that Hermes is impressed by himself, since he was able to pull it off without thinking too much. Oranos mentions that if Freya had made everyone her puppets, they couldn't have done anything to stop her, but she couldn't do it, since Aurario is the hometown of heroes. He explains that if the town loses its meaning, it will result in the end of the world, since no heroes will be born. Fels wonders what will happen next, so Oranos notes that everything will begin with the recreation of Hestia's temple. Asfi flies Hestia to the top of an altar, where she lights up the whole city thanks to her ichor in the firewood, and she uses it as an intermediary to create her temple. She casts a spell that brings everyone back to their senses, and Hermes is glad that the plan worked, but Hogni is confused by what's happening. We see that he's still facing Ryu, and he prepares to attack her, but Ice comes to her rescue, and notes that she finally remembers everything. Lily and the others can't believe how they treated Bell, but Welf tells them it isn't the time to be crying, because they need to save him. Everyone's annoyed at Freya since she altered their memories, and Asfi takes Hestia to the Freya house, where she crashes into Bell and starts hugging him. She apologizes for acting like she didn't know him, and she tells Freya she has lost the battle, but she challenges Hestia to a war game. Freya notes that she'll take Bell if she wins, and if she loses, she will do whatever they want. Hestia tries to refuse her challenge, but she mentions that as long as the 3 great quests are incomplete, the guild won't dissolve her familia because of her social status. She lets Hestia get help from other familias, so Hestia asks Bell what they should do, and he accepts her challenge on the condition that if they win, she will let him meet her true self. The next day, Hestia is annoyed that the Loki familia isn't participating in the war game, so Loki explains that the guild has banned them. The other gods tell her she just needs to make sure the rules of the game are in her favor, while Takazuki and Maya calm her down, telling her they will always stand by her side. Hestia asks Loki to at least lend eyes to her, but she refuses, which makes Hestia angry. The guildmaster tells Finn they can't have the Loki and Freya familia destroy each other, so he offers to give Finn information on the 60th floor in exchange for staying out of the war game. Finn wonders if it's another one of Freya's schemes, so Haydn explains that it isn't the case, and Finn notes that they aren't banned from helping the Hestia familia. So Haydn realizes that he plans to fill Lily's head with his tricks, but he wonders if she'll be able to maintain her composure. At the Hestia familia's house, everyone apologizes to Bell, but he tells them to fight by his side instead of apologizing. Hestia reveals that they're playing hide-and-seek with the Freya familia, and explains that it's a game where the gods will hide while the children look for them. We learn that harming the gods isn't allowed, but the children can fight each other, and Welf plans to make magic swords, while Lily decides to form a strategy. But she's having a hard time with it, so Finn comes to meet her, and notes that he'll train her on how to become a strategist. Meanwhile, everyone else makes a plan about what they'll do in the war game, but Hermes decides not to participate, since he thinks they have no chance of winning without the Loki familia. Asfi mentions that they won't be able to stop Aisha from helping, and she also plans to give Lily every item in their arsenal, but he still thinks it won't help them win. We see that Bell has reached level 5, and gained a new skill that helps him resist charms, but Hestia still thinks he isn't strong enough to face the top members of the Freya familia. Alan asks Freya why she made sure that Bell didn't meet Eyes, so she explains that he'll get even stronger if he trains with her, but we learn that she just kept them apart because she was jealous. Hogni is disappointed, since he wanted to help Bell improve more, but he won't hold back when they fight each other. Velvet tells Anna that Horn is alive, but she still isn't waking up, and she thinks it's because Horn is trying to keep Cyr alive. At the tavern, Lenore is annoyed that Anya is still moping around, and Chloe tells her they're going to fight in the war game, since they want to return the tavern to how it used to be. We see Bell training with Tiana and Tioni, and they think it would have been better if Eyes were with him, but he mentions that he's already taken her learnings to heart. The day of the war game finally arrives, and the announcer named Archer explains the rules to everyone. He notes that the Freya familia needs to find all the gods to win, while the allied army can win by only finding Freya, but Ganesha thinks it still isn't enough of a handicap. Hestia tells all the gods that if their flower is taken, it means their whole familia is out, and Lily notes that they should find their own hiding spots. She knows that even though they're greater in number, they won't win with a frontal attack, but she will still make sure she drags them to victory, which gets everyone fired up. Belle feels like he's watching Finn, so she notes that he was the one who told her to talk like that, while Cassandra reveals that she had a dream, and she tells everyone the wind will blow in their favor. Meanwhile, Anna gives Freya the flower she needs to wear, and she tells him they must win at all costs. The war game begins, and everyone starts asking Lily what to do, so she gets overwhelmed, but she knows that she needs to guide them. She notes that their top priority is to find Freya and her forces, since she knows they can't handle an attack from the Freya familia, which is why they need to find and defeat her as soon as possible. She thinks something's weird, since they still haven't seen a single enemy, but Luthus finds all of their forces at the edge of the island, which shocks everyone. Hermes thinks they have removed the advantage that the Allied forces had, since they have made it into an all-out war, which only works since they're extremely strong. Lily starts to panic and wonders if it's a trap, but Luthus mentions that he can see Freya as well, so everyone asks Lily for instructions. Belle calms her down, and she tells Luthus to lead a hit-and-run squad, while the rest of them will split into 3 platoons. Hestia is surprised by how quiet it is, so Hephaestus tells her it's the calm before the storm, and Hestia wonders if they should move, but Hephaestus notes that all they can do is watch. The Freya familia charges in, so the Allied forces attack with their magic swords, and keep hitting them until they can't get back up, but Velvet instantly heals all of them. Lily realizes that they just wasted their magic swords, so she tells Haruhime to use her level boosting spell, and she orders the spellcasters to join the fight as well. Meanwhile, Mort and his group get close to Velvet, and they start spamming her with fire attacks from their magic swords. Luthus thinks they might be going too far, but they're shocked to see that she has already healed herself, and Mort rushes towards her, but she knocks him out. She's annoyed that they're trying to bring Freya down to their level, and she easily defeats them, while Haydn rains down lightning arrows on everyone. Tsubaki continues to defeat everyone in her path, and she knows that they need to take care of Velvet first, but Hogni appears in front of her, and he's embarrassed to see people staring at him. He prepares to use a spell that alters his personality, so Tsubaki tells everyone to stop his incantation, but he cuts them down in the blink of an eye. She clashes with him after Haruhime boosts her level, and Welf notices that Hogni is imbuing himself with magic, so he tries to interrupt his magic. But Alan suddenly interrupts him, and as he keeps attacking Welf, he's surprised to see that his sword isn't breaking. Belle wants to help everyone as well, but Lily reminds him that he's their only chance of defeating Anna, so he needs to keep charging up his power. Van suddenly attacks him, and notes that he went there alone, since it's his duty to defeat him as his trainer. He tells Belle to use the skill he's charging, but Belle dodges Van's attack, and blows him away with his firebolt. Anna arrives and gives Belle one of his swords, telling him he gets one free hit, so Belle prepares to attack with his full power, even though he knows that his skill hasn't fully charged up. Ada's sword also starts glowing, and Lily recalls that Finn told her how Ada used the golden light to defeat a level 7 adventurer. Belle rushes towards him after fully charging up his skill, and their swords clash, but Belle is sent flying into a wall, while Ada is barely injured. He praises Belle's power, but he takes out another sword, and notes that it's time to fight him seriously. Welf is defeated by Alan, while Tsubaki manages to damage Hogni's arm, but he slashes her chest, and turns his attention to Daphne's group. Aisha and Makoto face the Gulliver brothers, while Naza uses her bow to fire magic swords at them, and Aisha hopes Belle can make his move before they run out of swords. But they see him getting beaten up by Ada, and he shoots a firebolt, but Ada blocks it like it's nothing. He lunges at Belle, who barely dodges it, but Ada grabs him and smashes him into the ground, stomping on his stomach and telling him to remember the feeling, but Asfi decides to help him since she can't bear to watch anymore. Belle begs him to stop, but Ada throws him away and tells Belle to surpass him since it's the only way to prove that he deserves Freya's love. Ada continues to beat him up, and the Allied forces are on their last legs, so everyone thinks the fight is over. Freya tells her children to wrap up the war game, so they go on the offensive and start taking out the gods one after the other. Hephaestus tells Hestia to run away while Takazuki is holding everyone off, and she decides to act as a decoy for Hestia, but Alan destroys her flower. Takazuki is also eliminated from the war game, and out of the 46 familia in the alliance, only 4 are left. Lily isn't surprised, since she knows how strong the Freya Familia is, but she still thinks they can turn the tables, and she's surprised to see how close Haydn is standing to the rear guard. We see Daphne facing Hogni, but she's already in terrible shape, so she tells Cassandra to heal her. But she notices that her wounds are closing too slowly, and she knows that it's because of Hogni's sword. He thinks her body looks strange, so she notes that she has a skill that increases her endurance, but it also turns her skin to wood. He asks her why she's going to such lengths, so she explains that she threw everyone at him to buy time for the others, and she won't go down without a fight. He respects her resolve, but he rushes towards her and slashes her body, and Cassandra rushes to heal her. But he threatens to cut them down if they move, and notes that he won't let her heal Daphne unless they surrender, so Cassandra agrees, and he prepares to leave, but Rhea suddenly arrives to face him. Meanwhile, Anna continues to destroy Bel, who wishes that Anna would stop, since he knows that he can't defeat him. But he recalls that he made a promise to Horn, and he knows that he can't meet Freya and Cyr without defeating Anna, so he gets up and continues fighting. As Rhea and Hogni start to fight, they seem to be evenly matched, which surprises everyone watching. Hogni is also surprised by how much stronger she's become, and he can't believe she has gone up 2 levels, so Hermes notes that she was able to do it, since she has a long history of combat. She thinks about how she was powerless against Hogni and Anna, so she went to see Lady Astrea, and they gave her the sword Elf's Justitia. She manages to blow Hogni away, but Velvet suddenly arrives and surrounds Ryu with their Familia members. Hogni is angry since Velvet interfered, but she tells him it doesn't matter how he feels about it, since their goal is to win the fight. Ryu starts casting a spell, so they try to stop her, but none of their attacks manage to reach her because of the barrier around her. Hogni manages to break it, but the spell is already complete, and seeing her body be covered in fire shocks him, since he knows that it's Elisa's magic. He doesn't understand how she can use it, so she reveals that she inherited the spirit of Elise and everyone else, and she starts taking out everyone in her path. We learn that she's using a skill called the Astrea Record, and it's a magic unique to her that allows her to use the spells of her old comrades. She continues to defeat everyone while she's chanting another spell, so everyone tries to stop her, but they're no match. She finishes casting her luminous wind, which blows everyone away, and Hogni is the only one left standing. They start fighting once again, but he manages to scratch her face, since he knows how to counter her flame enchantment. He rushes towards her, thinking he can still defeat her since she hasn't mastered the spell, but he's surprised to see that his hands are shaking, and she starts to overpower him. She reminds him of all the people he fought before her, and notes that his cursed weapon is taking a toll on his body, since it consumes his energy whenever he cuts down his opponents. She slashes his chest, and finishes him off by blasting him with her burning sword, which excites everyone. Lily thinks they can finally turn the tables, since the Freya Familia will lose morale, and Velvet's group can't believe Hogni was defeated. She tells them to calm down, since they still need to heal everyone, but Haydn suddenly attacks them with his lightning. We see that before the fighting began, Bel told Lily that Haydn might help them, since even before his date with Cyr, he thought that Haydn only wanted what was best for her. Velvet can't believe Haydn is betraying Freya, but he tells her she shouldn't assume that, since he's doing everything for Freya's sake. Velvet's body suddenly starts to glow, and she tells him he can't kill her, because she's been blessed by Freya. But he mentions that her magic power isn't infinite, and he attacks her once again. He tells Ryu to face Anna as well, and Freya can't believe what he's doing, so he notes that even if she calls him a traitor, he still needs to see everything through to the end. Finn thinks having Anna and Alan away from them has been a huge advantage to the Allied forces, but he knows that it won't be that easy to win, and he thinks it's the moment of truth for Lily. Haydn keeps attacking the Freya Familia, so the Gulliver brothers decide to stop him, but they're stopped by Anya's group. Alan is annoyed at what Haydn is doing, and he learns that Anya has joined the battle, which makes him even angrier. The Gulliver brothers can't believe Anya is there, since they thought Freya had broken her spirit, so she reveals that Beta took her to see Horn. He told her that everything that Horn says is a reflection of Cyr's true feelings, and seeing Horn cry and apologize to everyone made Anya snap out of her depression. Meanwhile, Ryu heals Belle, and she still thinks they can't defeat Anna even with the both of them, but Mia suddenly arrives. We see that before the wargame, Loki asked Mia if she would take part in it, but she mentions that she promised Freya she wouldn't interfere when she finally finds her Ord. She reveals that the first time she met Freya, she was crying in a field of flowers, and Mia knows that Seer represents what Freya is truly like, so she can't fight against her, since it will make her snap. She explains that unless she hears Seer call for help, she isn't going to fight, so Loki takes her to see Horn, who begs Mia to stop her, so she decides to join the fight. In the present, Mia tells Belle to get up, saying that the adventurer who's left standing on their feet is the best. She clashes against Ada, and Loki is excited to see Freya's former captain fight, so she tells Beta to join her, but he's still annoyed that she made him carry Anya. Hermes praises Loki for getting Mia involved, but she knows that he also worked behind the scenes to get Astrea to join the war game. Hestia runs into Mayak, who thinks they should head to the front lines since there's no point in hiding anymore, and the only way they can help is by updating the status of their children. As Mia keeps fighting Ada, she praises him for getting stronger, but he tells her she's lost her touch, which annoys her. Belle thinks they should help her, but Ryu stops him, since she needs to make sure all of his injuries are healed. She asks him what he plans to do with Seer, and notes that she'll drag her back home so that she can slap sense into her. He explains that when he met Horn while she was acting as Seer, she was worried that she would be driven mad by love, and she asked him to save her. So he'll fulfill his promise to her and return her to the kind person that she used to be, even if he ends up hurting her in the process. Ryu finishes healing him, but before he rushes off to fight, she reveals that she's in love with him, which makes him flustered. We see Chloe giving Makoto a bag of magic items, telling her to distribute them to everyone, and Lily realizes that the only first-class adventurers left on the battlefield are the Gulliver brothers. So they need to be defeated before Alan comes back, but the teamwork of the brothers is flawless. Anya lets out a scream that spreads across the battlefield, and it debuffs everyone who hears it, so the Gulliver brothers are put on the defensive. Lily comes up with an idea to disrupt their teamwork, and tells Haruhime that the next time she uses her spell will be the signal to start their plan. Samira warns her that if she uses her spell in front of everyone, the people of Auraria will come after her power, but she explains that she doesn't care. She uses the level boost spell, and Lily throws smoke bombs at the Gulliver brothers, while Makoto holds them down using her gravity magic. Lunor manages to land a hit on them, but they notice that one of them isn't doing anything, so they hit him with a spear, and realize that it was Lily in disguise. They try to regroup, but she blows them away, and without the four of them working together, they don't seem to be a match for anyone. Lunor beats one of them to a pulp, while Chloe hits another with her poisonous knife, which numbs his body. As the smoke disappears, one of them tries to hit Nasa with an axe, but she blocks it and debuffs his status even further. Makoto uses the chance to cut him down, while Aisha finishes off the last brother, which means only Ada and Alan are left. Lily begs someone to go for Freya, since Alan and Ada are busy fighting, so they won't get another chance like this again, but we see that everyone in the alliance is already exhausted. Hogni confronts Haydn about his betrayal, and Haydn beats him, telling him he doesn't have the right to say anything since he lost to Ryu. Haydn notes that Belle is the only one who can save Freya, since she chose him above any other man, so they need to rally behind him. Hogni doesn't understand why they can't just keep acting as her servants, so Haydn tells him to stop pretending, and admit that he can't bear the thought of another man being chosen by her. He notes that he feels the same way, but he knows that they can't save her, since they worship her as their goddess. He explains that the more she tries to fulfill the role of the goddess of love, the harder it becomes for her to achieve her wish, which is why they need to help Belle free her from the shackles of being a goddess. Hogni decides to believe him, and notes that even though he's too stupid to make his own decisions, he still saw how happy Seer was when she was smiling, so he doesn't want her to lose her smile. We see Anya fighting with her brother, and the others try to go for Freya, but one of the Gulliver brothers gets back up, refusing to let anyone get close to her. Hogni interrupts the fight between Anya and Alan, and he notes that he's decided to believe in Belle, which annoys Alan, who wishes for Freya to continue being a goddess. Meanwhile, Belle and the others try to get through Ada's defenses, but they're no match for him, and he starts a chant, so Mia tells them they need to stop him. Belle hits him with a firebolt, while Mia and Ryu charge in, but he slashes Mia and prepares to finish her off, so Belle protects her, but they both get blown away. Ada's sword starts to glow, and as he swings it at them, he tells them they have no hope of winning if they can't stop his attack. Hestia arrives on the front lines, and she tries to heal Lily and update her status, but she notes that they don't have time for that. Lily tells Haruhime and Hestia to go to Belle, so that Haruhime can cast her level boost spell on him, while Hestia updates his status. Ada's attack is about to reach Belle and the others, but Haydn comes to their rescue, and he manages to deflect it. Ryu asks him if he has a strategy to defeat Ada, but he wonders why they were fighting against him without a plan, since everyone knows that Ada is the strongest. Haydn wonders if Ada already knew what he was plotting, since he refused to help him train Belle, so he reveals that he had a vision where he saw them standing against him. Haydn tells Mia to lead an attack with Belle and Ryu, but she mentions that they don't have the kind of teamwork to keep up with him, so he notes that he just needs 10 seconds. Belle and the others rush towards Ada, who easily overpowers them, but Haydn summons countless lightning arrows, which start raining onto Ada. As he's busy blocking the arrows, Belle finally manages to hit him, while Mia and Ryu also rush towards him. He pushes Ryu back, but Mia lands a solid hit, and Hermes notes that the situation is difficult to face even for Ada. Alan tells Anya to give up, and he rushes at her, but Hogni blocks his attack. He tells Alan his attacks don't have their usual bite, and he realizes that Alan is holding back, since he doesn't want to hurt his little sister. He becomes annoyed and tries to attack them, but Hogni blasts him with his flames, and tells Alan he's just proving his point. Anya mentions that Beta told her that if Alan didn't care about her, she would already be dead, and Hogni notes that he could never hurt someone he loves, so shunning her was all he could do. Hogni tells him he's lost his edge, and reveals that Haydn felt the same way, since he mentioned that Alan became a spineless loser after his sister left. We learn that Alan asked Freya to kick Anya out, because he thought that if she stayed there, she would end up dying. Anya starts to cry, but Alan still refuses to let Freya fall, since his power comes from his loyalty to her. He notes that he won't stop fighting until he defeats the black dragon that destroyed their home, because as long as that monster is alive, Anya's happiness can be ruined at any moment. Alan starts casting a spell, so Hogni rushes towards him, but he jumps up into the air to complete the spell, and his body is surrounded by lightning. Meanwhile, Ana is about to attack Ryu, but Belle stops him, and she manages to land her attack. Belle blasts him with his firebolt, while Haydn strikes him with his lightning, but he refuses to go down. He smashes Haydn against a wall, so Belle and the others rush toward Ada, but he easily blows them away. As Haydn gets up, Ana notes that he expected a better strategy from him, so he mentions that he could have won the war game the moment he switched sides, but it wasn't his final goal. He mentions that once upon a time, Freya freed him from his duty as the king of the elves, and now it's his turn to bring her down from the altar of goddesshood. He knows that she's being torn apart by the love she's trying to obtain, and if they stand by and do nothing, her tears will never stop. Ada wonders if he'll do it even if she's against it, so he notes that they can't call themselves her followers if they're scared of being hated, and he tells Ada to get lost. Belle and the others get up, and they prepare to face him once again, so Ada tells them to bring it on. Haruhime and Hestia arrive, and Haruhime activates her level boosting spell, while Hestia prepares to upgrade Belle's status, so the others tell him to hurry up while they hold Ada back. They rush towards him, and he manages to block Ryu and Mia's attacks, but Haydn continues to shoot his lightning arrows at him. Belle is amazed by how strong they are, but Hestia tells him he's about to join them, and she upgrades his status. She still doesn't think it's enough for him to defeat Ada, but she tells him she believes in him, and Haruhime uses her spell on him before he joins the fight. Everyone watching the broadcast can't believe how strong Ada is, and Finn mentions that Haydn has the greatest magic reserve in all of Aurario, but he's about to reach his limit. Riveria thinks the Alliance can still win, since Ada's beast skill isn't invincible, and Finn agrees with her. Belle and the others keep attacking Ada, but they can't get through his defenses. All of them are on their last legs, but Belle keeps attacking, and he realizes that his attacks aren't getting through, but he still refuses to give up. Ada uses the ground to attack Belle, but he dodges it and charges at Ada, and seeing them fight makes Haydn think Belle can really save Freya. Ada turns his attention to Haydn, who hits him with his lightning, but he breaks Haydn's staff as he cuts him. He's about to finish him off, but Belle pushes him out of the way, and Haydn uses the last of his power to boost Belle's agility. He continues fighting Ada, who struggles to keep up with his movements, but he starts adapting to Belle's speed. He remembers the time he fought the Minotaur, but he knows that he isn't alone anymore, and Ryu and Mia rejoin the fight. But Mia tells Belle to stand aside, so that he can focus on charging up his power, and he covers his knife in flames. He rushes towards Ada, and Ryu realizes that he's already seen through Belle's move, but Belle slides into his leg and knocks him off balance. Mia smashes him with her shovel, which ends up breaking, so she starts attacking him with her fists. Ryu blasts him with her luminous wind, and before he can recover, Belle manages to land his final attack, which sends Anna flying. But he gets back up and walks toward Belle, but he suddenly falls to his knees, and everyone starts to celebrate their victory. Belle thinks the fight isn't over, and he knows that Anna is the most powerful adventurer in Aurario, but he just tells Belle to save Freya. Hestia reveals that Alan is coming towards them, so Belle needs to reach Freya, or everything they did will be for nothing. Belle starts running towards the temple, but Alan is about to reach him, so Lily picks up a crystal and begs someone to help him. Alan lunges at him, but Belle dodges his attack and continues running, thinking he can't afford to fail, since he knows that everyone's depending on him. Alan catches up to him, but the status on his back suddenly starts glowing, and he manages to get away as he gets even faster. Two of the Freya Familia members prepare to attack him with their magic, while Alan covers his body in lightning, but Welf uses his spell to blow all of their magic up. Belle reaches the temple, and Freya tries to charm him to make him stop, but it doesn't work. She notes that she tried to win him over by being Seer, and when that didn't work, she tried doing it by being Freya. But she still failed, and she doesn't know what to do, because even though she's the goddess of love, her heart is telling her that she shouldn't love him. She notes that she never wanted to experience such a thing, and admits that she's in love with him, but he tells her he can never be with her. He takes out his knife and destroys her flower, telling her the only thing he can do is give her closure. After that, we see Freya walking around Aurario, and she thinks about how everyone yearns for her love without any reason. But there's only one person she's crazy about, since he never did anything she wanted, and a vision of Seer appears in front of her. It reminds her that Belle said he wanted to see her real self, so she should go see him to make sure she doesn't have any regrets. Freya goes to the tavern, where Mia tells her she shouldn't come to say goodbye just to get a free drink, but she notes that there's nothing else she can do. She reveals that her familia has been disbanded, and her assets have been taken away, but Mia tells her she's lucky she wasn't sent back to heaven. Mia tells her she needs to start working again since she's broke, but she thinks it's too pathetic, and she bids Mia farewell. As she steps outside, Belle asks her if she's really leaving, so she wonders if he's still leading her on even after everything he did. So he becomes nervous, but she thanks him for putting an end to her crush, because it really saved her. Ryu asks her if she doesn't have anything to say to them, so she transforms into Seer and apologizes for everything, but Ryu slaps her and tells her to own up to her mistakes. She starts to cry, as she asks Freya to stay with them forever, and the others feel the same way. Anya hugs her and begs her to stay, while Belle gives her the other half of the necklace he bought her, and notes that even though he can't be her Ord, he can still be her protector. He notices Haydn and everyone else staring at him, which makes him flustered, and he tells Freya he'll take charge of her to make sure she doesn't get in trouble. She cries as she notes that she wishes to quit being a goddess, so that she can continue to enjoy her time with them, and everyone is happy that everything can finally go back to normal. But that's where this video ends. Remember to like and subscribe to the channel. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you next time.